Before season 2, let's recap the moments you need to remember. The prologue of
so
the show
excited
is a
for
fictionalized
Last of
TV
Us
interview
season 2,
from the
man.
late 1960s with scientists discussing the process of viral infection. This is the first hint at the potential threats to come. The series begins on September 26, 2003 in Austin, Texas. Joel Miller is played by Pedro Pascal. He's a single dad who loves his daughter, Sarah.
First off, do you guys like Joel? As in Pedro Pascal playing Joel. I know I enjoy him. I think that he's a great actor. I think that he embodies the fatherly instinct that Joel has from the video games. Like, I am a avid fan of the video games too. So I am really excited to see what Joel is going to be able to bring, and especially for some of the major spoilers that end up happening in the second game. I don't know how much of that they're going to end up covering, but yeah, I can't wait to see if Pedro can pull off those crazy scenes.
Sarah, Nico Parker, and is trying to make life work. The day is his birthday. That's when everything changes. What follows is the devastating cordyceps outbreak that turns humans into violent, mindless creatures. Joel arrives home with his brother Tommy, Gabriel Luna, in time to save Sarah from her infected neighbors. Together, the three of them attempt to escape Austin. The outbreak spirals into chaos. The Miller's vehicle is struck by debris from a falling aircraft, and Sarah is in.
I love how this initial scene of the series is almost taken like scene for scene from the video game. Like, just like I said, I'm a huge fan of the games, and to see that opening scene be almost exactly like what we played, like it was a different level of what video game adaptations have been at this point. Like, a lot of times you get video game adaptations that have that are sort of loosely based on the actual game, but to see something like this be taken like scene for scene, beat for beat, was, yeah, it was awesome to see. Awesome to see. And it was done so well. So well.
Injured in the incident. Joel and Tommy manage to get her out, and Joel, carrying Sarah, dodges, weaves, and runs for their lives, trying to escape the infected. As they continue, a soldier kills the infected that were hot on their heels. That same soldier then receives orders to shoot the two. Joel survives, but Sarah is fatally wounded, dying in his arms. This moment changes Joel forever. 20
Yeah, it was crazy to see that play out. And one thing that I was nervous about with this was, once I saw that they were going beat for beat, scene for scene with a lot of the different things that happened in the game, I was nervous that, being an avid player of the game, that knowing what was going to happen was going to sort of spoil things and cut down on the enjoyment of the series. And that was not the case at all. Like, it was cool to know kind of what was going to happen, and also to see it play out. It was awesome. And then my wife, Katie, who's also on the show, not here today, but also on the show, she has not played the game, so she doesn't know anything. So to watch her experience certain aspects of the show is awesome. And like I said, I can't wait till they get to some of the crazy stuff that happened in the second game on this show as well. And just to see her reaction to all of it, it is going to be incredible.
Years later, remnants of humanity live under strict martial law in quarantine zones, controlled by Fedra. Some have joined the resistance group the Fireflies. Joel is now estranged from his brother and living in the Boston QZ. He works as a smuggler alongside his partner Tess, Anna Torv, trading contraband. Their lives take a dramatic turn when Marlene, head of the Fireflies, tasks them with smuggling an almost feral 14-year-old girl, Ellie, Bella Ramsey.
Almost feral. Yeah, I thought that Bella Ramsey's portrayal of Ellie in this show was slightly different from what we have in the game, in that she presented a more sort of harder side to Ellie, and I was okay with that. So it was a subtle change, not a super huge dramatic change, but it was something that gave a little bit more depth to her character, so than what we had in the video game. So that's one change that I was okay with.
Out of the QZ, Marlene, who is played by Merle Dandridge, reprising her role from the game, states that Ellie is important, but gives very little reason as to why. All Joel and Tess have to do is get Ellie to the Capitol building in Boston, and the Fireflies will take over. Tess agrees, but Joel needs some convincing. Little do they know that Ellie is potentially the key to humanity's survival. After being attacked by an infected, she finds she's immune to the cordyceps, making her humanity's best hope. Marlene believes that getting Ellie to their doctors could lead to a vaccine. Their journey outside the QZ is a
Yeah, knowing that that was their mission in this show was something that in the games, at least, it made for a very tense scenario, that you have this person that you need to save, that you have to save, that you have to get to where they need to go to have her blood taken, and then hopefully be able to come up with some sort of cure for it, for the infection. But in the show, they were able to present that tension just as well, which is, like I said, video game adaptations can be hit or miss, and this one is spot on. They were able to keep things beat for beat, and keep us, people who are fans of the game, we were able to feel like it was a true adaptation. So I just hope that they don't stray from that moving forward. Do you think they're going to stray from it? Do you think they're going to change things? Let me know in the comments below.
Immediately met with danger as they encounter Fedra soldiers. Fearing she'll be discovered as being bitten, Ellie attacks the guards, leaving Joel to step in. Ellie confesses about her immunity, and the team escapes, making their way into the unquarantined area of Boston, where infected are always close. Having to detour through a museum, some rooms cave in, alerting infected. The trio managed to escape, but not all is well. Arriving at the Capitol building, they discover that Marlene's team has died, taking their lives rather than succumbing to a cordyceps infection. Joel accidentally alerts.
Now that's always interesting to me, that they decided to take their lives as opposed to being possessed by the infection. Is that the type of choice that you would make? That's a tough one for me. I kind of feel as though I might go that route as well. I wouldn't want to be sort of possessed and, walking around aimlessly for the entire rest of my existence. So I could kind of see myself taking that route, but it's a huge human sort of question that this show poses, and it does a good job at doing that with a lot of different scenarios. We're going to talk about another one that comes up in a little bit.
Every infected in Boston by stepping on a small hidden cordyceps vine connected to every living fungus. That's when Tess admits she was bitten. Knowing she's doomed, she urges Joel to complete the mission, to get to their friends Bill and Frank, get a car, and get Ellie to Tommy out in Wyoming. Tommy knows the Fireflies. He can help. Knowing he has no choice, he drags Ellie away, leaving Tess to sacrifice herself in a fiery explosion that also destroys the throng of infected. In a beautifully crafted episode.
Yeah, one of the crazy parts was the scene with Tess and sort of almost like the kiss of death from the infected cordyceps guy. Like, that was so gross. Like, it makes my skin crawl just thinking of him like opening up his mouth and seeing like the cordyceps like wiggle out of his mouth and then go into hers. Like, oh my God, like, dude, that was so gross, so hard to see, so well done, but it was still disgusting.
We meet Bill, Nick Offerman, a hardened survivalist living alone in his
best episode of the series, I think.
As a survivor, he has fortified it well. Over the years, he builds a life with Frank, Murray Bartlett. Frank is the reason Tess and Joel know Bill, and Bill is the reason Tess and Joel were able to smuggle such good products. Bill and Frank's love story provides a rare window of beauty, hope, and some respite from the harsh world around them. When Joel and Ellie arrive, they find a letter explaining the couple has passed away. Bill bequeaths his assets to Joel and encourages him to protect those he cares about. The pair clean up, stock up,
great
and head
episode,
out on the road in
great
Bill's
episode.
truck. Though Joel initially viewed Ellie as a burden, their bond slowly starts to form as they travel across post-apocalyptic America. Joel and Ellie's journey takes them through Kansas City, where a rebellion has overthrown Fedra. They are ambushed by locals, forcing the car off the road. Ellie saves Joel's life, and the two escape into the city. As they hide out, we see a glimpse of Joel's paternal side as he awkwardly tries to comfort Ellie. While they're hiding, they meet Henry and Sam, two brothers on the run from the revolution.
Yeah, seeing Joel sort of become more of a father in this series is one of the best points of it. And you had to have an actor who was able to portray that side of Joel, and Pedro Pascal is a perfect choice for that. We see that he's been cast as Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards in the Fantastic Four for Marvel Studios, and that totally fits as well because, like I said, he's a father in that movie. He was a father on here, and he definitely is going to be able to show that sort of paternal instinct in that series of movies as well.
Revolutionaries looking to get out of Kansas too. The group agreed to pool their efforts and follow Henry's escape plan. While making their escape, Ellie grows close
Another
with
great
Sam,
episode,
and
man.
the two bond like
Another
siblings.
great episode.
As the group continue into the Missouri suburbs, they are tracked down by revolutionaries. What starts as a standoff becomes a fight for survival as a swath of infected emerge from underground, including a bloater, an infected that has swollen and evolved beyond all other infected. Sam is bitten but only tells Ellie. She cuts her hand and wipes the blood on his wound, hoping her immunity will transfer. It doesn't. Henry is forced to kill his own brother. Overcome with grief, he takes his own life. This horrific moment solidifies Ellie's determination to provide a vaccine to end the...
Yeah, that was a tough episode to watch, and to go through all of that in one episode where you meet these boys and you see how close they are in their bond, and then to eventually see the younger brother like turn after Ellie had stayed up with him the whole night and thought that the way they shot the scene, like you thought that he was okay, and then you slowly figured out that like no, he's turned feral. So like, oh my God, man, it was heartbreaking to watch. And then to see his brother, have to shoot him, and then, being so heartbroken by that, that was totally destroyed his will to live, and he took his own life. So yeah, man, this show was just everything, man, everything, all the emotions, they all come flooding back just looking at this recap. Like I purposefully have avoided, like going into this recap because I wanted to do like a live sort of reaction on the video right now. So yeah, I'm sort of reliving all this stuff now, and it just gets me so excited for season 2.
The suffering. After an arduous trek across multiple states, the two finally make it into Wyoming. Joel is reunited with his brother in a self-sustaining
that was a great
community
moment.
in Jackson.
Great moment.
Unlike
Not great
Joel,
moment. Great
Tommy
moment.
has moved on, finding love and a sense of normalcy. He is married and has a child on the way. Seeing this rekindles resentment that he doesn't have a life like Tommy's and amplifies his fears about being able to protect Ellie. This episode is the only time Joel truly opens up. He allows himself to be vulnerable with his brother. We see him concerned about his age, his past trauma, and his growing attachment to Ellie. He begs Tommy to complete the journey Joel can't face, fearing he'll only get Ellie killed. Later that night, Ellie confronts Joel, saying she overheard him trying to pass her on. This heart-wrenching confrontation solidifies their bond, and the two continue their journey together. Tommy tells him that the last place he knew the Fireflies were was at the Eastern University of Colorado. The dysfunctional duo head there. When they get to Colorado, the Fireflies are gone, having moved to Salt Lake City. Joel and Ellie are about to head
They
that
weren't
way
alone,
when they
though.
are attacked by scavengers. Joel is gravely injured, but the two manage to escape. Ellie has to keep Joel alive and fend for herself.
That was one of the only parts of the show that I thought that maybe they were going to change things up. Once he had gotten stabbed there, I was like, are they gonna take him out like now? But no.
She encounters a seemingly kind man named David, who offers food in exchange for supplies. However, Ellie is captured, and David's true nature as a predator becomes evident. Meanwhile, Joel is recovering. He realizes...
Yeah, when he had her trapped in that cage, man, I was like, dude, come on. come on. But the second I saw him, I knew that he was not a good person. Not trustworthy at all.
Ellie is gone and immediately goes out to find her. This is when we see the truly dark side of Joel. He captures and violently interrogates David's men to get information. Ellie is fighting for her life against David, finally killing him in one of the most harrowing moments of the season. The trauma of this event leaves Ellie shaken, but as she escapes the building, Joel finds her. This marks a turning point in their relationship. Joel is no longer just a protector. He has fully embraced Ellie as his daughter. Their dynamic changed. Joel and Ellie reach Utah. Joel.
Yeah, seeing their relationship grow is a great part of the series. I keep wanting to say more, but I'm not.
Finally talks to Ellie about the pain of losing Sarah and indicates Ellie has been the one to alleviate it. As they talk, the Fireflies arrive, knocking the pair out before taking them to Marlene. When Joel wakes up, he is in a hospital with Ellie nowhere to be seen. The Fireflies have prepped her for surgery to remove her strain of cordyceps and create
And this
the
all was
vaccine.
straight from
Joel
the game,
realizes
man.
that the
Straight
procedure
from
will
the
kill
game.
her. Unwilling to lose another daughter, he goes to find her, killing dozens of Fireflies and the surgeon. He takes an unconscious Ellie and kills Marlene as he leaves the hospital. When Ellie comes to, Joel tells her the Fireflies have given up finding a cure. The season ends with the two heading back to Jackson. Ellie asks Joel to swear he's being truthful, and though he lies again, she doesn't seem convinced. As we gear up for season 2, Joel's actions at the hospital, Ellie's lingering doubts, and their new life in Jackson are setting up the next chapter for even more tension. Thanks for watching Screen Rant.
Yeah, man. Great show. So yeah, what do you think? I am not going to give any spoilers for what could be coming in the second season. I'm going to leave that up to everybody to be able to check it out on their own. Just know that we here at Watch Stuff With Us will be doing live watch parties every Sunday for the show. So this week, before episode 1, we're going to be doing a live watch party starting at 7 p.m. Central Time, and then the episode comes on at 8 p.m. So we're going to be here an hour beforehand, and we're going to break down some more videos while probably watch the trailer for the upcoming season. And then once the episode debuts on HBO Max, we will be watching that live. And reacting to it live along with all of you guys who like to hang out with us. So yeah, man, I can't wait. I really appreciate you for checking out this video. All I ask is that you hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and be sure to hit that notification bell so that you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. My name is JD, and I really appreciate you for checking out this video. I'll see you when I see you. Peace. Thanks for checking out another episode of Watch Stuff With Us. I'm JD, and we are going to be breaking down my immediate reaction to episode 1 of season 2 of The Last of Us. Please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below. Also hit the notification bell so you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. And we do live stream watch parties 1 or 30 minutes before the episode airs on HBO Max, and then we watch the episode together and hang out. So I would love to invite you and have you along for the ride. But let's get this review going. We start out with one Miss Abby, probably the most controversial character in the entire series. And she is hell-bent on revenge for Joel taking out a bunch of the Fireflies. You can see their graves here. Yeah, and it seems as though she is the others are upset about it still, and the others feel like they need to there needs to be justice, but she is beyond justice. She wants to take Joel out. So she's having one of the other people try to take, almost like talk her down a little bit. Like, I won't say talk her down, but try to make her be a little bit more rational. And like, she was not having it one bit. And basically says she's not going to stop until she's able to kill Joel. So yeah, I am really expecting that to go down. I don't know exactly how things are going to play out in the show, but I know that this is a major plot point in the second game, and I can't wait to see how it develops on this. Then moving forward, had the title sequence, had Ellie here sparring with one of her people who is sort of like training her, which is cool. You kind of wondered what was going on in the beginning because they were going at it. Like they were fighting hardcore. So just shows that Ellie has upped her strength. She has she sort of seems as though she has a chip on her shoulder at this point. Like she feels like she needs to prove it to everybody that she's tough. And she was obviously training here. And you have the young man. Well, before we get to that point, um, we have the town of Jefferson, I believe, or Jackson, I'm sorry, that is way bigger than what it was at the end of season one. So there, if you haven't noticed, there's also been a 5-year time gap between the events of the end of season one to right now. So Jackson has turned into a pretty sprawling town. I would have to imagine that there are probably at least a few thousand people who live there at this point, which is that has to be rough to try to take care of that many people and try to keep an area that large secure. And you know that's going to eventually turn into an issue. We have Joel here tinkering a little bit. I can't remember exactly what this young lady's name is, but she ends up being a focal point of this episode. Little bit of a troublemaker, but the one thing that happens in this is that they have a conversation, and basically you pick up on that her or that Ellie and Joel are not on good terms. They don't really go into breaking down exactly why they aren't on good terms, but we all know. And it seems as though Joel is trying his best to act like it isn't affecting him, but it definitely is. It definitely is. Um, it seems like he isolates himself a lot. Um, and then we have Ellie here doing a little bit of target practice. And basically who I would call, I mean, this is Joel's brother, but you'd almost have to call him like Ellie's uncle at this point. But it seems as though everybody's trying to look out for her and she doesn't want that. And she wants to just sort of do her own thing and prove her own worth. So she basically convinces him to allow her and the team to go out on a patrol tonight, even though she was supposed to be on the fence, like, you know, just on the gate watching over the city and the town. But she wanted to take a more active role. And I think his name is Malcolm, and he allows her to do that. She kind of persuades him to do that. As we fast forward a little bit more through the episode, what's going on with my internet? But yeah, as we move further into the episode, we had the scene with Joel speaking with his therapist, who is played by Catherine O'Hara. And obviously, Joel is at a point where he feels as though, well, as his therapist picks up that he has a lot of guilt in him and that he just needs to say what's wrong and needs to explain what's going on. So basically, her husband, Joel had to kill her husband. And I believe her husband was named Edgar. And I believe there's going to be an Edgar centric episode at some point later on in the season. But we learned that Joel had to kill him. And basically she was able to confess that she hates Joel, even though she knows that it needed to happen. She hates him, and she was willing to, you know, be vulnerable and explain this and put this, you know, out there. And she asked for Joel to do the same thing, and he's still, you know, closed. He doesn't want to share. He doesn't want to discuss. And he eventually says that he hurt Ellie, and he did not get into that he lied to her. She kind of assumed that it was something physical, but that's definitely not it. And came out and said that he didn't exactly come out and say that he lied to her, but he alluded that he did, you know, that he did hurt her. So I think that's going to be a big part of his healing at some point, is that he's going to have to come clean to Ellie about everything that happened, so that he can even begin to forgive himself for lying to her to begin with. So yeah, this is just more of their conversation. And then we have Ellie and her friend about to go out on a excursion as they patrol the town, which is cool. But I mean, like I said, this young lady is she's a great character in the game. I can't think of her name, but she's a great character in the game. But she's not a very good influence for Ellie because Ellie feels as though she almost has to, or at least the way I interpret it is that she has to almost keep up with her. Um, and that they kind of like just aren't good together. They kind of push each other to do things that they shouldn't do, that are definitely dangerous. Um, and yeah, that I mean, it's I don't think that it's necessarily something that is a bad character trait, but it is something that will ratchet up the danger for any time that they're together. It's like, you know, they're two sticks of dynamite. When you get them together, something explosive happens. So yeah, we have them here, just telling them to be safe. They're heading out on the patrol. They come across a pile of 6 people who have perished and a grizzly bear that it looks like they attacked at some point. And her name is Dina, yeah. That they attacked at some point and were able to take out the grizzly bear, but they also perished at the same time. So what's interesting about them is that the infected were able to take on this grizzly bear, where you would imagine that even if you did have 4 or 5 or 6 infected, that they wouldn't be bright enough or smart enough to strategize to take on this grizzly bear and eventually take it out. So that's going to lead to what we discover later on in the show or in this episode. So yeah, they saw some blood on the trail and they ended up walking down the trail and finding this, you know, this scene here. So Dina and Ellie are obviously, like I said, not a good pair together as far as making calm and rational decisions. And yeah, they decided to go investigate, and which is a bad idea. They, as patrol people, they are supposed to check out the scene. If there's anything going on, just report it back to their group, and then from there the group would be able to send like an actual team of people to take out whatever group of infected are there. So they end up going into this building, and they encounter a clicker, standard clicker, not too smart, and they take out the clicker, and Ellie falls through the floor. Dina's still on the top level of the floor, and I'll fast forward a little bit through this. And basically, they encounter what I think the game called a stalker. So basically, it's like a level of infected that's of higher intelligence. And this one sort of like is able to hide in the shadows. It baited Ellie to continue to try to find where it was at, made her turn her back, and then it jumped on her. So Ellie was eventually able to take it out, but she got bit. Um, and it was a new occurrence. So they got back here to their group for a debriefing, and basically, um, Ellie explains that, you know, they ran into a new type of infected, and because they have that new type of infected, that they are going to have to do something about it. So I think this is the first one that anybody has run into that seemed to show any sort of higher level of consciousness, and that definitely should make the group nervous. And for anybody who's played the game, we all know that stalkers are very difficult to deal with in the game. um Dina co-signed her, of course. We had Ellie, who was healing up her wound and getting stitches, I guess because people do not know that she um is unable to be infected and that she's immune. So I guess she still wants to kind of keep that a secret. um Joel and Ellie talking here, still not on very good terms. They go to a dance where Dina is um the center of the party. Everybody's watching her. She's, you know, going around living fancy free, enjoying herself. And eventually, she and Ellie end up dancing in the middle of the dance floor and eventually kiss, which is, that's definitely part of the game too, that they had something going on. But because of that, you had another person who was at the event, took offense to them sort of making out in the middle of the thing and saying that, hey, this is a family event, like you guys need to get it together. I don't know if he was mad because it was two women, or if he was just against them, making out like that. Well, I kind of get it. But then after he was sort of looking that way, Joel runs up and knocks the dude out, just like pushes him down, knocks him to the ground. And Ellie is upset by this because she feels as though Joel is constantly trying to protect her. It's like the common sort of theme that you have in, father, daughter, and like parental guidance over their children, is that the children feel like they should be able to do what they want, that they don't need anyone's help, that they are fine without the parent's protection, but you have the parent who is there and wants to protect the child. So I get where Joel's coming from, totally do, but I feel that Ellie has some trust issues with him now, and also she doesn't want to be coddled, so she wants to be her own woman. And I get that you have to there's a fine line between being protective of your child and then being overprotected. I mean, I think that Joel is a little bit overprotective, but if I was in his position, I would be the exact same way. There's no reason to you would want to do your best to protect your child. So yeah, pretty much everybody saw that. They got to the new year, everybody's enjoying, and then you come up to this pipe that they had found. And I guess it was a water pipe. I don't know if it was an old one. I'm guessing it was just some sort of old water pipe, but there were sparks flying next to the pipe, and you could see that there was some of the fungus growing inside of that pipe. So that's just telling us that that fungus is growing closer and closer to their town. And then we close the episode with a group of people walking up on the town, and it turns out, if I can get the last little screen, turns out it's none other than one Miss Abby. And I can't isolate the screenshot, but oh well. But yeah, ends up being Abby. She shows up. Obviously, like I said, this is 5 years later. She has not given up on her quest to find Joel, and she's getting closer to finding him. So yeah, I cannot wait to see how this actually turns out. But yeah, that is a quick instant reaction recap, review, breakdown of episode 1 of season 2 of The Last of Us. If you enjoyed watching this, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below. Let me know what you thought of the episode. Also, hit that notification bell so that you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. And we will be back next week for another live stream watch party starting at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And then we'll hang around for the actual episode. And then after the episode airs, we will do another breakdown. And when the episode's on, we'll have a live stream watch party and we'll talk and discuss the episode as it takes place. There are not very many people doing this on YouTube for this show, so I am one of the few. And if you have found this, man, you are in luck for some amazing content. So yeah, I really appreciate you for checking this out. My name is JD, like I said, and I'll see you when I see you. Peace. All right, do that. Window capture. Boom. There we go. Okay, so like I said, we're going to be watching a recap of episode 1 of season 2 of The Last of Us as a bit of a refresher to get us primed and ready for episode 2. So we're going to watch this and react to it live in real time.
We left them. She makes him swear that everything he told her about the fireflies at the hospital in Salt Lake City is true, and he lies to her and says it is. Okay, she says, and after a heavy moment, they continue on their way. Next, We're with a group of teens standing by some firefly graves. They're talking about the assault on the hospital. It seems like they're the only fireflies left at their location. They talk about heading towards Seattle, where someone named Isaac will take them in. Not until we find Joel, says one of the women, Abby, who's standing.
Super excited to see Abby's appearance on the show. As a avid video game player and a huge Last of Us video game fan, it is awesome to see Abby live and in the flesh. Like, one of the crazy things about Abby too is that a lot of people had fan casted her to play Ellie before the current actress who plays Ellie was cast in that role. So yeah, I could see it too. Like, I think that she honestly probably looks closer to the video game version of Ellie than she does Abby. I wonder if we're going to have that physical transformation that Abby sort of has in a video game, if that's going to happen with Abby on the show, or if they're going to keep her looking closer to the way she looks now. That's one of the things that stood out to me, and I was wondering if they were going to actually do it. So yeah, if you're watching right now, we are doing a quick recap of episode 1 of The Last of Us before we get into episode 2 in about 15 minutes.
A bit apart from the others. It's been 3 days since Joel took Ellie from the hospital, and Abby is angry and sad and ready for retribution. It's implied she lost someone in the attack, but we don't know who. One of the guys, Owen, points out that they don't know how or where to find Joel, and they don't have many resources. But when they do, he promises they'll help her find and kill him. Slowly, she adds.
Yeah, the actress who's playing Abby in this is doing a great job too. You can tell that she has that same sort of determination that the Abby in the video game had. So yeah, that's one of the things that I like about this show, is that they really seem to be trying their best to keep the adaptation very true to the source content. So a lot of times you see stuff like this and they just kind of jump around and they do whatever they want. They loosely base their series on the source content, and that does not seem like what this show is doing. We could see in the first episode, which we're going to show later, they lifted some things straight from the video game. I mean, it looked exactly like it. So and they did that many times during the first season as well. So I'm excited, man. I'm excited. I love that they are keeping that source material relevant and using it the way that it should be used. A lot of shows don't necessarily do that. Do I hate Abby? I won't say that I hate Abby. I'll say that I dislike her only because I like Ellie more as a character. And I like everything that Joel represents for Ellie. I think I know Ellie and Joel better, so that makes me like them better than I do Abby. But if the roles were reversed and I was one of Abby's friends, or I knew more about Abby and I got to, if the show was based around Abby, I'd probably end up liking Abby more and be like, man, you need to go do something about this Joel guy, because I would totally understand that. But yeah, great question. Great question.
Tears in her eyes. When we kill him slowly. 5 years later, it seems like Ellie is fighting for her life in a barn against a guy much bigger than she is. Turns out they're just training, and even though he's winning, she's certainly developed some skills. She eventually gets his arm behind him and twists so hard he taps out. The practice is run by Jesse. When he mentions that he had her opponent pull his punches because he didn't
You
want
hate her,
to get
huh?
knocked
Okay.
out and make
I get
Joel
that.
angry,
I get it.
she bristles. They talk about how they'll all be at a community event that night, though she very much doesn't want to. And then she steps out into the bustling Jackson, Wyoming. The place has
Yeah, one of the cool things to see about Jackson is that it has gotten so much bigger than what we saw at the very beginning of the series. Like, in the beginning, it seemed as though it was like maybe a few blocks long and wide. Like, it was nowhere near the way it is expanded now. And I'm not even going to spoil anything. Yeah.
expanded in
But yeah,
footprint
it's
and
expanded big
population
time.
since the last time we saw
Thriving
it.
city.
And now Joel, older and grayer, is the foreman of a work crew. He's tinkering with some breakers inside when he looks up and says, "Hey kiddo, as much as we all want it to be Ellie, it's not. Instead, it's Dina, a young and plucky member of his crew who charms him by asking him to show her what he's working on. She also happens to be Ellie's best friend."
Yeah, Dina is a great character. I liked her in the video games, and I love the way this actress is portraying her now. I don't know her name, but she's doing a great job as Dina. I I like that they were able to stay truthful to some of the mannerisms that Dina had in the video game, and also her sort of like playful, spunky behavior, adventure seeking behavior.
They talk about how Ellie is mad at him. He chalks it up to normal dad and adolescent daughter static. I can't hold myself responsible for another person's emotional state, he finishes, which gives Dina license to tease him about being in therapy. Meanwhile, Ellie and Tommy are practicing shooting on a snowy ridge, which is going well until Tommy tells her that he's taking her off patrol and making her work the fence because Joel is worried that she's getting a little reckless when she's out and about. She reasons that there's no need to be so worried about her getting bit because she's immune. He quickly hushes her, saying, "You know we don't talk about that." Still, she strong arms him into going against Joel's advice, and he allows her to join that evening's patrol as long as she listens to her captain's commands.
I think that's an interesting characteristic about Ellie's behavior is that since she's immune, she has this sort of complex that she can do whatever she wants to do. And I mean, yeah, you can be immune to getting the virus, but that doesn't mean that you still won't die. And I think that she's very reckless when it comes to feeling as though she can do whatever she wants. And I get that it's, she's a teenager and she feels as though she can do whatever she wants, but I think as a father myself, I would side much more closely with the way Joel feels in that he will do almost anything to keep her out of danger and out of trouble. So like I get it. Like as a dad myself, I can totally relate to that. And I think that if 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 I was on this show and living in this world, I would probably be even more protective than Joel is of my kids and the people around me in general, the people that I care about.
Joel and Maria are discussing city planning. They can't build quick enough to keep up with the population influx, and he grumbles that the town's council should stop letting everyone in. "You've got to look after your own first, or you're no good to anyone," he says. His grousing is interrupted by some very cute uncle moments with Maria and Tommy's son, Benji. Then Joel takes off just as Tommy gets back. "Joel," Maria says firmly but not meanly as he goes, "you were a refugee." Joel had to go, we learn, because he has an appointment with Gail, his psychotherapist. He pays her in marijuana, and they briefly discuss how it's
I think that this was probably the most impactful part of the entire episode is learning a little bit about his therapist and then seeing how closed off Joel still is about everything, the guilt that he shows for keeping a secret from Ellie. Um it's very impactful to see, first off to see someone going through some stuff, and especially in a situation like this, and that there are still people who want to provide that sort of therapy and help people get through it. I also like how his therapist was very open about how Joel actually murdered her husband. And that was, for people who haven't played the video game, that was pretty shocking to see. And just knowing that she was able to say how much she despises him, but still be professional and do her job, it was pretty cool to see. And I think that Catherine O'Hara is a great choice for this character too.
Gail's first birthday in 41 years without her husband, Eugene. Then the session begins, and it's all about Ellie. The teen is living in the garage at Joel's, and she barely talks to him, which bothers him immensely. "See, Dina understands me, like she's my kid or something. But she's not," he says. "Neither is Ellie," Gail points out. Then, and here's where it becomes clear that Gail's a little drunk, she starts to berate Joel for being stuck in his problem with Ellie and lying in therapy.
Yeah, I don't think that the drunk part had as much to do with it as the fact that she wanted to prove a point and that she wanted to explain how her feelings are, and that she needed to get those things out to Joel, and that Joel needs to reciprocate and get the things off of his chest that he needs to get out. And if there's one person that he should be able to do that with, it would be his therapist.
You are definitely leaving something out, she says. She goes on to say that there's something she wants to say, but it scares her to do so. Still, you can't heal something unless you're brave enough to say it out loud. So she gathers her courage and confesses that she hates Joel because he shot and killed her husband. And yes, I know you had no choice. I know I should forgive you, she adds. But she says she can't because of how you did it. Say the thing you're afraid to say, she urges him. And I
Looking forward in the series, if you look at the different episodes, there's going to be an entire episode devoted to her husband. So we'll see exactly why Joel had to shoot and kill him. And I for one am excited to see that episode, and knowing that this series, I believe, is only it's either 6 or 8 episodes long. Either way, it's not enough. And for them to devote an entire episode to one person and to see that entire episode through their perspective is going to be cool to watch. So I'm guessing that's going to be one of the best episodes of the season, or else I'm going to be mad that they wasted an episode on somebody who they really didn't have to.
promise I will help. He's got tears in his eyes, and he's literally vibrating with the words that are trapped in his throat. What did you do? Gail prods. I saved her, is all he says as he stands and leaves. Ellie is cleaning her gun and listening to music when there's a knock on her door. It's Dina, who's come to pick her up for their shared patrol. They're definitely friends, but there seems to be something more on Ellie's part. She's super nervous as Dina comes in close and helps her adjust her holster. The girls join 3 other riders.
Yeah, it's fun to watch a show when you have like young, kids having crushes on each other, and you sort of, at least people who are around my age, you can go back and think about how it was when you were that age and how you interacted with people who you liked. So yeah, you can. They both come off very natural when it comes to that as well. So yeah, very good job by both of the actresses.
Riders on a recon ride where Ellie and Dina hang back and chat about the New Year's Eve dance that night. We learn that Ellie is a lesbian. Dina and Jesse recently broke up, and Ellie has a crush on someone she won't name. The conversation is interrupted by the group coming across some blood in the snow. It looks like some infected took down a bear and are hiding out in an old grocery store. Dina and Ellie volunteer to go inside.
Now, already disobeying the rules, they know that they're supposed to just be a lookout group and a recon group and not going inside to sort of figure things out. Like, these are the decisions that even as a teenager, in a situation like this, I would not have been doing this. There's no way I would have been like, okay, yep, we found some stuff. Let's go. Like, I'm trying to live. I'm not going to be so reckless that I want to go try and take on, whatever might be in this building, which, it just so happens that there was definitely an infected in there, and a different type of infected, which is something that I'm sure we'll discuss in a few minutes on this recap.
And they have a very pantomime about how they're going to proceed. Then Ellie takes down an infected. She then falls through the rotting floor, and while she's waiting for Dina to find a way down to help her out, Ellie encounters a female infected that seems to have the ability to fight strategically instead of just by brute force. And though Ellie eventually dispatches her, the infected takes a bite of Ellie's belly first. Ellie hides the nip from Dina, and then they report what they've seen to the council before Ellie heads home for a little standing self-surgery before the big dance.
Yeah, I always wondered when I was playing the game and you had a situation like this happen, like what was she thinking? Why is she trying to hide this this cut? I guess it makes sense story-wise, because she wouldn't want anyone else to see the scar and then be surprised that she's able to survive it, and then her secret will be out there. So I can kind of understand it in that degree. Otherwise, I don't know. I would kind of wear it as a badge of honor. I don't think that, it is dangerous for her to reveal that, because some people might be jealous. Other people might look at her as some sort of savior and, want to protect her or want to worship her, or, anything and everything. So yeah, I understand wanting to keep that secret, but it'd be really difficult for me to have kept that if I was in her spot. I wouldn't be as reckless. You got to understand that I would not be as reckless.
If you hadn't guessed, Ellie's crush is on Dina. She made a bad pun while they were on patrol. That's Ellie's love language. Joel swings by the garage to awkwardly ask if Ellie is going to the dance. He does that dad thing where he looks for problems to solve to show his love and finds one in her guitar, which he says he'll restring and get back to her the next day.
That's cool. I mean, and I respect Joel for that. Like I'm the same way. I like to provide for my family. I like to give them things, especially when they earn them. I like to some could say spoil them, but I feel like if they're doing what they're supposed to do, they should be rewarded for that. And I think that Joel has so much guilt inside for the secret that he's hiding from Ellie that he is willing to do whatever to try to repair their relationship and bring it back to where it was before Ellie had been taken to that hospital.
Dina is wheeling around on the dance floor, high and happy, when Ellie gets there. She brings Ellie onto the floor just as a slow song is starting up. And though their interaction starts off jokey, pretty soon Dina is pulling Ellie closer to her. Ellie says that the guys in the room are staring at Dina, and Ellie says she's no threat.
That face, man, that was great acting. She looks so scared. So scared.
Oh, Ellie, Dina breathes. I think they should be terrified of you. And then the ladies kiss for the first time. Hey, some gruff voice behind them says, and I see it's Tucker. He's mad the girls are kissing.
And yeah, this part is taken directly from the video game. Like it's like scene for scene, almost word for word, shot for shot from the video game. So I love that fact about this show.
And he hurls a gay slur at them. Ellie rounds on him, ready for a fight, but she barely takes a step before Joel enters from the left and shoves Tucker to the ground. Joel turns.
What's going on, Tommy? When does Abby die? Because not the biggest Abby fan over here either. And I'm assuming that you've played the games before, so I'm not going to. If you haven't, I'm not going to spoil it. If anybody else is watching, I'm not going to spoil anything other than what has happened on the episodes. But yeah, man, Abby's an interesting character. Let's just leave it like that.
Turns to Ellie to see if she's okay. She's not, but not in the way he thinks. What is wrong with you? She yells, so angry.
I'm not going to tell you, Tommy.
I don't need your fucking help. It hurts him, but he just says, right, and leaves. When she comes home that night, he's sitting on the.
Oh yeah, if you haven't played the game, you are in for a treat. Just keep watching, man.
Meanwhile, in some of the pipes running under the town, new tendrils of.
Yeah, that threw me off too with the pipes and having the the virus still be inside there that you can see that it was like growing, like, so I guess it's underneath the entire town at this point, so it's only a matter of time before it's able to break out. And I guess that pipe that they have that is broken will now give it an opportunity to sort of escape the area that has kind of been confined to in that pipe. So yeah, I can't wait to see exactly what happens as far as that's concerned. Tommy says, I've seen the hate towards her character, etc. But Lord, please tell me she is small. All right, Adriana's played the game. Cool. Yeah, no spoilers. Don't spoil it for anybody. Yeah, definitely the hive mind is getting stronger as the episodes are continuing. They're showing different traits and a different level of adaptability. They explain why in the game eventually, so I don't know if they're going to explain why on here, but if we get past the point where they had explained it in the game, I'll explain exactly what's going on here. Okay. I just finished watching season 2, episode 2 of The Last of Us. So you got to understand that this is going to be full spoilers for everything that occurred in the episode. So if you don't want to be spoiled, you need to click off of this video right now. Scroll up, do whatever you need to do. But we are going to go full spoilers from here on out. This is your final warning. I will be going through the episode full of spoilers. Man, I can't believe it. I can't believe they did it. Like knowing what the video game was and knowing what was coming, I still, for whatever reason, didn't exactly think that they were going to go all the way. But They did. So yeah, we are going to get into a quick recap of the episode. So, we started things off with Abby having a bit of a, I think she was having a dream where she was looking at two different versions, or it was one version of her looking at another version of herself. So, um, yeah, the one thing, I'm gonna get this out the way real quick. The one thing I don't like about the format of doing this show is that you had a little you had a lot more time with Abby in the game, so you kind of understood more of what and why she, like, you understand why she did what she did, but you got a little bit deeper into the character of Abby and you understood where she was coming from. Like, I think on a very superficial level, I understand where she's coming from. If Abby was the main character of the show, you would be all for her doing what she did at the end of this episode. But since we've been following Joel and Ellie, you are sympathetic, empathetic towards them. And then Abby comes along and you get a very brief history on what's going on with her, and then all of a sudden she kills Joel. So that was crazy. It's crazy to see how fast they went through it. I feel as though they should have, you could have made it all the way through this season without, this could have been the last episode of the season. Let's just say it like that. And then they could have took a little bit more time building up Abby and her character and her hunt for Joel. I feel like it's very rushed. And knowing that the video game doesn't have um, a lot more, not subject matter, but like actual content that's out, how are they going to extend this past this season when we've already had pretty much the most shocking moment in all of the video game series? So have they gotten the blessing to go ahead and go forth and make up the story as they go now, or are they taking guidance from everyone at Naughty Dog, and um we're eventually going to have The Last of Us Part 3 and it's going to relate to what's in the show, or are they just going to go on their own? Yeah, I don't know, but we'll get back to recapping. I kind of spoiled it already. I just couldn't hold that in though. But yeah, Abby training. You see a few of her leftover fireflies that are with her and her crew. I feel like this episode wasn't really, super deep on the exposition. Um, we had Ellie here waking up from her hangover after having a crazy night, obviously. And she has to go out on her patrol. Before they get started, though, she did meet back up with the guy who had some very not cool things to say to her earlier on the in the previous episode. And to see him now, sort of humbled. And I know that there was, you had somebody trying to facilitate a conversation between them, but I don't know if it was that successful on their end. I love that she said that, like, yeah, all of a sudden, you're apologizing for the things that you said, but not necessarily the things that you've been thinking your entire life. So yeah, I understood that. I felt that, that she wasn't taking that superficial apology, even though he gave her some two good steak sandwiches. So yeah, they go off on their way, and fast forward to more and more. There's a storm coming, has visibility crazy low, pretty dangerous conditions, man. Like, I know and understand that the best time to go out and do something like this is during the daytime, which was smart on their behalf. There's no way I would ever go out at night in living in this type of world. But yeah, so they were out doing their patrol, but they should have been a little bit more on top of the weather. And if you knew that this type of storm was coming, that was probably the time to call off your patrol for the day, because it's a very dangerous situation. Abby is still on the stalk, trying to find or infiltrate the town, I should say. For whatever reason, my little thumbnails aren't coming up real quick. But yeah, she was on the stalk trying to infiltrate the town. Let me hit play for a second and see if that helps it.
Yeah, for whatever reason, my screenshots aren't working. But yeah, they eventually get into the town, as you can see, and Abby is actually getting chased by a huge horde of the infected. Um, I love the scene with the fence breaking and seeing them like bend the fence, and Abby's, terrified. I couldn't, in a situation like this, I'd be just like her. I don't know how you get out of it. I don't know what you're supposed to do when you're facing off against that many infected. But she did have someone come up and save the day, and I don't know if it's going to work or not. But eventually Joel ends up coming in and pretty much saving her life. No, exactly saving her life. So he was able to rescue her, and they ended up going inside and escaping the infected. They're having a lot of trouble getting in contact with everyone back at Jackson, but they are going to set off on horseback to try to head back. Meanwhile, everyone at Jackson is starting to prepare because they realize that this huge horde of infected is coming. As far as the whole the battle at Jackson, as I'll call it, I thought that they were about as prepared as you could be, considering the situation. You have, probably 1,000 infected heading towards you. There isn't too much that you can do in a situation like that. They had, defenses that were well set up. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. That's the only reason that any of them survived, is because they were so well prepared. But you still lost a ton of people in the process. It was cool. The special effects were very good with this episode. Reminded me a lot of some of the battles that you saw on Game of Thrones. I'm glad that HBO Max was able to put enough money into the series to adequately show this type of scene in the show. And it's another one that's lifted almost straight from the video game, which is really cool to see. So yeah, Joel ends up going back with the Firefly crew. Abby was able to convince them to go back. Fast forward a little bit more. I don't know why my screen isn't working, but oh yeah, we had facing off against the bloater, which was a cool scene. Eventually, the bloater does go down to the giant flamethrower, so that was awesome to see too. I like how the bloaters are obviously gigantic, but they are a little bit more intelligent than some of the other types of infected that we've seen. Not quite as intelligent as the first infected that we saw in the last episode, but these bloaters definitely do have a little bit of knowledge. I thought that he was going down. I thought that they were going to change things up a little bit and have him go down, but he ends up surviving. Fast forward a little bit more, and we had Abby basically revealing who she really was and saying that she was a former Firefly, and that basically Joel is responsible for killing her father. And because of that, she was going to kill him. And just knowing sort of what was coming, my anxiety started going up because I still wasn't sure if they were going to actually do it. But seeing Abby in this sort of position, and the anger that she had in her, the resentfulness that she had in her, the brutality that she showed by, shooting him with the shotgun in the leg, so he couldn't go away. But then she didn't actually just go and take him out. She wanted to torture him, and she went through hitting him with a golf club, eventually breaking the golf club, and then going to her fists and severely beating Joel up. All the while, Dina has been given some sort of medication to make her go to sleep, they said, for an hour. Joel tries to reason with Abby a little bit right here, saying that he saved her life. But I think deep down, he knows what was coming. He knew what was going to happen. But yeah, just seeing Abby, man, it really makes me hate her character. And like I said, it's not necessarily her fault. I think it's the fault of the the people in the show, because you don't get to know her enough. I think you got to know her a little bit better in the game, because she actually became a playable character in the game, and you got to spend a little bit more time with her and learn more about her motivations and why she does what she does and why she feels the way she feels, outside of the very surface feeling of just wanting revenge for her father being killed. But yeah, that was, it was tough to watch. And then eventually we fast forward to her with the golf club. And then Ellie eventually was able to infiltrate the facility. And of course they took her down. And yeah, you see right here. Man, tough to watch. Very tough to watch. But yeah, they ended up holding Ellie down. So she basically ended up being witness to everything that happened to Joel. And eventually Abby took the broken golf club and stabbed it directly into Joel's neck and killed him. So yeah, just real tough to watch, man. I couldn't imagine being her and watching somebody that you care about being hurt in that way. Just real tough to watch. Real tough to watch. I'm going to switch my screens real quick. So yeah, man. Crazy to watch, guys. Crazy to watch. If I had to rate this episode on a scale of 1 to 5, I would give this episode a definite 4.5, man. It's a little bit easier for me because I've played the game. I knew what was coming. I still am surprised that they went as far as they went with it, and that they were willing to show everything that they showed, and to take a character like Joel and actually, played by a prominent actor, and actually get her or get him, off the episode, like off the series. Like, he's done now. So I know that Pedro Pascal has a lot of things going on in his life, so it probably wasn't too difficult for him to make the choice to come in and play this character, knowing that it was only going to be a commitment for 10 episodes. And now, what do we do moving forward? That's my big question, is because you are going to quickly come upon the end of the game and everything that we know from the game. So what are we going to do moving forward? Are they going to go ahead and do things and make up things on their own? Or are they going to take some sort of cues from the game creators and see what they were going to do, and then try to do that in order to eventually have this sync up with the game if it ever decides to be released? So yeah, I really appreciate you guys for tuning in and checking out this episode of Watch Stuff with Us. My name is JD. I appreciate you. Please, on your way out, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. I'll see you when I see you. Peace. But yeah, folks, that is going to be a wrap for me today, unless we get anybody else who wants to chat about the episode. Just so you know, if you are watching the full live stream, we do live stream watch parties every Sunday for The Last of Us. So we'll be back this upcoming Sunday. Last Sunday, or yesterday I should say, I was not able to get on. We had some bad weather here in Illinois and lost power for a while, so didn't stream my normal watch party time. So that's why I'm on tonight, because I know I have a responsibility to you all watching to show my reaction to things. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow actually to do a live stream watch party for The Handmaid's Tale episode 3 of season 6. I will be on with Katie. She will be here for that. And then upcoming videos, I got a bunch of stuff covering the new trailers that are dropped for the Fantastic Four, for Thunderbolts, for Star Wars Celebration 2025. We got a bunch of stuff on the way. So please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, more importantly. Hit that notification bell so you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. Like I said before, I'm JD. I really appreciate you guys for hanging out, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. What is good? What is good? What is good, folks? It's your main man JD here, live. Not pre-recorded. But yeah, we're about to get started with this, The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 3. Man, it's been a minute. Like, it's only been a week, or a little less than a week since I've been like live streaming officially. So it feels good to be back in the saddle, man. I can't wait to get some good commentary going on for this episode coming up, and to recap the last episode because, yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. All us folks who watched the game or played the game knew that this part was coming, but it still didn't make it any easier to be able to be prepared for what happened. So yeah, if you don't know, we're definitely going full spoilers in this commentary. So yeah, if you don't want to be spoiled, I suggest you swipe away, tune away right now, because we are definitely going to be going full spoilers. If you're in the chat, say what's up. Let me hear where you at. Let me know where you're from. Let me know what you're sipping on tonight. Got me a fresh drink, all iced up. You already know. You already know. So yeah, what you sipping on tonight? If you're in the chat, if you're watching right now, drop a comment. Let me know that you're here. Katie Joe in the building.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Live from the living room, huh? Okay, cool. But I know we got some other folks watching too, so what's going on with you guys? Please hit that like button, man.
Donald Trump here, my friend JD and Katie hosts this great show, an amazing show, the best show. Watch stuff with us. Hit that like button. Your nation depends on it. Make America great again.
You heard what the man said. You heard what he said. Maybe you like this person.
Hey, it's me, guys. Cornelius reached out to me and asked me to tell you all that Katie and JD are awesome. So be sure to like, comment, and subscribe to watch stuff with us. I love them. 3,000.
Yeah, 3,000, man. But yeah, we're going to be getting going in a little bit. If you would like to drop a comment, drop that comment now. Drop the comment. Let me know what you thought of the last episode, man. It was pretty shocking. We're going to do a little bit of a recap before we get into the episode 3 that drops tonight. So let me know what you thought. Were you shocked? Were you surprised? Are you a game player? If you're a game player, you probably expected what happened last night. I don't know if I expected it to happen so soon in the show, but they are progressing really fast through all the content that is in the game. So I'm kind of wondering, like, what are they going to do moving forward, man? It's kind of crazy that they're going so fast with everything. So yeah, if you're watching, please let me know what you think. Let me know. So yeah, man, I appreciate you guys for hanging out with us, and we will be getting started shortly. I'll give it another 5 minutes before we get going. But yeah, I was super excited to come on tonight to discuss everything that went down in the last episode, and whether or not we should really care about this version of Abby that we have in the show. Personally, I play the game. This version of Abby is not the same version that I am familiar with because I feel as though they kind of skip over a lot of the stuff with Abby, and it makes it difficult to care for her. It makes it difficult to understand why she did what she did. It makes it tough to understand what her motivations are. So I really hope that they come back this episode and maybe give us a little bit more background, give us a little bit more explanation for all the things that she's done and why she does the things that she does. Because I don't think that they really showed enough of that in this past episode. I don't really feel like that. So yeah, I'm hoping that they do that, man. Really hoping that they do that. Yes. So yeah, if you are watching right now, we are about to jump into a recap of episode 2. And if you digged episode 2, please let me know. If you didn't like episode 2, please let me know. But yeah, we're going to jump into a recap real quick. Let me switch my screens up. All right. And this is from Aria Explained. About a 10-minute recap. So yeah, we're going to watch it and stop it and start it as it goes on and discuss everything that happened on this episode.
4th episode opens as alarms are going off at the Firefly Hospital in Salt Lake City. The place seems abandoned, except for 2 versions of Abby. One who walks down the hallway with a gun, the other who warns the first not to go into the operating room because he's dead and his brains are on the floor. The gun-toting one forges ahead anyway, as the one who stays behind cries in the hallway. We're obviously in one of Abby's dreams, which ends abruptly.
This threw me off. When I first saw it, I was like, what is going on here? Why are they showing, like, why is it 2 Abbies? Does she have a twin sister? Are they changing things up for the game? But yeah, no, it was just a dream sequence.
When she wakes up in a sleeping bag on the floor of a ski lodge overlooking Jackson. She and her friends realize that Jackson is much larger than any of them thought it would be. They're daunted by the gates, patrols, guards, and dogs, and by having no idea where Joel is in the expansive community.
That's another thing that was different from the game, in that her crew that she was with, they didn't really explain who they were, why they were there, what was going on with them, or anything like that. Courtney L in the house. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Thank you for showing up. Please, please, please. I need you to do something for me since you're watching right now. I need you to hit that like button.
Come on, come on. Do it. Do it. Come on, do it now.
You heard what the man said. Please hit that like button and do it now. Thank you very much. I'll get back on with the stream.
Abby is long on anger, short on actual plans. As they talk, it's clear that she's promised her friends that they won't have to hurt anyone in her quest to find Joel. Eventually, Owen, the tall guy with a beard, says he'll work on a strategy. And after Abby goes out on patrol, he admits to the others that his only intention is to get Abby to turn back. Because if we don't, the only people getting killed here are us. In Jackson, Jesse wakes Ellie for patrol. They talk about how he and Dina have been broken up for a week and how a patrol the night before.
What do you guys think about the drama with Dina and Ellie? And it's like it's a little bit of a love triangle. And I know that he tries to act like he's completely over her. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but regardless of what's happening, he's like handling it really well for right now. I don't know if he's going to be able to handle it as we move forward. And all us video game players kind of know where this is going to end up. So I'm not going to spoil that. I'm only going to spoil things that took place on the show already. Nothing that took place or that hasn't taken place yet.
Before, found a bunch of infected hiding under a pile of frozen dead shroom people. Ellie tells him that she was planning on going on patrol with Joel, which strikes Jesse as odd, given that she's been avoiding her angry dad. She admits that she knows that things seem bad between them, but that's because their relationship is complicated and unknowable to outsiders. Jesse then informs her that she can't patrol with Joel because he already left with Dina. He wanted to let Ellie sleep. They swing by Tommy's town briefing. He's running through emergency.
I can't wait to see the fallout of all that, because you know that they were supposed to have been together. And if that had happened, none of this other stuff that happened with Joel would have happened, because they would have been together. They would have made a different choice and it would have ended differently. So you know that Ellie is going to be blaming herself a ton for everything that took place and everything that happened. So I hope that by her losing Joel, that this is sort of a wake-up call for her, that she's going to have to stop being this 18, 19, 20-year-old kid and be an adult and start valuing these relationships that she has with people before she loses them. Stop being so immature and bratty, because that's 100% what she is right now. So yeah, we're gonna hope that this changes her attitude up at least a little bit.
Protocol and stay just long enough to grab sandwiches and listen to Seth stumble through an apology for his behavior at the dance the night before. As she and Jesse leave, Ellie notices a storm on its way, but Jesse thinks the weather will stay up in the mountains. That turns out not to be the case. Though Tommy radios for all of the patrols to return, Jesse answers that they're too far out and will hole up in a spot he knows until the snow passes.
Yeah, man, that was another bad choice that Jesse made, with them deciding to actually continue on with the expedition, even though they knew that storm was coming. Man, like, I feel like everybody on this show, and I know that it's a show, and I know that it doesn't necessarily mirror what people would do in real life, but I do feel like people would make some dumb choices. But I feel like they make a lot of bad decisions in this show. I feel like if they wanted to play things safe, like, that would be the rule. Like, you need to play everything as safe as possible. Like, yeah, you can go on these expeditions. Yeah, you can go explore. Yeah, you can go, patrol. But you also need to be very, very, very careful on top of everything else. And there's a lot of reckless behavior that is shown in this show. And I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but people act like there isn't this, infected invasion. You got somebody like Ellie and Dina just out there. And I mean, going into buildings, attacking infected like they are just Rambo and Wonder Woman, and thinking that they could just do whatever they want. That is not the case. If it was me, I would be playing it so safe. I would constantly be playing it safe, because that's the only way to survive. Being reckless is not going to help you, and I don't think that has helped them at all throughout this series.
Jesse brings Ellie and their horses to a 7-Eleven full of weed, where Gail's husband, Eugene, grew his pot. Eugene and Jesse were patrol
If you're
partners,
watching right now, hit
so he
that
knew
like
him
button,
well.
hit that like
Eugene
button.
also was a former
Come on,
Firefly
come
who quit
on.
in 2010 because
Do it. Do it. Come on. Do it now.
he was tired of killing people. Though they talk about how Joel had to put him down, we don't learn much more there. Back to Abby, who spotted 2 people on horseback and starts to pursue them. The snow is really picking up as she slides down a major hillside and lands in a field full of frozen infected, which slowly gives way to an uprising of live infected.
Yeah, initially I thought that they were like frozen but still able to exist and they were still somewhat conscious, because that one clicker that they just showed like started turning a little bit in the snow. I was like, man, are they like thawing or something like that? But yeah, that was creepy, man. That was creepy that they're using the dead infected as a way to sort of like insulate themselves from the live infected that are below them. It's really smart on their behalf, man. Showing a lot of advanced intelligence these last few episodes.
That pop up from underground and, en masse, chase her. Abby is able to hustle her way to a building where she's able to get a chain link fence between her and the fungal undead.
If you're watching
and
right
it doesn't
now, we're
do her
going to be
much good.
breaking down
The
and
combined
watching
force of the infected
episode
against the
3
fence
of The
pushes
Last
it
of Us.
over,
Please hit
so
that
she's
like
essentially
button, hit the
crawling for
subscribe
her
button,
life
man. We
in a
trying to get
tunnel
to
made of Home Depot's
400 subs
finest.
before the end of this stream.
One infected gets through and is on top of
If I can
her
get
when
25
a
of you
gunshot
guys
to the
to do
head
it,
takes it out.
We'll make it. So let's
As
get
a
it.
dazed
Let's
Abby
get it. Let's get
stands,
it.
a man out of frame yells, "Give me your hand." It's Joel, and he tells her to run.
How ironic that of all people that ends up saving her life, it's Joel. Does anybody think that should have played some sort of role into what Abby does later on? Should she have maybe showed Joel a little bit of mercy because he ended up saving her? I don't know. Those are the things that I pondered while I was watching this episode.
As Dina approaches and calls for Joel, Abby realizes that the man she's been hunting just saved her life. But the danger isn't over. There are still a lot of infected very nearby. And when Joel and Dina struggle to form a plan, Abby suggests that they all go to her friends at the house halfway up the mountain. So they do. Right around then, Ellie overhears Tommy freaking out a little on the radio, wondering why his brother and Dina are the only patrol that hasn't checked in.
Yeah, I see that. This is why are you freaking out now? Why are you freaking out now? This was a bad choice, a series of bad choices that led to someone losing their life. There was bad choice after bad choice after bad choice after bad choice. And I know that it's a show. I know that it is a video game adaptation and these same decisions were made in the game. I would just hope that if there was a person who was actually doing this in real life, that they would be making these bad choices like this over and over and over again. Be a little cautious. Try to stay alive.
She instantly assumes the worst and runs out into the snow, Jesse close behind her. The tendrils of cordyceps that have snaked their way into the pipes under.
I don't know about y'all, but the cordyceps, every time I see them, they make my skin crawl. Just seeing the tendrils, as they call them, like, it's so gross. So gross to me. Especially when you see it like sticking out of the infected as they walk around or they get ready to infect somebody else. Like, that is so gross to me. It makes my skin crawl every time.
Underneath Jackson would like a word. When a worker on a crew within the town's walls breaks open a pipe, he realizes that there are live.
See? So gross. And they just wiggle and
vines inside. Out where Joel, Dina, and Abby are riding for their lives, even more infected surface from underground. Without warning, and like lemmings, the undead break away from chasing the trio and redirect themselves toward Jackson.
Yep. All because that guy uncovered the pipe with them in there. So, or with those tendrils in there, man. Like, I love that they use that sort of logic, that they're all sort of connected like that. It makes total sense. It's still gross, but it makes total sense.
The lookout on the wall sees a sea of infected careening toward the gates. He sounds the alarm, which throws everyone into action. Tommy and Maria share a kiss before he rides out onto the main street, yelling for everyone to head for the roofs. Then he presides over the counterattack, which involves dousing the infected horde with flammable liquid, then setting them on fire. Eventually, a growling bloater breaks through the wall, clearing a path for a mass entrance. Tommy
CGI on the bloaters is pretty good. I won't say that it's the best, but it's pretty good.
He makes a stand with a bunch of other men, while Maria and the other sniper run to higher ground. Tommy wields a flamethrower as the infected advance, and some of his fellow guards freak out and run. People are getting bit. Bodies are all over the place. It's carnage, and it looks like it's going to get even worse when Tommy lures the bloater into a blocked-off alley and then realizes that his gas tank is getting lower.
I love that that's true to the game, too, because that is the only way to take down those bloaters, at least early on. That's the only way that you can take them down is by using fire. So I'm glad that they were able to stay true to the game with that.
And the bloater doesn't seem to be losing steam. Tommy is literally backed into a corner and likely thinking it's the end when the creature lunges for him, but winds up collapsing and dying before he can get there. Tommy, smartly,
I love how it was on the ground and it was sizzling. Like he could hear it sizzle.
unstraps his now useless weapon and flees. Abby's friends are looking for her, and they help bring her, Joel and Dina, inside. Dina is a little worse for wear. She has frostbite on her hands, and she's acting a little sluggish, but she still notes a backpack with a WLF patch on it. Joel wants to go right back out. He can see what's happening at Jackson. But then Abby introduces him to the rest of her group, and the vibe changes in an instant. Joel is so preoccupied with trying to make contact on the radio that he doesn't notice when Abby's friend Manny puts a gun to his head. As the group disarms Joel and Dina, he guesses that they're fireflies. Mel injects Dina with a sedative she promises will only put her to sleep for an hour. Then Abby turns to Joel, who has his hands up.
And that's a little bit of a change from the game, too, because in the game, I believe the sedative went to Ellie because Ellie was with him at the time. And, she ended up being out and then eventually coming to when all the bad things started happening to Joel.
She says they'll let Dina live if he tells the truth. Where was the last place you saw the fireflies? He says Salt Lake City. At least you're honest, she replies. But Jackson is on fire and Joel is watching it happen, and he has no patience for any of this. I saved your life, he says gruffly. What life? She asks, shooting him in the leg.
Seattle Ryan in the building.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Seattle Ryan says, so far, season has had 2 great episodes. Will they maintain? Yeah, I think so, man. It's a little bit anticlimactic for me because I played the game, so I kind of knew and expected everything. But it was really cool watching it with Katie after the fact because she watched it and did not know what was going to happen. So it was kind of cool to experience that with her.
He slams to the ground, crying out in pain, and Abby orders him tourniqueted so he doesn't bleed out while she continues her monologue. She keeps talking about how he killed 18 soldiers and 1 doctor. That doctor was my dad. Guess you probably already figured. The nurses said you barely even looked at him as you pulled the trigger. But his response angers her greatly, and she
That's my thing.
grabs a
With
golf club.
Her, I wish that they would have changed some things up and that they should have broken it down. I think if you were only going to do 2 episodes before this was happening, you could have had everything that happened in these last like 15 minutes happen. But beforehand, the first episode of this season should have been a flashback to Abby's life before everything happened with Joel. It should have showed her relationship with her dad, how they got along. We shouldn't have seen anything with any of our current like people. We shouldn't have seen Ellie. We shouldn't have seen Joel. We should have seen her and how she lived with her dad, and how she trained up. And you just wonder, like, man, nobody really knows who this person is, and you just see that there's other people who are living in this area, and they're out here trying to survive too. Just would have been another person. And then the end of the first episode should have been her witnessing or seeing everything through her father's eyes as Joel came through like a villain and took out all those fireflies. So then I think that would have gave us a little bit of sympathy / empathy for Abby, as opposed to the way that they played it. And we didn't really see any of that. Like, you just sort of jump in and everything that happened with Abby. And you come to understand that it's because her dad died, but there wasn't enough build up to that. There wasn't enough explanation behind that. I think you needed to be able to grow to like Abby as a character before having her turn on Joel. Because if you just viewed everything through Abby's lens, she's the hero, and it makes total sense. Like, you would want to be to get revenge on the person who killed your dad. But because of that, if you just jump into it, you don't know all of her backstory. You don't have any reason to be sympathetic or empathetic towards her. You just see her as a villain now. So I wonder if they're going to go back and try to change that a little bit about her backstory and her history, in that and give us some reasoning behind, or give us a reason to actually care for her, as opposed to just viewing her as the villain who took out Joel.
From a bag in the corner and comes at him. She hits his busted leg over and over. Her friends exchange glances. It gets to a point where Abby is primal screaming as she punches Joel over and over, his face looking more like a side of beef with every blow.
Yeah, man. And I didn't really like that either, because she was this version of Abby, the Abby in the video game was more ruthless. Well, she was just as ruthless, but she was more physical, and it looked like that would be something that she would be able to do. This version of Abby, not so much, man. I didn't buy that she would be able to to pummel Joel the way that she did, but she definitely did it.
Ellie follows horse tracks to the lodge and gets inside, approaching the group with her gun drawn when she hears the screaming. But the weapon gets knocked out of her hand, and the others pin her down on the ground, where she can see that Joel is...
Now that part is taken straight out the game, with her being pinned down and seeing Joel like that as he was about to meet his end. Ryan says, right, it's hard to have more empathy for Joel at this moment. The rage is real. You get a clap for that one.
Slowly rebuilds. His hand twitches. It's not clear how much he can see her through his mangled face. But when she repeatedly begs him to get up, he summons everything he's got and tries.
Yeah, he tried.
He can't do it. And then Abby picks up the golf club, which now has a sharpened end. Ellie begs her not to do it, but Abby doesn't care. She shoves the metal stick into Joel's neck, and all the sound drops out as Ellie watches her surrogate dad die.
I thought that was crazy that they went that route because it's not that way in the game. She decided to take him out almost like they take out the clickers, because in the first episode you saw Ellie jump on the back of a clicker with a knife and get it in the neck in order to take it down, and that's how she ended up. Abby ended up taking out Joel. So I thought that there was a lot of symbolism in that too.
He's gone, and they had unfinished emotional business, and she loves him, but maybe hasn't told him lately, and that's that. When Ellie comes back to herself, she screams that she's going to kill everyone. But then Manny kicks her in the stomach, silencing her, and Abby and her friends leave. Ellie belly crawls over to Joel, sobbing as she takes his hand. She rips the shiv out of his neck, throws her arm over him, and puts her face very close to his. Back in Jackson, Tommy and Maria survive the infected onslaught, but the town is in pieces. Tommy nearly collapses, sobbing, when he realizes his wife is alive. Outside what's left of the gates, Jesse rides up to the lodge. Later, as Through the Valley plays, Ellie rides behind him,
Good
Dina on
song
her
choice,
horse,
too. That was a
while they
great song
drag
choice,
Joel's
man.
wrapped body back to Jackson.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh man. Yeah, it was a tough episode to watch, especially with everything that went down with losing the star of the show, the main character of the show thus far, the main character of the game. I know when that happened in the game, I was like, dude, so like what are we supposed to do now? And I think that the show is sort of at that crossroads too, as we only have like 3 minutes before the episode drops. I think the show is at that crossroad where you have to figure out like what are we going to do from here? Yeah, that's Ryan says that was such an emotional scene, man. Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. Real tough to watch, man. Real tough to watch. But very well done. I love the story. Just love the story. So can't wait to see what they're going to be able to pull off coming up in episode 3, which we are about to watch right now. As I say all the time, I cannot show the episode on the stream. I will get banned from YouTube if I do that. And that would make everyone sad, including myself. So yeah, we will not be showing the episode like that, but you can sync your feed up with mine and then we can watch the episode together. As I always tell people, I went back and forth on this. What I'm going to do is once I hit play, I'm not going to touch anything. If there's an intro, if there's a, what is it called? If there's a recap, I'm going to watch the recaps, all those things. And once I get that timer going, that's when I'm going to start it. And it's going to keep going throughout. So just for you, Ryan, just so you know what I'm going to do. I know I flip-flop on this like every time, but I'm going to hit play and just let it go. Let the timer go and everything. I'm gonna refresh my screen real quick. Oh yes, the episode is up. Episode 3 is up. All right. So yeah, we're going to get started. I am going to switch my screen up. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of an instant reaction to the episode which just finished airing, episode 3 of season 2 of The Last of Us. So thanks for tuning in to this episode of Watch Stuff with us. I'm JD. So yeah, we started off things with the remains of Jackson. You got to see all the bodies that had been collected, everything, man, just rough. And you don't really realize exactly how many people that were lost, and in combination with all of the bodies from the infected and stuff there. And you would think that they would have to just burn all of this stuff. You can't just leave these things just sitting there like this. So, yeah, crazy, man, crazy. Just seeing a little bit of the fallout of that. Yeah, we got to see one last look at Joel and his brother, mourning him, man. It was kind of tough. Like I didn't get choked up or anything like that, but just seeing and knowing that was Joel right there, man, that's tough. It's rough to look at, and to know everything that he meant to the people there, everything that he meant to the show. It's gonna be tough for them to go on and fill that void. And I have to say, just being honest, like the episode kind of dragged because of that. Ryan says that it was a depressing episode. Yeah, man, it was a downer. It was definitely a downer. And I know coming off the dramatics of the second episode that you kind of have to have an episode that resets things and slows things down a little bit, and that's exactly what this episode did. So it was kind of tough to watch. Not nearly as entertaining. But yeah, we got to see exactly where Ellie was at before the credits rolled. And yeah, Ellie's obviously in the hospital. Started having a bit of a flashback after they woke her up. You saw that she had a chest tube because she took that nasty kick to the lungs and to the chest. Probably had a lot of internal bleeding because of that. But you had her sort of having a flashback of when Joel was taken out by Abby and just her screaming. Man, it's tough. Then they rolled the intro credits. So that's how we started the episode. Ellie getting checked out of the hospital. Sarcastic as ever. Trying to act like things weren't as bad as they seemed. Got to talk to the therapist in order to get her release from the hospital. So we found out that this is 3 months after the attack on Jackson. So yeah, I did not think that they were going to be jumping forward that far in time, but yeah, they moved all the way 3 months forward, man. Gonna mute this a little bit. But yeah, we got to see Ellie checking out, her old house, going through some of the things that Joel had, which is, man, crazy. Like I said during the stream, like I've done that before and had to go through someone's belongings after they've passed away, and that never gets easy. It's never a good moment. And to see her, sort of struggling the way that she was, I could totally understand that. Going through some of his belongings. She found his watch, which somebody had left there. I'm sure they took it off of his body and brought it there so that eventually she would be able to find it. She is looking at his clothes, very tearful eyed. And then Dina ends up coming in and sort of breaking up the situation. Of course, Ellie has to act like she's Miss Tough. All right, Ryan. Appreciate you for hanging out on the stream, bro. I will see you next time I'm in. Don't be a stranger, of course. Yeah, but you had Dina coming by with some cookies, trying to smooth things over with Ellie because she knew and was able to catch and remember the names of the folks who were part of the group that, that took out Joel. So she held that information from Ellie and didn't tell her about it. And I guess she felt bad about that because she knew that Ellie was going to go over the top and want to find these folks. So Dina tells her that they are located in Seattle and that they need to go there. So Ellie starts realizing that they need to make up a plan to do that. Fast forward a little bit, end up saying that they need to go to the council basically and get approval to send a group of 16 folks to go get revenge for Joel and the others who were met their demise that day. Here we meet another group. We'll just call them the Whistlers. And basically they seem to, sort of linger in the shadows, sort of hide out, and carry hammers as their primary weapon. I know we're going to find out more about them. And if you play the game, some of the stuff that's going to go down with them. But it's kind of cool to see a different faction of group or a group of people appear in this episode. Just hearing their conversation, you could tell that they were afraid of the wolves. They kind of try to lurk and linger in the shadows as opposed to the wolves who like to be out, patrol, take people out, show no mercy. These guys are sort of hiding behind the scenes and just trying to keep moving. We have the council meeting where you have some of the people pretty much split on whether they should go after this group or not. If this was me, I would have been on the side of the group of folks that needed to go out and get some justice. Let's just call it justice. Not necessarily revenge, but justice. I think you bring those folks back to your camp and you do with them what you may. And I mean, it's it's brutal. It is a situation where the people around your group may not agree with it, but man, you took out some of my people. You gotta serve some time. You do the crime, you gotta serve some time. But you did have some other people who were 100% behind, sort of showing forgiveness, showing that you need to move on from this situation and not seek the revenge. Steve, what's going on, my man? Good to see you. Says, good show, bro. I'm trying to catch up on the series. Yeah, man, catch up. It's awesome. It's awesome. I appreciate you for tuning in, man. Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel too. I need all the subs I can get. It's a great show. It's a great show. Have you played a video game before? If you have, you know a lot about what's going down, but that still does not mean that it's not a good show to watch. They ended up having a vote, and I think the vote ended up being 8-3 to have the group not go after the people and seek that revenge. And I can understand that. You just lost a ton of people to the battle that you had at Jackson, and you don't necessarily want to send off 16 more of your best people to go on a mission to take on this group of wolves that you don't know how deep they are. You got to travel to their territory and try to take them out. That's a tough pill to swallow. So I definitely understand why they ended up voting that down. That's a smart choice to make. Ellie ended up getting some support from somebody who she was not expecting. The chef who called out her and Dina's kiss in the first episode. So yeah, she wasn't expecting to get that sort of support, but she did. Conversation here with the therapist basically saying that Ellie pretty much is one of those people who is a live wire. She's going to do what she does. There's no way that you can control that. So you almost, I think what she was saying between the lines is that you almost need to let her go. Just let her do what she's going to do, because trying to control that is not something that's going to be successful, which is going to be tough for him to do. But it's almost necessary. We have Ellie here getting her stash together because she's going to go and head to Seattle, I guess, alone, and is willing to do whatever to go get her revenge on Joel. So yeah, in her initial conversation that she had in front of the council, she was more so, she tried to play it as though she was not looking for revenge. She was just looking for justice. And you can tell that plea did not, it didn't win the folks over. Let's just put it like that. And it'd be hard to believe, especially knowing Ellie and her demeanor and the way she carries herself and the way she's thought and acted throughout the show. She would not be one that would be going for justice. She would definitely be out for revenge, which is exactly what she was doing. And then Dina shows up at the door. Dina ends up coming or agreeing to come on the mission with her. Because of course, Ellie should not be going out alone. So Dina's going to set out. So when I'm watching the episode, the first thing I think is that, man, like these two young ladies going out here trying to take on this revenge mission. There's no way that I would do it. There's no way that I would feel comfortable if I was them. It's not like they, not to say that they can't be successful in their mission or that they're not tough enough, but they wouldn't strike very much fear in me. So they'd have to be on top of things, like really, really, really on top of things in order to get the jump on a large group of people in order to take them out. And I just would not have confidence that they would be able to do that. So yeah, they end up walking. They ended up getting some help from him once again, which is I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that he was going to be there for them, but it was a show of respect at the end. He ended up shaking their hands and saying, like, you know, like, I got horses for you, swapped out their weapons, got you some food, and set them on their way. So yeah, that was kind of cool to see that kind of come full circle, and that he was going to help them out on their mission. So they get out on their way. Ellie ends up visiting Joel's grave, which was a very poignant moment. She ended up dropping some coffee beans right on top of his grave. So yeah, we all know Joel loved his coffee. And they continue on their way. We got to them camping out. And this was another thing I was saying while I was watching it. How could you feel comfortable sleeping out in the middle of nowhere like this? Like, it's one thing to go camping. Camping by itself is a scary situation. This is coming from somebody who's never camped before, but camping in and of itself is a very scary situation. And for them to be out there camping with infected around and also in the middle of nowhere, just the two of them, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable. There's no way I would have been able to go to sleep, but they somehow were able to do so. And then they did a little bit of flirting back and forth. Dina sort of playing both sides between her, Ellie, and Jesse, which I don't really like Dina for doing that. That's not cool. I feel like she's kind of leading Ellie on a little bit, but we'll see what comes of that eventually. Keep going more through the episode. Dina and Ellie come upon a body in the middle of the road. That causes Dina to go looking around, and they ended up finding the bodies of that entire group of whistlers that we saw earlier in the episode, which was tough, man. They looked like they were taken out by the wolves too. Shows that the wolves are ruthless. They're willing to take out kids, even people who seem to be pretty defenseless. They're willing to take them out too. So I think that in a situation like this, that's kind of how the Fireflies were. The Fireflies, if they leveled up a little bit, I think that's what we have here with this group of wolves, and that they are ruthless, no holds barred. They're going to do whatever they need to do to take care of their people. They'll take out anybody who they need to, which honestly can't blame them. Can't blame them. We see Ellie and Dina 9 miles away from Seattle, had them walking down the highway, which reminded me a lot of The Walking Dead in the very beginning of that series, when they were walking down the road in Georgia, the highway in Georgia. Reminded me a lot of that. And we see them getting closer and closer to Seattle. We see the wolves rolling around in their heavily armed vehicles and look to be very, very, very deep. So this patrol is probably about, maybe 30 to 40 people deep. So yeah, they're rolling pretty deep. They seem to be very well organized. We didn't get a glimpse of Abby, but we got a glimpse of some of her lieutenants. And yeah, so that ended up concluding the episode. Oh man, I would not say that this was my favorite episode of the series. I get why this episode had to be kind of slow. Like, I get it, because you're coming off of an incredible, very, very fast-paced episode where you had a ton of things happen. So you need to sort of reset and bring things down a notch. And I get that. And this episode did a good job of that. However, it wasn't as entertaining at all. I would say of all the episodes that we've watched so far through all three, this one is the weakest of them so far, but it's understandably weak. So I kind of get that. If I had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, as we do on this channel, I would give it a rating of probably a 3. But like I said, I totally understand it. I get why this episode is slow. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and end it there. I appreciate everybody for hanging out for this live stream watch party of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 3. We do these weekly. We have so many other live streams. We're going to be live streaming another episode of The Handmaid's Tale coming up on Tuesday. Don't be a stranger. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, hit that notification bell so that you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. I truly appreciate you for checking this out. My name is JD, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. So yeah, we're gonna wait till the episode shows up on HBO Max, and then we will get going watching that. Again, this is The Last of Us, Season 2, Episode 4, live stream watch party. My name is JD, and we will be showing, we're having a watch party during the episode where we can talk in full spoilers on what's going on in the episode. I love when people jump in and chat with me while we're watching it. So that is what I'm expecting to have happen tonight. But yeah, in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to watch a quick recap of the last episode, which would be episode 3, as a way to get us primed and ready for the new episode, which should debut in about 20 minutes.
If you're watching right now, or if you're watching after the fact, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate it. It helps out the channel a ton. All right. So let's get into the recap that we're going to watch of episode 3 and get some discussion going around that episode. I think it was a bit of a letdown because we're coming off the crazy events that happened in episode 2. So coming into episode 3, you expected a little bit more action, but there was absolutely, well, I won't say absolutely none, but there wasn't a ton of action that went down in the episode. But I think you kind of did need that coming off of what was a crazy and chaotic episode 2. So I'm very interested to see what they end up going with as far as episode 4 goes and the rest of the season, because we have gotten to the point now where I have a feeling that they're going to finish the entire second game during this season of the show. So what are we going to do for season 3? Is the show just going to be over? Those are questions that I do not have answers to, and I haven't heard anybody else speak on that either. So I'm really interested to see what happens with that, and if we end up having more of if the show continues and goes ahead of the games. Once the games come out, are they going to reuse some of the events that happen in the series in the actual game and let you play them out? I guess if it worked the opposite way with the show now, it would be okay if we saw what was going to happen and then you got to sort of play it out in the game, which would be interesting sort of flip on the way things are currently. But I don't know if I necessarily want it to be like that or not, but they're running out of a story to tell on the show, at least. So we're going to have them end up bringing a whole bunch more into the world, or they're just going to divert and do their own thing, which is kind of what they did with Game of Thrones, because they did not have the end of the Game of Thrones show, which they were taking inspiration from the books. They did not have the final book written, so they didn't, the final book still isn't written, so they didn't have that guide to go for as far as the rest of the show is concerned. So that last season was kind of rudderless, and it showed, especially the ending of it all. It really showed, and I don't want to see that happen with The Last of Us. So I hope that if they end up producing more content as far as the show goes, that they'll have some very direct guidance from the people who are going to be making the third game, if that third game is even going to come out. So yeah, a lot of questions surrounding that. A lot of questions. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a recap.
Third episode starts outside Jackson's walls. The bodies of the infected horde are still smoldering. Inside, a woman is preparing Joel's body for burial when Tommy enters the room and takes over. He lifts the sheet over the body to see Joel's face. The angle doesn't show us anything, and then gets to work cleaning his brother's body with a rag.
Yeah, that was a tough scene, man. Seeing him look at his brother like that, knowing that he was gone, knowing that he's not going to be back. Just brought some finality to it all. You know, seeing the watch in his hands, like, man, you know, that was rough. That was rough. Heck of an episode. And I can only imagine how those people who haven't seen the game felt when everything that went down in that second episode went down.
Pauses when he sees the broken watch. "Give Sarah my love," Tommy whispers. As the camera pulls back, we see a lot more bodies laid out in the morgue. At the overrun hospital, Ellie comes back to consciousness, remembers what happened, and screams as she sobs. The staff sedates her. 3 months later, Jackson is rebuilding.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting that 3-month jump. And the fact that Ellie had been in the hospital that long was crazy too. So I was not expecting that. If you're liking the content on this channel, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're going to be watching the episode shortly.
Ellie is physically healed, but the hospital won't release her until she talks to Gail. "Yeah, I miss him. He meant a lot to me," the teen says. It's the truth, but she says it too quickly and easily, and Gail knows she's just repeating what's necessary in order to be discharged. Ellie says she didn't talk to Joel when she saw him on the porch after their New Year's fight. But she asserts that your final moment with someone doesn't define your whole relationship. She also pretends not to know what Joel meant when Gail mentions his "I saved her" comment from therapy. Man, I wish I could have let him off the hook for whatever it was he was talking about, she says. Gail gives her some major side-eye, but authorizes her release anyway. At Joel and Ellie's house, mourners have left notes and flowers at the fence. The house feels so empty as Ellie roams around it. She takes
Yeah, to me, that was the most emotional part of the entire episode, man. Like, I could only imagine having pretty much only one person left on the planet that you have a very close emotional tie with, and to have that person be gone, and then to be in the house that that person lived in, and to look through their clothes and see their old possessions. Like, man, that was rough. That was rough. That would bring anybody to tears and to really going into a deep depression. And you can kind of tell that she is battling through that as best she can. She tries to put up a very tough exterior, but we know on the inside that she is completely broken, man.
his gun and puts it in her waistband, but is brought up short when she turns and sees his clothes hanging in his closet. She cries as she gently touches a sleeve, then cries harder as she buries her face in the cloth. Downstairs, Dina enters the house and calls for her. Ellie quickly stops her tears and dries her eyes.
If you're
Dina brought
tuning in right
cookies
now,
as a
we're
peace
watching a recap of season 2, episode 3 of The Last of Us. We're going to be watching season 2, episode 4 of The Last of Us coming up when it debuts on Max in about 15 minutes. So yeah, jump in the chat right now. Let me know what you think of episode 3. I did not like it quite as much as episode 2, of course. It was a little low on the action, but understandably so.
offering because I'm about to make you angry. Though she visited Ellie a bunch of times during her
These Dina
convalescence,
faces
she
and Ellie
lied about
faces,
not
man.
being able to identify Joel's attackers. I know most of their names, and I know where they're from, she admits. And Dina was right. Ellie is mad. You cost us time. You let them get away, she says.
Hit
But
that
Dina
like button,
reality
folks.
checks her. A lot of other people died, and no one, including Ellie, was in any kind of shape to form a posse. Second, because she knows where Abby and Co. are heading, maybe let them get there first. She's near tears as she reminds Ellie, I loved him too, you know. Ellie softens and takes a bite of a cookie, a sign of a truce. So, here's what Dina knows. In addition to Abby, there's Manny, Owen, Nora, and another woman whom we know as Mel. One of them had a patch on their backpack that said WLF, which reminds Dina of a group Eugene once told her about, the Seattle-based Washington Liberation Front, a regional group fighting Fedra.
I can't wait till we get to the episode that's going to be the Eugene focused and centric episode. Yeah, can't wait for that one. I don't know exactly when that's going to come in the season, but if they're going to be devoting an entire episode to Eugene and his character, I know that it's going to have to be a good one. I'm guessing that one is coming up either this week. I haven't looked at any previews and stuff, so I don't know. So I'm guessing it's either this week or next week where we get that Eugene sort of centric episode, but I know that one's going to be good.
Dina hasn't mentioned any of this to anyone else. So, she asks her friend, now what? They share the intel with Tommy, who, surprisingly to Ellie, hesitates. She argues that if the situation were reversed, Joel would be halfway to Seattle before the sun came up. He agrees that would be the case, if Tommy needed saving. But when we lost people, no, it would just break him like it was his fault. I saw that time and time again. He counsels Ellie to bring the matter to the town council, and he promises he'll back her. Come here, he says, pulling Ellie to him in a hug. She obliges him, but after a moment puts her arm around him and squeezes back. Then he lets her know that they buried everyone 10 miles south out of town. If you want to visit him. She nods. When we're on our way to Seattle, she says. Somewhere else in the woods.
I still don't know about them traveling together. I know they end up going, and this is part of the game too, but I know that they end up traveling and going to Seattle by the end of the episode, but like their viability of just the two of them rolling out there, and the fact that they didn't encounter anyone, they didn't run into any sort of hostility until they got all the way to Seattle is crazy to me. There's a part where they end up like camping and stuff. There is no way I could be out there camping during this sort of zombie overrun state of the world. Like, how could you ever sleep? How could you ever relax enough if you don't have to worry about people actually coming over there to take you, to take your belongings, to take pieces of you? You have to worry about the infected being there also. So man, there's no way. There's no way that I'd be able to rest. No way I'd be able to relax.
Woods. A group of people are traveling on foot. All the men have shaved heads and all the women's hair is braided. They all wear clothing with a rudimentary fish symbol drawn on it and carry hammers. Everyone, even the children, have scars from where the corners of their mouths have been slit up into their cheeks. One of the men walks alongside his young daughter, who wonders why she can't just keep them safe. The prophet? She's been dead 10 years, he says. He adds that the distance they're putting between themselves and war is going to keep her safer. Then,
We're watching
someone
a
at the head of the
recap
group
Last
whistles
of
an
Us
alarm that has
season
everyone
2,
diving into
episode
the brush
3
to take
before
cover.
we jump into season
Demons,
2, episode 4 coming
the little
up
girl
at the
whispers
top
as
of
they
the
hide.
hour.
Wolves, her father replies. On the day of the town meeting, the council and the rest of Jackson considers Ellie's request to send a 16-person team to take down Abby. One woman argues that we are too hurt and it is too soon. Another says that they need to have mercy to separate themselves from the raiders and murderers, a sentiment that angers.
I was gonna say, if you guys are just tuning in right now, my beautiful wife Katie is coming on stream with us right now. She's about to go to work and do some stuff for a little bit, so we're only gonna get her for a few seconds. But
unfortunately, I have to go to work like right when this airs.
Yeah, always is the case.
Not
And
my
I know
choice.
this channel is called Watch Stuff with Us, and the us part of it has not been on here nearly enough.
You know
so
what?
it's been a whole bunch of
You don't
Watch
need-
Stuff with JD
You don't
as
need
of
to
late.
keep calling me out. I'm doing my
Yep,
best.
every time you come on here and you're not sitting in that seat and sitting down for the entire episode, you're gonna get called out.
I'm busy being a hustler. I'm doing my best.
No, you are. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for at least coming in and hanging out for a second.
You're welcome. I just want people to know I'm still alive.
Yes, definitely still alive. But yeah, we're doing a recap of episode 3 right
that I
now.
haven't seen and I
That you
need
haven't
to
seen. Yep, I know you
So
need to
it's
catch
probably
up.
a good thing I'm not on tonight.
Need to catch up.
I will be on next week.
Yep.
There's going to be one next week, right? We're still doing this?
Of course.
Okay.
Of
I
course.
just didn't know if they were
No,
like,
it's
cut off on releasing or how many episodes.
No, it's always gonna be going down. Always gonna be going down.
No, I just mean for the show itself.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
For The Last of Us, I didn't know how many they got.
No, definitely. Definitely. So yeah. I appreciate you for hanging out with us for a second. But yeah. We're just gonna jump back into this.
Okay.
See you soon.
All right, love you.
Be safe.
Bye,
I love you
guys.
too.
Take care.
Seth. Grow up, you idiots, he roars as Ellie looks on, surprised but pleased. They will come back. They'll come back because we didn't make them pay. And when they come back, they will be laughing, and you'll all deserve it, bunch of goddamn victims. Ellie is the last person to make her case. Per Jessie's advice, she wrote her thoughts down ahead of time, so she reads them to the crowd. She swears her motive is not revenge, but justice. I am asking you, please, do it for us, she says, tears in her eyes. It's moving, but not enough to sway the council, which votes 8-3 against going. But does Ellie care? She does not. She's preparing to head out on her own.
Yeah, and I know that, I mean, everybody could figure when this was going down that regardless of what their decision was going to be, that Ellie was going to go off and do her own thing. It would have been nice for them to have gotten a little bit more support, but I also understand the way that the rest of the town feels at this point, that they've already lost a huge number of people a few months ago. And for them to send out, I believe the number was 16 people to go out there again and risk their lives to basically do a revenge mission. They're not really down with that. So I can understand why they want to hold on to the people that they do have.
When Dina knocks on the garage door later that night. I'm just going to bed, Ellie calls out. No, I don't think that is where you're going, her friend Riley notes. Once Ellie lets her in, Dina pokes quick and efficient holes in her plan to get Abby. No clear route, no medical supplies, etc. Thankfully, Dina has made a sound plan and enlisted the help of someone who can get them supplies. That guy turns out to be Seth, who even trades his gun for Ellie's before
Yeah, was not expecting Seth to be the one to come in and try to help them out, but he's trying to not revenge. He's trying to gain the favor and right a wrong that he made by calling them out at the dance and being rude to them. So he's trying to show that, like, hey, you know, I made a mistake and now I'm trying to help you guys out. So that was pretty cool on his behalf. I wasn't expecting him to be one of the ones that would help him, but it did make total sense.
seeing the ladies on their way. At sunrise, Ellie stops at Joel's grave and puts some coffee beans on it.
Doing a
before heading on
recap
her
of
way.
episode 3 right now. Episode
Dina
4 is
and
coming
Ellie
up in
share
about
a horse,
5 minutes.
Shimmer, as they continue towards Seattle. One night, they make camp. under
Seattle
an
Ryan
outcropping
in the
just as
building.
rain starts
Yes,
to
you have
pour down.
arrived, man. I was panicking.
They're
I was
about
a
to
little
go
nervous,
to sleep
man.
when
A little
Dina
nervous.
brings up their kiss at the dance.
Welcome back, bro.
Ellie quickly says it didn't mean anything, given how high Dina was at the time, but Dina wants her to rate it anyway. Ellie gives it a 6 out of 10. We learn that Dina and Jesse have already gotten back together, and things are a little awkward as Dina turns off the light.
That whole rating thing, that was so goofy. And I guess it's like, you know, young kids sort of thing that they would go about doing. But yeah, Dina's drama. Dina's drama.
But then she adds, Ellie, I wasn't that high, before she falls asleep.
Oh man, you turn a big 42 tomorrow?
And they're on a
Happy
trail
early
about
birthday,
10 miles
bro.
outside
Happy
of
early
Seattle.
birthday, my man.
The
Hold on,
pair
I got
come
something for you. I got something for you.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. Oh, I forgot to give you this too, man.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Yeah, good to see you, my man. Turning 42. I am 43 myself, and I'll be turning 44 coming up in October. So just a little bit older than you, man. Just a little bit older. But yeah, cool. Nice to see some people of a like age, you know, a nice maturity level on this channel. So I'm glad that you're here, my man.
Across a dead member of the group we saw earlier. He's wearing the fish coat and has gunshots in his back. Dina investigates a little deeper into the trees, runs back, and then throws up. Ellie goes to see what made Dina so ill and finds the entire group we saw earlier dead and rotting, even the kids. Ellie immediately suspects Abby and her crew are behind the violence. As they approach the city, Dina and Ellie guess that there probably aren't that many members of the WLF, or Wolves. Otherwise, wouldn't people be shooting at them as they get closer to Seattle?
I mean, that was a good observation on her behalf. And yeah, you would think that there would be more people that would be sort of shooting at them if they were getting close to that area. But yeah, either way though, you're walking into their territory, man. I don't know if that was the smartest plan, especially when it's just two of them. And it's not like they're Abby from the game either. Like they're not big strapping women or anything like that. So a little nervous for their futures as we move forward in the show. And if anything that this show and game series has shown, that like nobody's safe, man. Anybody could go down at any time.
But they don't know what we do. The Wolves are a highly militarized group with lookouts, tanks, and a large infantry that's marching through the city. Ellie and Dina are outnumbered in the extreme.
Yeah, outnumbered in the extreme is correct, man. That's crazy. They got a lot to deal with, a whole bunch to deal with. So we will see if they're able to deal with that. Yeah, we're about 4 minutes away from the episode hopefully being up on Max. But yeah, we're going to do a full-on live watch party for the episode. So if you're watching right now, hit the subscribe button, man. I do this every week for this show. So don't think that this is just some one-off that you happen to scroll through on YouTube and find. Like, no, I'm here every week. If you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell, you'll get notified every time I go live. This isn't the only show that we do. We do The Handmaid's Tale. We
have done many other shows. All the Marvel shows that come out, we do those. I cover all the Marvel content. I just did a live stream earlier today talking about Thunderbolts. Full spoilers on that if you want to go back and check out that live stream. We do trailer reactions. We react to all sorts of shows, movies, everything. So yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, hit that subscribe button. And the cool part about it too is if you hit that subscribe button, there's like a cool little pop-up that happens on the screen. So I've been waiting for somebody to do that. I haven't really seen anybody do it exactly on time when I'm on the stream so that it will pop up, but kind of hoping that somebody does it at some point relatively soon. But yeah, so yeah, we're going to be starting in about 3 minutes. Thunderbolts was good, man. It was good. It was a solid movie. I give it a solid, I'm torn between 3.5 and 4 stars out of 5. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Oh, you got the Regal Unlimited pass. Not bad, man. Not bad. I need something like that. I got a deep family though, so I'll be spending way too much money if I ended up having to get the pass for all of us. But yeah, that is pretty good, man. That is a pretty good thing. Yeah, I thought it was a good movie. Love the Sentry. Love his alter ego as well. I can't wait till we get more of that. They are going to have to nerf him before Doomsday somehow, but I guess he's already sort of nerfed himself at the end of the movie. So, but yeah, that's not what you're here for. You're here for The Last of Us, and we're going to end up watching that episode shortly. So I am going to switch my screens up real quick. Close that one out. And switch to my, yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. No, it doesn't look like anybody has their stuff up yet. I'm guessing it'll be up shortly though. I'm guessing it will. Yeah, it's kind of hard, at least watching this, it's kind of hard to fake sort of excitement for everything as far as this show is concerned. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let me unmute my desktop audio. But bloody body, man, I forgot to hit my button for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
But yeah, every time we get somebody returning into the chat, gotta give them a what's up, buddy. But yeah, this was definitely interesting. This was interesting. By the way, I would like to try to go one-on-one with Bella Ramsey. I think I would have a lot. Yeah, man. I get like in the video game, the portrayal of Ellie was, she was her look and stuff, I think is spot on as far as her physical characteristics. Like she was a smaller girl. I think that, from what I understand, the character on the show, or the actress on the show who plays Abby, was actually, a lot of people fan casted for her to play Ellie. So yeah, I think that would have been pretty cool to actually have seen that. I think she would fit more as Ellie as opposed to Dina. Oh, Ryan, you out of here, my man? Dude, I appreciate you for hanging out tonight. Please don't be a stranger. As always, man, you like one of my aces. I really appreciate you for coming back, man. And yeah, have a great week, bro. Have a great week. But yeah, so yeah, they were going to have that actress, or a lot of people wanted that actress to play Ellie. And I would think that you need almost a bigger, more physically imposing person to play Abby, because she was physically, imposing in the game, and the actress that they have playing her now does not appear that way at all. But getting back into this actual episode that we just finished, man, I don't know. It does kind of feel like some agendas are being forced a little bit out there, but it's part of the game. I think the show has trouble right now trying to make, and the game did the same thing. Once Joel was gone, it was hard to have somebody that you really cared about in the show. And I think the way that they're building up Ellie at this point does not make you want to care about her character. she isn't someone like she's someone that you feel sorry for in that she's had to deal with all the loss that she's had to deal with. But as far as a character, as far as a person, she isn't someone that I'm like, man, I don't want anything to happen to her. It's just more so like, she's our girl, but I don't know. I don't know. Bloody says the actress who plays Abby was supposed to play Ellie in the cancel all the Last of Us movie, but years passed and plans changed and they decided to cast this cute. I'm not gonna call her that. I'm not gonna call her that. I think that she's a great actress. I can roll with that. I think that you have to kind of and I think they're staying very close to the source material, but the source material was also flawed. The source material also had us, if playing the game, the same feelings that I have now with the show are the same feelings that I felt during the game as well, where you're like, like it's cool. Ellie is cool, but like, do I really care about her? I think Joel was really the heart of the show and the heart of the game. And then once you rip that out from everybody, like, where do you go from here? It would have been cool to see what they could have possibly come up with if they would have kept him alive. But yeah, I mean, they stayed true to the source material. And like I said, I understand that. I get that. But yeah, not exactly feeling the show, man. It's a good show. Same way I felt during the game. I think the game was able to keep you a little bit more involved because you got to do more background work on Abby. I don't know if they're going to give us more of that as the season goes on, but there are some key story beats and elements that have not played out with Abby yet that were in the game. So I'm guessing we're going to get those as we continue on. But yeah, just kind of a downer. It's not a it's a good show. It's well acted. I think that the story and the plot of the show though is struggling a bit, and it makes you kind of waver in the amount that you actually care for the characters who are on the show. So that makes it difficult, man. That makes it rough. What do you guys think? As you can see, we throw our comments onto the screen. Please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I do this every week for The Last of Us. So this is not going to be the last time you see me on here talking about this show. So what did you think of the show? That's what I care about. We heard from Bloody already. My guy Ryan has made his comments well known in the chat. If you are watching right now, let me know what you thought of the episode. If you had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, what would you give it? I'd give it a solid 3. I'd give it a solid 3. But he says Ellie in the second part of the game is a very prepared, capable person for battles. Her build, height, and so on help her. And in the series, there was a jump of several years and Bella Ramsey visually. Yeah. Is exactly 14. Somehow strange and repulsive, my opinion. Yeah. Like, I get that. And I mean, like, I think that she plays almost like a harder version of Ellie than what we get in the game. Ellie always sort of comes across in the show, at least, as just some, as for lack of better words, young punk, somebody who is, almost like a spoiled brat and, has to get her way. And I get that, she has that youth, but there's not the other side of her that you care about. And I think that they're trying to develop that now with her and her relationship with Dina, but it struggles because people look at the relationship between her and Dina and you automatically don't like that for whatever reason too. So like that makes it more difficult for us as watchers of the show to be able to gain that connection with her as a character. So yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough right now. I really want to see where they go. And I think that they need to start to swerve a little bit from the content in the game and start developing these characters in a bit of a different way. I don't think that we're going to get that in the actual show this season. But if there's a third season, I'm going to hope that we get something like that. I'm going to refresh my screen real quick and see if we got any more recaps up yet. Yes, we do. All right. Yep, we got some reactions up. Heavy Spoilers has their full breakdown. Let's start looking at that. Yeah, let's start looking at that. Is it MT? No, it's not MT doing heavy spoilers.
Welcome to the heavy spoilers.
Okay. So yeah, we're gonna watch this heavy spoilers review and use that to talk a little bit about everything that happened on this episode tonight. So yeah.
Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down the last.
If you're watching right now, drop your comments in the chat so we can discuss exactly what you think of
Season 2 episode 4 is packed with Easter eggs, moments from the games, and lots of things to talk about. Revealing not only a new insight to Isaac, we also get a cameo to Peccat. There's also some big action sequences and some major changes. The action was good.
The action sequence was good.
Come with us as we review the episode. As always, future spoilers will be saved for the end in the spoilers.
Yeah, we're not going to do into the
section,
spoilers,
which will give you a heads up before we hit. But at the beginning, though, we start off with a flashback to 2018. In our world, we had the release of Infinity War and Black Panther, with your boy walking out the cinema to all the stars. Here, they had the Cordyceps apocalypse and Fedra getting overthrown by rebels. Yay! One of my favorite parts of the show, though, is definitely these flashbacks. The first episode of Season 1 had a flashback to the 1960s, and this set up the Cordyceps jumping from insects to humans. Episode 2 saw the start of the outbreak and explained why Joel pretending to be an Atkins saved his life. After that, we got a couple after the outbreak, including the evacuation program in the area that Bill lived in. That was carried out by Fedra, who people are rightly getting Fedra up of. In the game, you constantly see the aftermath of their oppression and also how people rose up to fight them. There's groups like the Fireflies, whose attacks we saw in the game at the Boston QZ. Turns out Seattle has
I think that was one good thing about the games too, is that when you had the you kind of started out the game with Fedra being the main enemy, and you saw the Fireflies as a group of, like, you know, folks that are rebelling against them and their oppression. So like that was kind of cool to see, and you understood where they were coming from. But as the game goes along, you start realizing that, man, like all the factions are, you know, bad in some sort of way.
WLF, which stands for the Washington Liberation Front. We've actually just done a big video on the history of the Scars that also recounts their war against Fedra. I'll not go through all that again, but it's interesting to see how the roles reverse. Isaac left the group because he didn't align with their values and saw them as being overly oppressive. Fedra didn't understand why.
And they did give you a little bit of glimpse of that when Isaac was talking to the guy and that was also part of the group, and he knew the actual history as to why they were calling the folks voters. So yeah, that was kind of a little tip off that you know, Isaac wasn't exactly who he seemed to be and being part of the Fedra group, but he wasn't really a part of them.
Why people were leaving them, because they provided military protection. The wolves were out in the wild and didn't have an army backing them up. However, Fedra took away their rights and basically rationed out their food. In the game, you can even find some Fedra officers dead in a ration truck, much like the one we see in the episode. Due to all the soldiers who got killed in it, I did wonder if this was a nod to that moment. Either way, the truck in the game has fascist spray painted on the side, so you can get how the people felt about Fedra. They were fed up because they never fed ya. Anyway, on the flip side of this, we see Isaac's now wondering why people are leaving the WLF to go live with the Scars. They're seen as savages, all part of a religious cult, and he just doesn't get why. But we will talk about it. The Wolves and the Scars, though, they basically parallel Ellie and Abby and show how a constant cycle of revenge just leads to absolutely nowhere. Throughout the game, you collect lots of different notes and see the environmental storytelling that fills in the story of ruined Seattle. This includes the slow reveal of how the Wolves overthrew the gang. Yeah, they've sort of blended a lot of these notes together. In an all-time surprise cameo that I had no idea was in the show, Josh Peck is playing a Fedra soldier, telling the rest of the truck how he's easy on the voters. It's a cruel joke, as the citizens of the QZ have lost all their rights, including the right to vote. So Fedra goons call them voters to belittle them. Isaac then explains the name and why it's an insult. In the present, though, he calls the Seraphites the Scars, which in itself's insulting. Obviously, they're called that because of their Glasgow-smile scars, which each soldier is given as part of an initiation. This is carried out to remind them that the world is imperfect and filled with ugliness amongst the beauty. Scars is a name that the Seraphites dislike, though, which is something we see in the game with Lev.
You think we're gonna see a lot of Scars? Seraphites. Where are the Scars attacking next? Fights.
The soldier also
Like the
says
dollar
how he
sign
caught
on
people dishing out
We know what it was
pamphlets.
covered up if you
Initially,
watched the
another soldier
episode.
asks if they're WLF. This is a wildly deep cut Easter egg, as in the game you discover an early WF base of operations. This is hidden inside a pet store called Barco's. Like wolves. They run their operations from there and you find lots of their paraphernalia. Last week, Dino also said how Eugene knew there were multiple groups across the US fighting against the corrupt federal rule. When you find the flyers for the WLF, she mentions how when she was in New Mexico, they had a similar group called the Ravens. So in the game, there's definitely that feeling of dissent, and amongst this, you find out they attacked a federal checkpoint. There is an office in there, and also a note. It alludes to a turncoat and a spy in the federal ranks who ended up helping Isaac. This note actually may have inspired the storyline here, as we don't really learn all that much about Isaac. At this point though, Fedra are clearly in power and filled with bravado, confidence, and acting like they're untouchable. It's a fantastic scene, and the new Fedra agent, he looks slightly uncomfortable. He's clearly wet behind the ears and also not in the joke. Hell, it might even be his first day, which is why Isaac chooses him to get out the truck. Played by Ben Alaz, you might recognize him from The Gilded Age. Is it Alaz or
Do not know that
Ahalas?
show
Anyway,
at
moving on. I think it's such a smart move to have Peck as a cameo because all your attention's on him. Then my jaw dropped when I heard that trademark deep voice and saw Jeffrey Wright playing Isaac. Even though obviously I knew he was in the show as he's in the game, it was brilliant seeing him. In the past, we've had several actors from the game pop up in different roles. For example, Troy Baker was at David's
Joel.
settlement and Ashley Johnson was Ellie's mum. I always felt Isaac was underused in the game though, and even theorized they got him just to use him in the show. It would be a total waste to not have him pop up, and it's great seeing this character expanded upon. The caravan's then held up by a school bus, which I feel like is kind of a symbol of innocence that's now juxtaposed by all the violence that's about to happen. Isaac goes out to calm it down, and we can see his name badge. This covers up his surname Dixon, which is what you learn from a note. We also know from the lore that the WLF was initially led by people named Jason and Emma. Their wanted posters line Seattle, and it's possible that this
just
might be
finished
the latter,
watching
even though she is
episode
addressed
4
as
of The
Hannah.
Last of
Huge
Us,
shout
so we're
out
doing a
to
little bit of recap right now.
9826 on our trailer video for also pointing out she's played by Alana Ubak. And I apologize, I'm butchering everyone's name today. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Do you watch the videos for pronunciations or crap Easter eggs? You decide. I initially thought of the phrase hearts in mind though upon seeing this, and that's actually a counterinsurgency tactic used by the military to get the occupied on the occupier's side and stop any insurgency. It was used during the Second Iraq War, but also heavily in Vietnam. Due to the time frame the show starts in, which is 2003, you can kind of make that parallel. Druckmann also made it clear that the game's idea of cycles of violence stems from living in the West Bank before moving out to Israel. His experiences there kind of stem out into the story, and
If
Dino
you're
was
watching right
actually
now, hit that
originally Jewish in the
subscribe button,
game,
man.
and
We
you
need all the
even
subs we
explored a
can get.
synagogue at one point. They seem to
Trying to
remove
get to
that from the show,
400,
but
man. It'd be
they
really
might
cool
address
if
it
we get
later
to
on.
that
There
point.
is a line
We're at
about how they don't really know
379
what
now, so
started
every
things,
sub
though. They're
counts.
just kind of locked into this war. You can draw lots of parallels to real life things, and even the characters fall victim to doing things they once hated. The opening is a complete haymaker though, and it kind of speaks to strength in numbers. All the wolves seem like they're unarmed, and I'm guessing even the new guy could potentially kill them. However, they have ideals that people like Isaac gravitate towards. Though little is known about him, we do know he was a former Marine. The military then got shifted to Fedra, and he was basically forced to follow orders he didn't agree with. 15 years has taken its toll, and now he's ready to stand with the people. I love Wright's expression as he tosses the grenades in and then shuts the doors completely blasé. He's now left a corrupt and authoritarian regime to stand up and fight against it. So you could easily tell this story where you see that he's the hero. However, as we keep saying in the Last of Us world, no such things as heroes and villains. No good or bad, just all morally shades of grey. The Last of Us, of course, is all about seeing things from different people's perspectives and understanding why they got there, which is something we'll of course also explore with Abby. In the end, Isaac becomes
I don't think, and I think that's one of the things that the show is lacking at this point, is that they haven't given us enough for that background on Abby to make us care about her as a character. And I know, Abby didn't appear in this episode or anything like that. She wasn't in the last episode, but you just keep going back to that point. I think that you need someone that we are going to care about. And at this point, I don't know if Ellie is that person, at least not this portrayal of Ellie. I don't really know.
you could also kind of apply to the path that Ellie's on. Now, we do know from the journals that eventually the Wolves overran Seattle and Pedro decided to leave. Their leader, Lieutenant Torres, was then killed in the final attack, with the rest of his team massacred at the courthouse. You find the remnants of this in the game, and it happening there has a very symbolic meaning. All the rights and rules they once stripped away have now backfired at the place of judgment. Isaac offers the rookie a choice, but in the end, he doesn't really have one. Just in the same way Isaac had to survive by signing up with Fedra, this rookie's now got to do the same thing. It's something that probably happened with a lot of the Wolves, which is why there's been so much dissent. In the end...
Yep, just like they talked about how the Wolves, a lot of the Wolves end up becoming part of the Seraphites and not really the other way around. I think the Wolves is sort of a situation, as we used to say, you know, either get down or lay down. So like you need to be a part of our crew or else we are going to, you know, tear you apart, and, you know, you're not going to have any other choice. So yeah, it kind of sucks, man. It kind of sucks that you know, you have to do all of this by force, but that's how they were able to get their numbers up. Whether that's going to be a lasting strategy, I don't know. It would be nice to have people who actually care about your group, as opposed to just being fearfully a part of your group.
It's a chilling way to start things that once more takes us to the titles. Last week, we ended with Ellie silhouette just there by herself, and I do wonder if at some point the Joel stand
do I play Marvel Snap? I sure do, man.
We'll talk about
I
their
sure
journey
do.
more in just
That's crazy,
second,
yeah.
but firstly, just
I haven't played in a while.
Sponsors.
It's been like a
this
few,
video is sponsored
weeks
by the
now. The
DC
last time I
Studio
played was when they were
Showcase
doing
podcast,
the
which is available on
what was
Max.
it, the, like
new
the
series
Voltage
releases episodes every other
sort
Friday,
of like
and it covers
mini
movies,
game
comic
for
books,
like a
and
week.
everything
That was
a
the last time I
dedicated
played.
DC
I
fan
haven't played
needs to
in a while
know.
though.
Whether it's all the
do
updates
love
on
the game, though,
Superman
so.
from James Gunn, or just the ins and outs of the latest comics, this podcast has got you covered. Hosted by Frankie Smith and Tyler
Yeah, we're
Coates,
gonna
with
fast
comic
forward.
correspondent Coach from Eugene's Bunker, have kind of been spread across the season. I did wonder if the meds as well, if they were playing on supplements which you used to upgrade your character. Like a lot of areas in the game though, it's been picked clean and you're just left with the dregs. There's some meds though, including one for a yeast infection. I wondered if that was because, you know, yeast carried cordyceps and people might have just thought it's not worth the risk. The first season saw a scientist examine an outbreak at a flower and grain plant in Jakarta.
If you're watching right now, we just finished watching The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 4, and we're watching a recap right now and discussing the episode. So yeah, let me know what you thought of the episode. Drop your comments. They will be shown on the screen and we can talk about them.
Through yeast, and she later gets bit but doesn't die today. So maybe it's like a little bit of clever writing, or maybe I'm just reading too far into it. Have Screen Crush uploaded yet? Go watch them instead. Tina then finds something which we later learn are the pregnancy tests. She was sick last week and is again later on in this episode. But the question is, will these 26-year-old pregnancy tests even be accurate? They usually last about 1 to 3 years. I don't know. Well, I do know because, yeah.
26-year-old. See, now that's something I totally didn't even think about, is that, you know, are these tests going to actually be accurate because they are so old? And it did seem like Dina was throwing up, but it was because of the different smells and stuff that was going on, not because, you know, she was potentially pregnant. So yeah, interesting.
She's pregnant, and Jesse definitely looked her up. Last week in the 10, she mentioned how she'd gone back to him, which was a new addition for the show. In the game, we didn't actually have that 3-month gap in between, and Ellie and Dina just headed out. So I don't know if it's going to cause extra issues and add more to the love triangle, as in the game, you kind of understood, like, yeah, Dina used to be with Jesse, now she's with Ellie, whereas now it's like she kissed Ellie, but then went back to Jesse, but Ellie, it's more complicated. Dina then says she's going to pee, but judging by the amount of tests she takes, she's going to be like Austin Powers after he wakes up. We then cut to the outside of the pharmacy and get Seattle Day 1 on screen. It's just like the game where
if you watch right
marked.
now, let me know what
you
thought of the episode.
This will be a framing device.
Was
it
it good? Was it bad? Was it somewhere in between?
Over the same 3 days. Ellie is also waiting.
I think
on
it was an
Shimmer.
okay
Now,
episode.
game,
I love the action part, but
it's just a big,
some of the
big
character
open
moments and the character
section
development
was
lacking. I wasn't
This includes
feeling
a
that.
bank where you can find Nathan Drake's ring, a WLF base we mentioned earlier, the courthouse, synagogue, and also the music store that pops up later. You also discover the playing card for Dr. Uckman, which was a play on the game's creator. It's a shame that a lot of this was cut, as there are a number of memorable moments. It's pretty much just a side quest though, where you get fuel to open a gate, so watching it I can totally understand why cutting it was necessary. Give us a 20-minute council scene instead. I need more therapy sessions where they lie to the therapist.
Yeah. Now that's one part that I will 100% agree with this recap on, is that they have tended to waste some time in certain scenes that weren't completely necessary. Like I think the stuff with them hooking up, that was, that was a little bit unnecessary. I think like they said, the therapy session stuff, completely unnecessary. At least for them to go on as long as they did. And I mean, you want the story to progress. You want there to be more things happening in the episodes. And then when you get bogged down by that stuff, it's a little rough.
Isabela Merced is just amazing in this episode, though, as she just drops subtle little clues in her acting. As she gets on Shimmer, she acts normal, but totally gives away something's up. But as they get going, she looks both happy and terrified at the same time, which is a feeling I'm sure many parents will remember very well. You know what? Twins. Fucking kill me. No, I love them. Wouldn't change a thing. Isabela just smashes it, though, and I was kind of a bit meh on Dina in the game.
Yeah, I think that the actress who plays Dina does a good job on the show, man. Like, she comes across as genuine. I don't really like exactly how the character is written, but that's not really her fault. So I think that she does a good job, a good convincing job with what she's provided on the show. What do you think? Let me know.
But the show version, yeah, she's my favorite character. They then head to Capitol Hill in search of the WLF. We cut about and also see a dirty stuffed bunny. Just like the giraffe cuddly toys, this symbolizes a loss of innocence. We also have a lot of attention to the Pride logos, and in real life, this is a well-known LGBTQ+ area. This is just like the game with the same flags. However, this happened in the game after the school section, which was totally cut out, including Jordan. In case you don't know, they basically get the fuel from the courthouse and then ride out to power up the gates. This then takes them to the Saravina Hotel, which is now the site of a massacre. Turns out Tommy's rolled through and killed one of Abby's allies, Nick. He tortured him and another person, doing the same trick Joel did with the map in Season 1. I did wonder if we get a little nod to that as they ride past the hotel around the 9-minute mark.
See, you wonder why they skipped over that, because I felt like that was some big character development moments. And they just totally skipped over that part. I forgot about that.
In the game, Ellie and Dina then continue on Shimmer.
I like how this recap is sort of like going through the episode the way and like tying it in with the game as well. Like that's pretty cool.
And all of a sudden, they're rocked by an explosive. A guy called Mike arrives and kills Shimmer before then taking Ellie captive. This is when we catch back up with Jordan, who was also a member of Abby's crew that killed Joel. In the attack, Ellie slices his face, but they change it for the show, so she cut Manny's hand instead. Dina then arrives and catches them off guard, and together she and Ellie kill Jordan. They then discover a little risque photo of Leo, which leads them to the news station. But yeah, Tommy had a big hand in a lot of that, and we learned how this was messing up the wolves. Isaac had actually put out an order that meant they had to kill trespassers. So not good, and I was a bit gutted they cut it, because like a never-ending story messed me up. Shimmer just kind of disappears in the episode though, and they leave him as they think it'll be easier to spot. Because of this, though, I hope and pray we see the horse again. I miss you, Shimmer, because obviously, though, yeah, he's not in the game beyond this point. As for those characters, it gave Tommy a lot more ruthlessness, but yeah, he's obviously still back at Jackson. Which, yeah, I am in the camp of thinking they've underused Tommy, and I do think it's a shame. I know there's people who are like, I'm glad he's been cut, but for me, it just feels like something's missing that we're not kind of following his path of revenge and being like, oh, it's pretty messed up seeing what's going on here, isn't it? And Ellie's like, well, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. So yeah, just kind of
and yeah, that sort of that dichotomy between those two characters isn't there, and that is a big part of the game, and the fact that that's lacking is kind of odd that they decided to take that part of it out.
Robs the character a bit and kind of knocks Tommy down in terms of how I feel he ties into the story. I even wonder if they're going to give his fight against Manny to Ellie and Dina, as that was a big part of his character too. But moving on. Anyway, Dina's confused as she thought that the area had been bombed. This is a line she also says in the game, but there it's at the downtown area. We know that Pedro actually ordered a carpet bombing of areas outside the QZ, which we heard about in part 1.
If you're watching right now, we're watching a recap of episode 4
of
tactic
season
that
2
they
of The
used.
Last of Us.
Also, Dina's then confused by the
Let me
rainbow
know what you thought of
flags,
the
and
episode.
she says the
Your
same line in the
chats
show as
will
in
be
the game.
displayed on the
What's
screen,
with
so
all the
let me know what you
rainbows?
thought.
What's up with all the rainbows?
We mentioned in our episode 2 video how Seth obviously was alive in 2003, where gay people weren't as accepted. Wasn't until 2015 that same-sex marriage became fully equal to that of traditional marriage. There's obviously not the big campaigns for it either, and Ellie is even gay and has no idea what the flag represents. Echoes of the past are here as well, as we see the VW Beetle, which was all the rage at the time. It's here that they also find the tank from the game. The lines here are also almost identical to that.
I've never seen one of these in action.
Never seen a tank this close.
What is it?
What is it?
Burnt skeletons?
3 burnt skeletons.
Ellie then mentions how the Fedra soldiers probably fought each other after looking at the bodies. It's a callback to Isaac killing the Fedra soldiers, and no doubt he went undercover after this and took down Fedra from the inside. As mentioned in the note in the Fedra truck in the game, an informant is out there, which I think the Isaac story lifts from.
Kind of like those astronauts.
Like Apollo 1.
One of the early moon missions, there was an electrical fire and the astronauts burned up in their capsule.
They're supposed to be the first ones to go to the moon, but they never made it off the launch pad. Burned up in their capsule.
Along with this, Ellie's got a big interest in space, with her room having lots of astronaut posters and pictures of the planet. Dina then sees the TV station tower. As mentioned earlier, they have a big side trek to find out their base. Those big WLF letters spray painted on the dish. Simple that. Dina thinks it's a trap though, to lure people in. This does happen in the game though, but yeah, you're kind of going towards it. However, they do frame things just like the shot in the show. She also mentions how Capitol Hill is clearly clear, as no one came up to them when the tank hatch made the loud bang. Capitol Hill in the game actually had quite a number of infected enemies, and it was some of the best encounters in the game, mainly due to the level being so open and large that you could really get creative with it. Dina also playing things smart to get through the area shows how less reckless she is than Ellie. In our episode 1,
And yeah, the fact that they decided to not make that area, you know, like it was in the game is another weird choice too, because as a person, you know, watching the episode, if you go back a little bit, you know, I even said during the time where the episode was going on, like, you know, this doesn't make any logical sense that they could be walking through this area and nobody is there, no infected, no wolves, no nothing. And it just came across as weird. So I wonder why they did not go that route. And even if they had, like, you know, a small group of infected, that would have at least made sense, as opposed to being completely empty with the way it was in the show this time.
breakdown, we discussed how this might be down to her immunity. Obviously, if you can't get infected, you're going to be less cautious in general. Like, Ellie's been bitten about like 4 times altogether at this point, I think. And yeah, she just keeps going because she's like, it doesn't mean anything, just whatever, just keep going. Everyone else, though, if they get bit once, death sentence. So you can understand, you know, how over time she'd get cocky and start to ignore all the lessons Joel taught her. Dina, however, is a student of the game from Joel. He had a wealth of experience from the military and also his life scavenging and robbing before Boston, which adds in such a great dynamic. It echoes that of the first season, where Dina's now taken on the cautious role of Joel, whereas Ellie has kind of arrested development. It's here though that they find the Valiant music store. It's one of the best parts of the game, and we get to see Ellie playing guitar and have a touching moment with Dina. What's crazy as well is that this moment is completely missable if you don't explore the area. Some of you played part 2, you might not even seen this scene before, but we are all completionists, aren't we? No, not like that one. As she walks in though, we can see Legend, greatest hits of Bob Marley, and also the Wailers. We then see Ja Rule's Pain is Love, and sadly, I can't quite make out the one to the right of Ja Rule. Maybe we should ask Ja Rule what his thoughts on the outbreak are. All of the music on sale appears to be vinyl though, which is a big hold on. Vinyl is wildly popular now, but back in 2003, it was pretty unheard of for a music store to still be selling it exclusively. I remember a lot of it being in the EDM section for DJs, but that was about it. CDs. Then again, this is a specialist store in Seattle, and that's a hipster heaven, so I'll give you this one. I'll let you guys have this one.
Yeah, I get that.
With
Seattle
being,
being,
see a big Pearl Jam poster upstairs, and we can also see there's one in the show.
Definitely
in the
music
game,
town.
Ellie then sits down and plays Future Days first, which is a little reminder of Joel. That's not in the show, but they do have what sounds like some of the notes from the song as she touches the shelves. There's also a poster for Freezer Weasel, which might be a band from the game, but we haven't been able to locate anything. Let me know if you do though. There's also Vesper Twins and a few others we couldn't make out. We also see Prince Previn's Like Love and what looks like the soundtrack to The Graduate, which ends with a couple of people running off together, which you could potentially apply to the pair. As Dina walks around, we also see flyers for Halleck and Drops, which is an in-universe band. This is the same band Sarah had on her t-shirt in the game and show. Ellie then picks up the Tears for Fears album Hurting. That has Mad World on it, which you can also apply to the show. The Gary Jules version was also in the Donnie Darko movie around 2003, and it was the UK Christmas #1 in the same year, which wouldn't have been in this universe. Lucky people, can I swap? We then see Ashanti's self-titled as Dina plays with a drum set just like the game. Ellie then finds a guitar in a case, and though the rest are ruined, this has silica gel in it, which has allowed it to remain intact. In the game, she then tunes it, which leads into a cool minigame. You could actually play it, and clever people manage to play songs like Enter Sandman on it. Like we get here though, Ellie plays a Haas take.
That's some folks that got way too much time on their hands if they're able to do that.
I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. I don't know what I'm to say.
I don't know about you guys watching, but like just seeing that version of Ellie in the game, like it makes me like I care about that version. The TV version, not so much.
Today's another day to find you. Today's another day to find you. What was that? I'll be gone. I'll be gone in a day or two. In a day or two.
Now, if you cast your mind back to season 1, you might remember that Ellie had a cassette of Aha's greatest hits in her room. In the same episode, the song could be heard after Riley turns on the power at the mall. Take On Me is a total 80s classic which foreshadows the danger looming of the TV tower. In a similar way to how she lost Riley, Ellie's now on a journey that could lead to Dina's death. However, whereas she couldn't save her first kiss, she manages to save Dina by taking the bite. It's a really deep moment and kind of plays off one of her saddest memories and losses. Now in this universe, 80s songs in general always tend to signal danger. If you cast your mind back to season 1, you might remember Bill would play an 80s song if danger was coming. In the game, Ellie mentions the bonfire and Dina says she should have kissed her then. This might refer to the trailer that came out just before the game's launch where she played a cover of True Faith by Blue Monday. This was also hinted at in the lost levels that were released alongside the director's cut of the game.
If you got a chance to watch the episode, what did you think? Jump in the comments, let me know what you thought.
I did. I remember thinking, who is this string bean girl stealing all the jerky? I didn't steal that much jerky.
Ellie then leaves the guitar standing up, just like it was on the stand in episode 2. On the podcast, they talked about how Joel seeing it Dusty in episode 1 was what broke his heart the most. That was a gift he gave her, and the fact she discarded it showed exactly what she thought of him. However, after seeing him at the porch, it ended up back in her room. So personally, I believe we got an extra scene there that we might see coming down the line. This will be in which Ellie forgives him and the guitar symbolizes she wants to repair things, which is why she stood it up in her room the next day, and also why she stands it up here. Before Abby smashed his head in like the like button, we then cut to Isaac and get a Last of Us and Bear crossover. On the left of the hob, you can also see posters about the workers' compensation and also the workers' rights, which are things you actually see at the aquarium. He then gives a monologue about how he used to impress women with his cooking and his love for Morviel cookware. Morviel. Can't pronounce it, I'm butchering it again. Leave a comment below saying, Paul, you are crap. In the end though, I think it's important to focus on the fact that Isaac got exactly what he wanted. It's kind of like a be careful what you wish for thing, which extends to everything. It also kind of reminds me that getting what you want
Isaac
also
on this
comes
show,
with a cost.
Just
Isaac. In the same way that Joel saved Ellie,
liked him even more in the game,
so
I wonder if they're going to keep all the story beats with him as well.
I also feel like Ellie found out. They're keeping a tight lipped on that at the moment.
If
but
you're watching right now, drop a comment below. We are watching a recap of episode
Abby got
4
her
of
revenge,
season 2 of The
though,
Last
but
of
I
Us.
don't feel like
I'm
it's going to
JD.
make her happy, and I think if Ellie gets her revenge on Abby, it's going to lead to the same thing. The importance of the pans here is that getting what you want just doesn't always mean you get exactly what you want. Hidden meaning in pans. This is something you can also apply to Isaac, as he got what he wanted, but then the scars rose up. He then became the thing he sought to replace and is now trapped in this endless war. Now this scene is a bit later in the game when you're playing as Abby. You're ordered to the FOB just like the rest of the WLF in the show. They're planning something big and you see Isaac interrogating a Scar. There he's wearing the same outfit, which is a nice touch for the show. In the game he's also using a set of screwdrivers and you don't really get to see it. Overall they just kind of gloss over the interrogation, but here we get it all playing out. And it's really messed up. Like cutting to a naked guy, he's just getting tortured. It's just really, really intense.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either.
I wouldn't go on TV naked like that and then be like, just lying up. Let Jeffrey Wright hit me with a pan. Be like, at least let me get a semi on first, mate. Now, he forces him to hold out his hand and burns him with one of the pans. However, the Seraphite welcomes it. He sees it as a test of fate and believes he'll live under the Prophet's rule in paradise. Isaac says how there's Scars that don't believe the Prophet was a magical being and just a person, but the Seraphite calls them heretics. In the game, we learn how the Prophet's teachings were twisted and warped after her death. I think it kind of also speaks to how people look for reasons and answers in things. When something bad happens, you know, people handle it differently. Some believe something's happening from a higher power, some look to the government, and there's even those that go to conspiracy theories. Everyone has their own path they turn to that gives them a reason to what's going on. And you can't even argue that, like, one's more valid than the other. You have to remember that to these people,
If you watched the episode, what did you think of the episode
their lives
tonight?
have
Let
been
me know.
destroyed. During the outbreak, Seattle was rocked and the infected ran through the streets, which you could very much see as hell coming to Earth. Now, during this time, there was a lower area called Queen Anne that seemed to be protected. Those there believed it was because the Prophet protected them. Thus, they followed her, and again, big breakdown of their history on the channel. Isaac, in the end, though, ordered her execution, and since then, she's been made into a martyr. In her death, we learned how the elders had then taken young brides and would rule the roost.
I'm getting the word.
Yeah.
No.
Basically, everybody in this show
from the
is creepy
egalitarian
on some
society we
level.
learned
There
the
are no
Seraphites
good
had
guys.
beforehand, which
Everybody
makes
is pretty
some
much
people leave them as
some
well.
level of bad
Isaac
guy
and
in
the
this
soldier
show.
then argue back and forth about
And
who
in the
broke
game.
truce. In the game, you find notes from both that detail how the other's the bad guy. In all honesty, though, it just signals the propaganda. We find this from a note by a WF member who ended up joining the Scars. He says that it was the wolves that actually broke the truce, but even then, we don't know if it's reliable. We also learn in the game that the WLF soldiers were slaughtered after Seraphite children were killed. Manny says how the kids attacked them first, though, and asks Mel what they should do. It really just plays into how far they've fallen, though, as they'll now kill kids if they're part of the other side. Isaac even defends doing it though, and we actually saw a personal side of this last week. Now I actually had a couple of comments being like, she wasn't unarmed, mate, she had a hammer, they were right to shoot her. But like, mate, if an 8-year-old girl came at me with a hammer, I'm pretty sure I can kick that arse in a fight. The Scar also says that Isaac's going to lose, but Isaac talks about their technological advantages. However, what the Scars have is faith and belief. It reminds me of that bit from The Godfather Part 2 when Michael says the Cuban rebels
And you have to
will
wonder
win.
if
There's
that
been
faith
a
and
number
belief
of
is going to
wars
be
where the
enough to get
locals
them
have been
through.
severely
Like that,
outmatched, but they've still managed to take hold.
It
And that's
kind of
what's
comes
happening
off as
here.
culty
People
to
aren't
me.
fighting because of orders, they're fighting because of what they truly believe, and because of this, they'll always push further. That's also why people are leaving the WLF, because they just don't have the confidence that they can actually beat the Scars. Now, in this scene, Isaac wants to know where they're attacking next, which is
I wonder if they're
going
going to actually show more of the Scars
that
as
he
we
wants
move
to know
forward
about
and
their
show.
island, which is where all
I'm not
of
gonna
them live
spoil
at.
any
It
stuff,
was
but
actually
yeah.
a
I
massive
wonder if they're
flood
gonna
that
show more
broke
of the
off a
Scars
big
in
part
the
of
show.
Seattle, and then since then it's became Scar Island, which I think we see later on in the episode. Either way, while Isaac took over Fedra, he can't take over the Seraphites.
If you watch
They
the
are
episode,
fiercely
drop
loyal,
a
and
comment
while he
below.
swapped
My name is
sides, the
JD, and I'm
Seraphites stay
watching a
Seraphites.
recap
Now,
of
in the
episode
game,
4 right
the
now.
guard on
We
duty
just actually got
never
through
really
watching
had
it on the
feelings
stream,
about
so
what
let me know
Isaac
what you
was
thought of
doing.
the episode.
He was just chilling reading
Drop
a
your
book,
comments.
But here
Your
we have
comments
our
will be on the
rookie
screen,
from
and we can
earlier,
talk
who's
about 'em.
now a hardline WLF soldier.
Also, hit that like button, hit
He's
the
been as
subscribe button, man.
brainwashed as the Scars, though.
We do
and
live
now
stream
they're
watch
just kind of
parties
in a lockhead.
every
The
week for
WLF
these
soldier
episodes.
also doesn't see the Scars as people, and that they're just animals. It means there's no chance for a resolution. Isaac sees himself as right, and only by defeating the Scars can he survive, while the Scars will never give up their holy war. But to him, these aren't citizens, they're just sort of like the voters, and basically a group he can simply put down by othering them. In a note from the federal officer, it also said how the WLF will have to deal with beating everyone and dealing with the Seraphites. So they're kind of in way over their heads.
Yeah, regardless of what side you're on, nobody's really right.
We'll talk about later on. The guy also prays, which is something Lev does too, and you can even get a Seraphite to pray on their knees if you hold them up properly. I couldn't find the exact words for that prayer in the game, but let me know below if you do. Also, that guy lying naked there, probably gonna need some clothes, and maybe he should check out our merch store below. Not only do we have our brand new 2 cordyceps designs, but we watch it in the day and then clamber your way up to an office window. The layout of the outside of the building's really cool, and it's filled with ledges you can traverse. I do feel like the blood they see outside also comes from the Scars, and this then leads them to a broken window. This then allows them to get in, which is what you do in the game. Ellie also insinuates that if they find the WLF that weren't in Jackson, they'll take them out as well. Probably due to them seeing what the WLF did to the kid on the way to Seattle. It kind of juxtaposes how Abby and her gang said they wouldn't hurt anyone else, at least in principle. They did have that dilemma with what they would do if they interrogated someone, but yeah, it kind of just shows how Ellie's not messing around. The inside of the station also looks pretty different, and the pair come across a human pincushion. In the game, this was Leia, but here it's just some random soldier. In the game, Dina puked up when they found Tommy's horse, and there was a lot of bodies around.
It always makes me mad every time we were watching the show, like the entire time while I'm going through the show. They had opportunities to like grab weapons and different things, or like grab a vest, or grab the wolf like clothing and stuff. Like I would have done all those things. I would have had like all their gear on. They would have thought that like, oh, you know, this is some soldier that I just don't know. Then I could have been able to pop, take care of them and been able to do what I needed to do. But they did not do any of that stuff. So it just makes you think like, man, that's not the smartest route. That's not the smartest way to go about doing things if you had gotten caught up in a situation like this. At least that's how I felt. That's how I felt.
Around it. However, in the show, her morning sickness is more severe. It's triggered here, and she of course had it last week when she also saw the bodies. Ellie then follows the blood of the Seraphite logo, which says feel her love. This is in the game as well, and it just shows a nice attention to detail. A message of love, written in blood as well, just a fantastic juxtaposition.
You write born to kill on your helmet, and you wear a peace button. What's that supposed to be, some kind of sick joke?
Also made me laugh how Dina says, what's wrong with Seattle, as they realize the Seraphites are absolutely psychotic as well, which also possibly plays on this line from the game.
What the fuck is wrong with Seattle? Everyone in this city's a fucking psycho.
She then grabs a radio, which tips them off to the hospital later. This is a replacement for the radio that's in the theater, which is missing from the show. In the game, you then explore the offices, but the piece is broken pretty quickly. WLF soldiers arrive, and you can overhear what they're saying. One of them wants to cut down the bodies, but the other one wants to secure the building, and they kind of argue back and forth. We also hear how Isaac wants a Scar alive for questioning, but the squad leader doesn't care. He just wants to kill them. In the game, there was a combination of Ellie and Dina being trespassers, and also being thought of as Scars. The trigger-happy soldiers were just ready to shoot anyone there though. I also wonder if there's an issue with Isaac's intel, as the soldiers just keep executing the Scars like we saw last episode. The scared WLF officer dialogue also calls back to a discussion of kids being used, as he says he doesn't care if it's a woman, child or baby, just kill everyone, which again shows how these kids keep getting brought into the war. Just like the game, you then hide behind boxes while trying to take out the soldiers. You can also whittle down their numbers and make a dash for it to escape the building. Whenever I play, I just tend to lob a Molotov as soon as they come in. Also, that's my gameplay for it. Yeah, I've been going back through it because I thought, well, I might as well just grab the scenes instead of ripping it from someone else's videos. Had people saying in the comments though, like, I don't think Paul's ever played the game, and I'm like, mate, I fucking like that was been my whole life for like years and years. Pandemic, mate, 2020. What do you think I was doing? Just played Last of Us all day, every day. I'm making hour-long videos on this shit. What do you mean? Writing a fucking 20,000 word dissertation on it every single week. What do you mean? Ellie then tries her best to stealth kill a soldier using a flick knife. This is how she takes people out in the game, but yeah, she can't really do it. The jujitsu lessons just not working out too well. Luckily, Dina's there to save the day once again. Dina shoots a window, and then they make a run for it.
I never understand
like
the shooting
it's
of a window, man.
Heart-pounding
Can't you just
sequence in
break
the
through
game
that
as
thing
you pass
anyway?
into some destroyed tunnels while everyone's shooting at you. You then run through a door and put a vending machine down as a blockade, but here they have to crawl down through a gap. In the game, you can hear the soldiers moving through the area, searching, and then you notice a clicker. It's like, oh shit. Upon dropping down, the soldiers then enter, and I always throw a bottle to bring out the infected. This thing gives you time to run and get into a carriage. At 31:57, you can also spot a Burger King-like sign. I did wonder if this might be Fast Burger, which we saw in the Left Behind DLC. In the show, we then see as the soldiers drop into the tunnels and spark up a flare. It gives it a really ominous red lighting, just like the game, and I always thought it was one of the creepiest scenes. The added danger here, though, is that we know fire attracts the cordyceps. While the sparkler attracted them in Jackson, the WLF have alerted the horde in the subway. I love how Dina uses her listen mode once again, and she counts how many infected there are, just like the first episode. It really pays off the setup there, but just gets worse and worse, and she just stops counting. In the game and show, they also talk about how the tunnels are supposed to be clear. I just lobbed a brick as soon as I got down there, so I don't have any footage of it, because I'm an idiot, yeah, but they do say it. I've played the game enough to say it. I have played the game. I want to make that clear. Honestly, though, I can see it just being a case of
if you watched episode 4 of The Last of Us Season 2, let me know what you thought in the chat below.
No infected, yeah, mate. It's all clear. Just let's get out of here.
Did you enjoy
Everyone's
the episode?
obviously just trying to survive, and I've always
pretty
taken
good
it as
to me.
people lying
Pretty good.
rather than
decent.
heading into
It was
danger.
decent at
Because
best.
who's going to even go down and check to make sure they're right? As much as I love the game, I actually think this scene improves on it. The horde's just way more terrifying, and there's that real intensity. Once you lock the doors in the game, you're safe, whereas here they just keep coming. However, they do an homage to the source material with the clicker. When you lock the door, one of them bangs against the window, and that's a moment that we get in the episode. There's also skeletons lining the carriages. Kinda horrifying just imagining the people traveling on a train and then getting stuck down there. I always found it so creepy coming across sites like this, as your imagination kinda fills in what happened, and it's always bad. As they drop down, an infected spots them, and you can see his t-shirt says Yakima. This is potentially a nod to Yakima Valley, which is a place in Washington state, which is where this is all set. And they actually skip over a big section and a new infected from the game, in that you go further into the tunnels at one point and even find a prophet artifact. A scartifact. You then find a soldier with big bad acid burns. Upon going deeper, you come across a new kind of infected known as the Shambler. These gigantic hulking beasts are somewhat between a clicker and a bloater. Able to throw acid spores at you, they're very, very deadly. When they introduced the stalkers early, I did think we might get these as well. Maybe they'll save them for a future episode, but yeah, to be
they're
honest,
holding that to the end,
I
I
did
bet.
like how they kept up the tension with the horde. This then leads to them ascending, but they change how they reveal Ellie's immunity. In the game, her mask gets smashed after she gets grabbed by an infected. Now why this is bad is because basically in the game you have spores around their hubs, and if you breathe in too much, then the cordyceps basically infect you. So seeing that with Ellie should be a death sentence. Dina panics and offers to share
you're watching
hers,
right
but
now,
Ellie quickly
please
rips
let me
hers
know what
off
you thought
and
of the
says that she's
episode.
immune. The horde then show up, and she doesn't really have time to question it.
Watching a
Anyone
recap
else,
right now
though,
that is
like
talking
Misty,
about the
they'd
differences
be
between
coughing
the
and
game
wheezing
and
within
episode
a
4,
couple
so
of
you
minutes,
can chime in with
especially
those as
after
well.
all that sprinting. Ellie is fine though, and it kind of proves it to Dina, which I always thought was kind of a weak way to do it, because they don't really ever touch on it again. Ellie's like the most important person on Earth. You know, Dina would realize this because she's immune, but it's just kind of like, oh, you're immune. Okay, let's get out of here. And then they just kind of
Yeah,
go,
they
well,
did
you
sort of
are a
gloss
bit
over
immune
it
anyway.
real
That's pretty
quick,
fun, but
real
that's
quick.
the end of it. Here, though, everything's far more intense. Ellie gives her arm and takes the bite, and then they make it through the turnstile. Someone then gets stuck, which plays slightly off the game, in that Ellie's grabbed by a clicker and then Dina comes back and kills it. This thing gets stuck in the door, and that's what jams everything down there. Upon leaving, though, we get Dina being torn up. She stops, and we even get focus on the gun because she knows what she's meant to do. I love how the theater even has the word sick on the marquee, as Dina's probably wondering if she is. Though you can't make out the sign, this is for the band Sick Habit. This is an in-universe band that Dina talks about at the record store. In the game, the marquee said Cassandra.
I don't know if I was Dina
but
if
the
I would
band
have
being here could be
immediately
setting
went to
something up
go,
later.
you know,
Ellie
draw
plays a
my
guitar
weapon
in the
like
back
that,
at one
but
point, so potentially it belonged to them. Now this
I don't
theater
know.
pulls right from the game, and it's where the pair end up making their base. I love Isabela Merced's acting here. As you can tell, she's really divided. And it's easy to put yourself in her shoes. Like, imagine if someone you liked, like me, say I got bit, yeah? You'd struggle over whether to shoot me or not, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? It's sort of playing off the Riley scene though, and how Ellie must have also felt in those moments. Ellie also puts out her hand to prove it, which is what she did in season 1 episode 2. Dina then watches her through the night with a gun pointed at her, which is different from the game. There Dina tells her she's pregnant when they arrive, and she's completely exhausted. You even have to carry her to the theater, and then she has to rest up.
Ellie. Ellie. I think I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant.
The pair then kiss,
Did kinda
and
come
there's
out the
definitely
blue.
a lot of fear, danger, excitement, and feeling like they're finally at their most open and honest together. Dina thought Ellie was gonna die, and thus she just made the most of it.
See, that was the part that I probably disagreed the most with. Like, yo, I ain't got time for that. Like, I mean, I need to find a safer place before I get to that point where I want to, you know, hook up with somebody in the middle of this sort of this apocalypse. And it's not like they were necessarily back at, you know, it's not like they're back at their camp or in their home. They are in the enemy territory, just got chased to this place, and now you want to sit there and like get your grind on. Like, didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Which isn't the scene you get in the game. They climb onto the roof and start up the power. During this you discover the radio, which gives you a better idea of where everyone is. Ellie then explores the theater and discovers a guitar in the back. Playing Future Days, it again keeps her focused on why she's doing this. Dina announcing her pregnant, you know, it should be a shock to the system. Obviously, you don't want to put anyone like that in danger, but Ellie stays stuck on her path. In this show,
Yeah, if you're watching right now, we are watching a recap of episode 4 of The Last of Us season
without
2.
really second guessing things. Dina also brings up the chemical burn like she does in the game.
Chemical burn.
You said it was a burn.
I did it myself.
You did it to yourself?
Dina then talks about how her mother pushed her towards liking boys, but how it never really worked out. Ellie and probably Joel, they've allowed her to be herself, and that's why the pair are on this quest together. They have a pretty chill morning talking about their past, eating beef jerky, which she cooked up before, pregnancy
Chill
tests, and so on and so forth. They also talk about their future, which we'll discuss in the spoiler section. However, their happy moments are broken up by the sound of gunfire. Hearing the mention of Nora on the radio, it also gives her location. Racing to the roof, they see the battle between the wolves and Scars raging on. The city is a complete war zone, and they're now heading directly into it. I was actually expecting it to pop up Seattle Day 2 and end the episode, but maybe they'll do that next time. You might also notice the crane and the island broken off over the water. That is Scar Island, and the cranes are what the Scars use to traverse about the city. We then end with Ellie telling Dina to stay, but she says,
Together.
You go. I go.
Anyway, that wraps up the episode.
Yeah, man. Interesting. So yeah, I think that you know, overall it was a solid episode. I thought that we got some action. We definitely got a lot of character development and progression of the story. It still leaves me wanting more. Of course, I'm going to continue to watch it, but there are some aspects of the show that I don't particularly care for, and because of that, it makes me a little bit more turned off from the show than I was the game. I think that inherently when you have a game, you come to get closer to the characters involved, as opposed to watching. You're actually participating in these things that are happening. So yeah, it's a little bit harder to get close to Ellie in this show, since, you know, she's the only one we have left. I think Joel being gone is a struggle. I think that they want you as a watcher of the show to feel that as well, and that's exactly what we get in this. And I really want to know where they're going to go from here. I did not watch any of the other stuff for the spoilers. I'm not going to spoil that for you guys watching too. But yeah, if you enjoyed this, I really appreciate you for checking this out. If you lasted this long, or if you're watching after the fact, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. I will be back next week. Probably sometime between 7 and 7:30 Central Time before the episode comes out. Usually I like to watch or play the first game a little bit and get everything set up. And then once the episode starts, or we watch a recap of the previous episode, talk about it a little bit. And then once the episode starts, we watch together and talk about it. So yeah, just big shout out to everybody who came in the chat this week. We had my guy Bloody Body was in the chat. Seattle Ryan was in the chat. Joe Frazier was in it, or Joe Foster was in the chat. My bad. Big shout out to all those guys. Katie popped on the stream for a little bit. So yeah, just happy that you know, to have the interaction and have everybody come and chill out. So yeah, if you're watching now, do that next week. Come hang out with us next week. As you can see, we throw all the comments on the screen, so your comments will be displayed and discussed. But yeah, I really appreciate you for hanging out with me. My name is JD, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. Here, there we go. Yes, we're live.
Yep. And I'm alive.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while. A long
Still
while.
alive.
I need a pillow to sit on now too, man.
Why? So your
Because
butt will
look,
get pretty comfy?
so low.
Look at my little speaker thing. It's totally matching with my shirt.
Yep.
Ooh.
Totally matching. Totally matching. Yes, we are live. We're going to be talking about The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5 tonight. I am JD.
I'm Katie.
And this is Watch Stuff with Us. So yeah, if you are watching right now and you just happen to be scrolling by, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment. Yeah, let us know what you're thinking about the show so far.
Please and thank you.
I got a lot to say about it. It hasn't been exactly what I wanted, but it just makes me think about everything I don't like about the show currently, and that I didn't like about the game is like just coming through on the show. So can you check that and make sure we sound right?
Yeah, of course. I should press play, huh? That'd be helpful. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep. Sounds like we're good. Sounds like we're
good.
good. So yeah, if you're watching right now, let us know where you're from. Can you hear us? Do we sound all right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can definitely say something.
I just want to say Happy Mother's Day to all you moms out there. And all you men should be saying Happy Mother's Day to your moms.
Agreed.
Or a mother figure.
Right.
A sister. A friend.
Yes, someone.
Make sure you tell the ladies in your life that you appreciate them.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It is a very, very, very happy Mother's Day to everyone who is watching right now. How was your Mother's Day today?
Good. I ate more than I should have. But other than that, it was really good.
Yeah.
I got pampered by this guy and the kids and all their cute little things from school, from elementary school and preschool that they bring home, and all the yummy food that you and the kids made. So
yeah. It's a good day. It was a good day.
It was.
I hope you guys had a good Mother's Day out there too, but now we're about to bring it down a few notches and talk about The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5. What have you thought, real quick, about the episodes thus far?
Dina and Ellie are just annoying. They're just annoying together. I don't understand the purpose of... It is close to me. It can't go any closer. It's gonna fall off the table. They can hear me. I don't understand the purpose of them and their whole relationship thing. I think there's bigger things to worry about at the moment. And especially with Dina's news, I don't know that they need to be getting involved the second she announces her news. But that's young love, and they don't have parents, and it's a trying time, and all about survival, and I don't know. I just feel like there's more pressing matters that they should be concerned about.
That's what I'm saying too. Like when I was watching the episode, I kept repeating that. Like, yo, I mean, like we got there's no time for this. Like you can be in love, you can love each other, but the getting your freak on and all that stuff, like they were just getting chased like seconds before.
Like if you want to be in a relationship together, then stay back with the community and do that. But don't be like going on this adventure to try and show how tough you are and get revenge and all that. And,
right. And it's just the two of them.
Yeah.
Just the two of them.
And then try to be doing all this relationship stuff. when you're in environments that aren't safe.
Yeah.
And you should be on high alert.
At all times.
Not doing their best.
Like I was saying when I was streaming the other episodes, like when they were like sleeping in the tent in the woods, like I don't know how I would even be able to sleep, like let alone trying to get all lovey-dovey with somebody. Like that is crazy to me. Like that's crazy to
I
me.
feel like I'd never be able to relax in that environment except if I was in the safety of, you know, their little town that they had been in. But even then it'd be tricky, but much safer than going out on an adventure and being dumb.
Yeah, definitely. If you are watching, what do you think of this season thus far? I know we had the shock of Joel dying, you know, very early on, and my question was, and I mean, I played the game, so I kind of know the answers to it, but my main question was like, how are you going to go on with this show now that its focus has completely gone and changed? Like, I think
it's kind of depressing. It's a downer for sure.
I was going to say in the game, at least you had the hook of being able to play as these characters, but now like sitting on the outside just looking in, like it's rough, man.
I hate to say rough. I don't care as much.
Yeah, no, it's rough.
But I don't care as much.
Yeah, and I mean, like I feel like they brought in Isaac last week, and he's a good character, and I hope that they're not trying to sort of replace Joel with him. In the game, he was a character that you sort of watched from afar, and you didn't get as much detail about him. So I'm really curious to see if they are going to change that a little bit and make Isaac more of a focus moving forward. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't really know. I don't know how to feel all the time about it, but we're along for the ride. I'm hoping that, you know, they got some tricks up their sleeve, but they are quickly running out of game to work with too. Like
yeah, that's what you're
the
telling
game
me.
is
He
they're
knows all about the game. I don't. But
they're a little more than halfway through the second game already. So like, once this is up, what's going to happen? Is there not going to be a season 3? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. But in the meantime, in between time, we are going to watch a quick recap of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 4 as a little refresher for everybody who's watching. So I'm going to switch screens, and get ready to do that. Oh, man. I got to get my window capture device up. Okay, properties.
We're not prepared.
No, we are. There we go. There we go. All right, let's get this going.
Fourth episode begins with a flashback to the Seattle quarantine zone, circa 2018. In the back of a Fedra transport, a soldier tells a gross and violent story for laughs. He talks about some voters disseminating information. He thought they were Western Liberation Front, but instead they were some religious group. Another soldier asks why they refer to the citizens as voters. And a serious-looking man called Sarge in the corner clarifies that the term is a derogatory one that mocks how Fedra took away people's right to vote. His tone implies he disapproves of the other soldier's jocularity, and the laughter abruptly stops after he speaks. The vehicle approaches...
What did you think of him at this moment before the next part happens?
I don't know. I don't know that I like him.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah. And I think that his character is pretty interesting. I like his motivations to some degree, but he has, as we'll see, he's changed a lot over the years. We'll just leave it at that.
Which is a blockade. There are a lot of people outside on the street. Sarge says he's going to go talk to the people and instructs the other soldiers not to lock and load. Then he orders the soldier who asked about the voters term to come with him and learn something. A woman named Hanrahan comes up to Sarge and asks if his name is Isaac. It is. Once they've established that, Isaac throws a lit grenade into the back of the transport, which is still full of
that was
other
wild.
soldiers, and
That
locks
was
the
wild.
door. It goes off. He shoots the driver when he tries to escape. Then Isaac and Hanrahan shake hands. "Welcome to the fight," she says. Isaac turns to the younger soldier, who now is the only other survivor from his group. "Now make your choice," the older man demands. 11 years later, in the present, Dina and Ellie are poking about in the remains of a drugstore. They're in separate rooms, so Ellie isn't there when Dina finds and Hentru something. We can't see what it is, and yells that she's going to pee, and she'll meet her outside.
Going pee.
Ellie notices something is off about her friend when Dina comes out and climbs up on Shimmer with her, but Dina shrugs it off. They meander through Capitol Hill, musing about how they thought Seattle had been bombed, but this...
The crazy part about this part, when I was watching, I'm like, how are they just strolling in the middle of the street, like no hiding or anything? And I guess it kind of explains it later because the wolves are kind of at war. Why did I say war? Kind of at war. So maybe they weren't in that area, but I would think that they would have their whole area on high alert, and you wouldn't just be able to stroll down the street like this in order. Like, it just doesn't. That didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. But it is what it is, I guess.
This part is still intact. They arrive at the area we saw in the flashback, which is now covered with long, rotten corpses. The girls see the Fedra bodies inside the transport and guess that the two groups were fighting each other. Then Dina uses her binoculars to look around and finds WLF painted on a satellite dish on top of a tall building. Ellie, unsurprisingly, is ready to charge in first, make plans later. But Dina convinces her to wait until dark and approach on foot.
Man.
While they're killing time, they hole up in a music shop. It's as ravaged as the rest of the city is.
Threw me off too, because when they walked into the music shop and all that stuff, like Dina starts playing the drums. Like, I'm like, what?
Let's try to attract attention.
Who would do this? Like, I would come in there absolutely silent. I'd be looking for a closet and be like, okay, we're gonna hang out in here for the next 12 hours. Like,
yeah,
I'm not going in there trying to play the drums.
The loudest instrument, the drums.
Right, looking through the records, trying to see, like, I don't know. Maybe I just wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't be good in this type of.
Maybe we're just smarter.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Maybe we just care about living.
But in a pretty way. Lots of plants growing in and a giant sunny hole where windows used to be. Ellie ventures upstairs and finds a guitar that, by virtue of being sealed up in a case, is in very good condition. She tunes it and starts playing Take On Me, though she pauses when she sees Dina at the top of the stairs. Go on, Dina whispers, so she does. Ellie's performance is quiet and sweet. Dina, beaming, sits cross-legged on the floor in front of her, eyes full of tears. When Ellie finishes, Dina wipers her face and compliments her friend, who credits all those lessons.
Wipers her face.
Wipers her
Dina
face.
Smiles.
I thought that was a cute scene. I mean, I don't know how realistic it is, but that's taken straight out the game too. Like they show that whole cutscene and stuff, and having her like play for her and everything, same song and everything. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
He taught you well. Ellie agrees that he did. Now for something completely different and totally disturbing. In an industrial kitchen elsewhere in Seattle, Isaac lights a stove's burner and talks to someone out of frame about how in the pre-cordyceps times, he loved cooking and used to dream about owning a fancy saucepan. And I was right, just now how I planned. The strange benefits of the apocalypse, he says, heating a pan that we quickly realize is going to be used in an interrogation. A naked, badly beaten, and bald man is chained to a wall in the kitchen. He appears to be a member of the Seraphites, the religious group we saw walking in the woods in the previous episode. As the man prays, Isaac mocks him, calling him and his fellow believers scars. Isaac wants to know where they're attacking next, but the man won't spill. So Isaac has the man hold out his hand, and Isaac places the hot pan directly on it.
I don't know if they're going to talk about it in this recap, but one of the not cool things, but one of the interesting things about the Seraphites and the wolves is that the wolves have lost numbers. Like, they used to be a very, very big group, and they've lost numbers to the Seraphites, and the Seraphites don't really lose people. So you might think that the wolves have the upper hand, but they really don't. There's a lot of people who don't really believe in them and what they do, and the Seraphites have sort of filled that void for a lot of people looking for some sort of religious aspect to keep them going. So just a little interesting note.
The man screams so loudly and awfully that a guard outside blanches. Another man tells him to chill, because Isaac knows what he's doing. As the prisoner cradles his mangled hand, he repeatedly chants, "She watches over me, she fills my soul," to himself. Isaac asks if she also told the man to kill children. They argue about who broke the truce between their two factions, but the man will not give Isaac what he wants. He taunts Isaac that, despite having better resources, the wolves are going to lose. Every day, one of your wolves comes to see the truth and takes her into their heart, and none of us ever leave to become a wolf. This angers Isaac greatly, and he reaches for the pan once more. But the man doesn't flinch and merely holds out his hand before being asked. Instead, Isaac shoots and kills him. "Good guy, got what he deserved," says the soldier whom we hadn't seen before, and we realize it's the younger guy from the flashback, the one Isaac saved from his colleague's fate. Night falls. Ellie and Dina make their way into the WLF building and quickly realize they've stumbled upon the scene of a massacre. There are a bunch of dead bodies, a few
Yeah, that
hanging
was
from the
nasty.
ceiling, disemboweled, with their hands bound. Dina immediately pukes.
Little
Feel her love.
unnecessary.
Yeah.
The fish symbol is scrawled on a wall, leading the girls to realize that the group they saw in the woods are
Killing people
responsible
and they're
for the killings.
just carving them up for
All
fun.
of the carnage
Yep.
is incredibly fresh, as we learn when WLF soldiers run in and Ellie and Dina quickly hide. The soldiers are looking to kill any Seraphites they find, despite Isaac's orders to keep them alive for questioning, and it's not long before one discovers Ellie. She jumps on him and chokes him, ultimately killing him as Dina shoots a second soldier who runs to his aid. Dina and Ellie escape.
The one
to
thing
the
that I didn't
ring
like about this
outside,
part too was
winding up
that
in an
when they
igloo.
were running away, like I understand that you have to get out of there quick, but to me they had enough time to. I would have been grabbing those weapons. I would have been, once those people were gone and down, like I'm taking those weapons before I go anywhere.
They got their radio.
Yeah.
But
And I mean, I would have,
weapons.
grabbed the weapons just because I feel like that would have been very useful for everything that was about to happen after this.
Old transit tunnel. The WLF know where they are and toss lit flares into the tunnels, which rile up all the infected that are creeping around down there. The clickers chase Ellie and Dina until the pair drops into a subway car full of skeletons and the
Hey.
infected follow them. The undead rock the car and break through the glass, and it's looking really bad until the women open an emergency exit in the roof. Apparently, dead men can't jump, because once Ellie boosts Dina up, then Dina pulls Ellie out. They are able to get away. Barely. When Ellie and Dina get stuck in some turnstiles that won't move, a clicker is all up in Dina's business and getting ever closer.
All up in their
nasty.
business.
So Ellie shoves her arm.
I hate the way they
creature
look
and
with
her
their
friend
mouths, man.
and shoots
know.
the infected as it's biting.
So
her.
nasty to
She
me.
saves Dina's life, but Dina is incredibly freaked out as she looks at the bloody gash on Ellie's arm. They get back to the concert hall where they're holing up, and Ellie turns around from barring the door to find Dina crying and holding a gun on her. "I would die for you, I would," Ellie says, "but that is not what just happened." It's time to tell Dina the truth. "I am immune. I can't get infected," Ellie says. And when Dina is not convinced, Ellie gets her to agree to hold a gun on her all night long, promising that, "I'm going to wake up just as I am right now." Later, when Ellie is awake and definitively not a mushroom, she shows Dina the bite, which looks incredibly average, and the moment of vulnerability seems to seal something for Dina. "I'm pregnant," she says, crying. Dina drops the lamp she's holding and kisses her.
Do you think she's really pregnant?
I mean, probably, but
Yeah.
I don't care either way. It's
Do
really
you
stupid.
think that she's gonna live long enough to have the baby?
Maybe, but then she's gonna die, and Ellie will have to take care of this baby.
The one part I didn't like.
That's my guess.
One part I didn't like in here was we'll get to it.
Did
We'll
you
get-
get like
Ellie eagerly
far enough in the game to
reciprocates.
find out that answer?
They start taking
Yes.
each other's
Okay.
clothes off, and Ellie slips her hands into Dina's pants. Then we cut to the next morning, where they snuggle on the floor. In the morning light, Dina looks at Ellie's old bite. Ellie clarifies that now it's mostly a burn. Dina realizes she doesn't even know if Ellie wants a kid. "I want it with you," Ellie says quietly. The cuteness ends when the WLF radio that Dina
Okay. The part that I didn't like was the part where Ellie says, "I'm gonna be a father." Like, what?
You could
Like,
be
no,
like
the-
like a stepfather at the very least. Like,
Right? Like,
the kid's got a father.
right,
Like,
and
you
it's
didn't
not like
actually
he's
help
and it's
make
not
the
like
baby.
he's dead either. Like
No.
he's right back at the camp.
Like, you could definitely be a part in like raising the child, but
Right.
like, just because she's pregnant and you like her doesn't mean it's your child when there's still a third party who's involved and is
Right.
you know, one of the main people needed to
Goofy,
make
man.
baby.
Goofy. It was
Mm.
goofy.
Dole crackles with some voices. There's fighting, and they hear Nora's name and reason that she'll know where Abby is. Up on the roof, they see
Mustard
Mom
tin
and
can. What's
Mom
going
so
on? What's going on? What's going
that's where
on?
they have to go.
Oh, hold on. I got
Ellie
something for you. I got
suddenly
something for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
realizes everything that's at stake and tells Dina she doesn't have to rush into danger with her. Together, Dina says.
Hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button, please. All right, so we watched the recap of episode 4. The action was decent, I think, but I wish that it would. I wish there was a little bit more, and I know that there's more to the story, and they have to have kind of slower episodes, but you know, it's all good. Mustard Chin Can says watching the episode would make you think Joel didn't even die. I think. Yeah, with how they just sort of rolled on, and I mean, like, I understand that, like, in the actual game, this is like probably 3.5, almost 4 months from the time when he had, you know, that he passed away. So, that's the only way that I can rectify that they kind of go on with everything so nonchalantly. That's just my guess. That's my guess. But yeah, no, you're right. You wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't even know it. Now we are going to watch the episode 2 or season 2 episode 5 preview, as we got like 7 minutes until the episode drops. So let me get that going while I also get my HBO Max up. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's watch this preview and see what it looks like.
Let's go.
I'll go back if you want, and I'll keep going if you want. So what do you want to do?
Stop!
If it's war again, we're gonna need all the soldiers we have. Isaac is wondering why you apparently killed some of your own men. What happened? I sent a squad down to the basement. The whole floor was empty, not even rats. It's me.
Interesting.
Is that
Interesting.
just wars and stuff?
Yeah. And I mean, like in the game too, like it was airborne, like in the first game, like the whole time it had been airborne. And it's interesting that they're just now bringing that aspect of the game into the show, because yeah, like you had to have a gas mask in certain points, like whenever you were going into areas that weren't like heavily ventilated and stuff like that, you had to have a gas mask.
And
because
now Ellie and Dina are just gonna walk in there though, ill prepared. And
well, I mean, Ellie is in there, but I don't know where Dina's at, and I hope she doesn't walk in, because if she does, it's a wrap. Yeah. So
the
yeah,
spores
man.
don't work for Ellie either.
I'm guessing
I
not.
didn't know if like inhaling it
Yeah.
had the same effect as the bites. Or
Yeah,
not.
could. I guess we'll see. I'm assuming that it doesn't. I don't want to give any game spoilers or anything like that, but yeah. So yeah, man. We have about 5 minutes until the episode drops on HBO Max. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that queued up and ready. Anybody want to watch some basketball in the meantime? Where is it at? There we go. Is the episode already up? Jeez. It's already up. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yeah, usually it like pops up over here, but yeah, I'm gonna give it a second, because a lot of people don't come on until right at 8, but yeah, it looks like the episode is already up, so we will be doing this one shortly. Oh man.
I always hate how, like, in survival shows like this, how everybody just looks like perfect.
Yeah.
Like they
yeah.
got up, they
Yeah.
blow dried their hair after they had a nice hot shower. They did their makeup. Their nails have recently been done. Like,
Yeah. Check out what Tin Can said.
what do you say? Tina bites the curb on this one. It's been way too. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you completely. I think the end of last episode where they were like getting chased through the train part, that was good. And I get that you have to have the slow points as you build up to the bigger moments and stuff, but yeah, I really think that we need to get more of Abby, because like she literally came in, took out everybody's favorite character, and we have not seen her since, man. So I think we need some more of Abby, and I'm wondering how they're gonna work her in. Like, I know game wise how it happens, but that aspect of the game and the series are totally different. Like they're completely different. So yeah, I'm hoping that they're gonna like work her in somehow over these next few episodes, because I think this season is only 8 episodes deep. So we don't have much
Almost
more
to
show
the
to
end.
left. Yeah, we don't have that much more to go. So yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Tin Can, I'm guessing that you have your own HBO Max. We cannot show the episode online, of course, but
Or play the sound for you.
right, or play the
Sorry.
sound or anything like
We'd
that.
be next.
But we can sync up the show with you can sync up your copy of the show with ours, and
We
we
can
can
talk
watch it
about it
together.
as we
yeah.
go along.
Yeah, because we'll comment on it definitely.
Yeah.
Tin Can says, bro, I can't believe they've made people like Abby more than Ellie. Yeah, man. I don't know if I like Abby more. I just don't know as much about Abby in the show. I wish they would give us a little bit more to know and understand about Abby. Ellie has become very unlikable though.
She's always been a little bit annoying.
I think she had more of a softer side in the game that made you like actually, care for her a little bit more, I think. And I don't think
Than
that
in
they
the show.
I don't think they show that enough. They don't make you, it's almost like if Ellie and Dina switch roles and like Dina's character was more like that was Ellie, you would probably feel more compassion for her, or a little bit more. At least in my opinion, I feel like I would care a little bit more. The memes about this show's next level. Yeah, man. Yeah, the memes have been crazy. Especially I've seen all the ones with Ellie's face and the actress that plays Ellie. Like, I don't care about what she looks like or anything like that. All I care about is the character development, and I don't think that they've developed her character enough for us to care about her enough. Yeah, that was, I don't know. I don't really know how to think about that. I'm gonna look for a recap real
The
quick.
ending was better.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I don't blame her for going crazy on that girl's leg with the stuff, man. Like with the pipe. I don't blame her one bit for that. I think that this episode kind of made me like Ellie a little bit more at the end. A little bit more. I don't know what it is. What is it?
I think it is when she's with Dina, she's obnoxious.
There
And
you
makes
go.
bad choices
Maybe
with
that's
by
what
herself,
it is.
And she does a little better.
Maybe that's what it is. It's like the Dina effect.
They're like two little junior high girls together. Just
Yeah.
like, oh, let's go do something dumb. Type.
Okay.
Type.
So yeah, let me switch my screen up a little bit. Somebody should be dropping their review of the episode soon. And then we'll use that as a way to sort of recap the episode. It's much easier to do it that way. Most of the time they don't drop them until 9. Like there's a bunch of people who already have access to the episode and they've reviewed all the episodes already, and then they have their recaps go live at right at 9 p.m. So I'm gonna share my screen in the meantime. But yeah, like a lot of people have been saying, man, like the whole Dina Ellie relationship stuff has turned a ton of people off, man. Like people really, 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 really don't like
Like,
it.
I have no problem with them together, like, in a relationship. That's fine. But if you're trying to do, like, if you're trying to live, if you're trying to tackle more pressing matters right now, we're not going to stop every 5 minutes to have these little heart-to-heart, mushy-gushy times. Like, you need to be, if you're deciding to leave the town and go do this, then that should be your sole focus. You guys can talk about your relationship, put a pin in it when you get back to the safety of camp. But right now, not the best choice. And now we got one wounded, so...
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Like, it should not be, they shouldn't be as lovey-dovey, nonchalant about everything as they are. And
it's very
it doesn't make
young-minded.
sense. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It's very...
And then, I mean,
immature,
you can be young, but, like, be smart and not stupid.
That's what I'm saying, young-minded.
Yeah.
Like we're
like they're
immature
invincible
in our thinking right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
Instead of thinking things through clearly, they're just like, this is what I feel, so I'm going to act on it.
Yeah.
What's with all the rainbows?
What's up with all the rainbows?
I've never seen one of these in action.
I've never seen a tank this close.
What is it?
What is it?
Burnt skeletons.
3 burnt skeletons.
Kind of like those astronauts.
Like Apollo 1.
That's pretty cool. Like scene for scene from the game.
One of the early moon missions, there was an electrical fire and the astronauts burned up in their capsule.
They're supposed to be the first ones to go to the moon, but they never made it off the launch pad. Burned up in their capsule.
Well, at least they died for something worthwhile.
Well, at least they died for something worthwhile.
These guys were just assholes killed by other assholes.
These guys are just assholes killed by other assholes.
Hey, that round building.
Check out the building on the hill.
Yeah. Come on.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
If you're just tuning in now, we just finished watching episode 5, and I am waiting for a review to pop up, and then we're gonna go through the quick review of the show and wrap things up for the stream tonight. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. If you watched the episode, what did you think of it? Let us know.
What was that?
Shying away, shying away. I'll be coming for you, okay?
Game looks cute. I would have liked to see.
Yeah, the game is fun, man. It's fun, and the vibes in the game are so much different than what they showed in the show. Like this whole portion of the game is okay and like earned. Like it wasn't so like it almost seemed like it was forced when it was on the show. But like when you saw this part in the game, like you knew that Ellie did have like that softer side and stuff, and you saw it more so than just like the abruptness in the show where she's, you know, gruff and hardcore, and then all of a sudden she's like singing lightly this guitar. And Dina wasn't as Dina in the game. Let me see if there's any more up yet.
But in the game, she gets pregnant too.
Yeah, that's part of it. Oh, still just got the trailer breakdown. And this episode 5 was short. The last few episodes had been like a solid 50-55 minutes, man. They had been pretty long.
Welcome to the Heavy
Here
Spoilers
we
Show.
go.
I'm your host, Paul. In this video, we're breaking down The Last of Us.
Okay, we'll watch heavy spoilers a little bit, and then that'll help us break down the
Episode
episode.
5 is now here, and as always, it's packed with Easter eggs, changes to the games, and a lot of things you might have missed.
37
Throughout
minutes.
this
I don't think
video,
we're going to
we'll
go
be
through
going
that
through it
far.
all and giving our review of the episode. As always, major game spoilers will be saved for the end in the Save It for Spoilers section, which sounds like Spoilers section. That's the full name now. If you enjoy it, please hit the thumbs up and make sure you subscribe for all our coverage on the show. That out the way though, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into
Yeah, man, I've had something in it the whole show.
Now, as has become pretty commonplace in the show, we begin with flashback. Rejoining Hanrahan, you might remember her from Isaac's defection. There, the WLF were a band of rebels who were just wearing civilian clothing. Here, though, they've now got uniforms.
I didn't realize
and
she's
this
so
looks
small.
more in line with
Yeah,
Pedra's outfits.
she's extra
As we
hardcore
discussed
now.
last week, Isaac's pretty much become the thing he hated. Again,
I knew
Pedro
him too
oppressed
from
people,
things.
and the
Oh, yeah,
Savior
he's been in so
turning
much.
against them. However, they're now oppressing the Scars, and he's basically traded one war for another. Isaac is now clearly the leader, as we discover he's in charge of making the big decisions.
If I was getting executed, Isaac would have come himself.
Hanrahan is also possibly playing off Emma, who we know was a leader of the group at one point. This was alongside a man named Jason, but both were either captured or killed. Now this is the hospital, which is a location we visit in the game. This is actually where the wolves made their base, and a lot of things go down here. I always thought this is one of the creepiest locations and have always been fascinated with its history.
And see how it
As
is,
they kinda
it's
touch
like
upon,
super
this
creepy
was
in the
where
game.
outbreak happened out in the city. Day one,
Like,
the
cause you can
infected
only
were
see a
rushed
little
here,
bit.
and they were taken to the
You can only
basement
do the
and then
flashlight,
placed
but
in
they don't.
quarantine.
You don't get
However,
that vibe in the
when
show.
more and more people started coming in, the place just got completely overrun. Eventually, things got so bad the entire government just gave up. All sites like this, they
See how she had the
moved
mask on
stairs,
already,
blocked
so
the
like.
elevators, and then locked the doors.
expecting
Job
it.
done. They do touch upon this with the conversation that follows, as it's mentioned that things have been locked since 2003. Now, obviously, we know this didn't contain the infection, but it did contain the infected there. Because of this,
If
though,
you're watching right
some
now,
have
hit
been
that like
stuck there
button,
for
hit the
decades.
subscribe button.
I don't really want to spoil too
We
much
just finished
more, but
watching
plenty
season
of
2,
people know
episode
there's
5,
some
and are
big thing
watching a
that comes from
breakdown
it.
of it now.
floor
So
was empty, not a
chime in and let us know what you thought.
Focus on the rats there.
Hit the
Seeing that
buttons.
sealed door though was such
All
a
of them.
lovely
Comments.
sight, and it appears
Talk
later
to
in
us
the
about your
episode. Now
thoughts.
from here we cut to an office and see a pain paper up
Sound
on
like
the
a
wall.
therapy session.
I did
Yes.
vaguely
Please,
remember
discuss.
seeing one of these.
Share
at
your
the
thoughts.
Foster
What are you
Tuesday
thinking?
How are you
episode one day.
feeling?
Spent way too long skimming through the episode for it and couldn't find it. But it was there in my memory, I remember it. Anyway, it's here we join Sergeant Park. We discover that the treaty between the Scars and Wolves has been broken, and it is possible their leader, the Prophet, was killed here. Around this time anyway. We do know that she was executed by Isaac, and there is a shrine for her at Martyr's Gate. I really went in depth on all the history of the two sides, so if you want to know more, check out that video.
I might have to
What
check
it
that out
means,
just
though,
because
is
I
that
don't know
Wolves
everything
need
I need to
all
know about the
soldiers they can
scars.
get. There's questions over why Parks killed some of her own, and this includes her son. As we learn, the unit went through the hospital to clear things, but they discovered the virus had mutated. It's now gone airborne. We later see Leon growing into the wall, which is a sight you'd often come across in the game. I also wonder if the use of the name Leon was a reference to the other iconic
Resident
horror
Evil,
survival
yep.
franchise, Resident Evil. That, of course, features Leon Kennedy, so it might be a reach. Wait, no, come back. We'll have it better Easter eggs, I promise.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Beyond that, though, it's introducing spores into the series. These were a massive thing in the game, but in that, they were there from the beginning. Right from the off, characters would enter spore-filled areas and immediately have to don gas masks. Last week, we saw Ellie getting bit, which was different to how Dina learned of her immunity in the game. There, her mask was cracked in the subway, and then Dina tried to give her hers. Obviously, this would kill her, so Ellie quickly did a mask-off moment to reveal the truth. So yeah, spores are really important, and and I even thought at one point they might not include them. However, they were so tied in Nora's death that I think that they just hit a point where they had to. The other important thing to note is that Park doomed her own son. Though this has completely destroyed her, it came at the cost of the greater good. The airborne version hasn't spread to the surface, and thus humanity's safe. However, in order to achieve this, she had to sacrifice a child. Obviously, this reflects Joel and Ellie's relationship, with the former refusing to give the latter up. Now, though it might be hypocritical, you can see the argument for how both did the right thing. It's again painting out these complex shades of grey, and it's a motif I really loved. I do wonder though if Ellie's journey into the basement might end up unleashing them. Obviously in the game, you know, it was already a thing, so people just wore gas masks. In this show though, you're more kind of focused on expressions and acting, so you want to see people.
If you just watched the episode, what did you think?
Normally though, someone would have
We're watching a quick recap of it now.
20 minutes. Here though, Ellie's gonna leave it and potentially leave the door open too. So this could spread them and perhaps open up Pandora's box. So not only may they have skipped out on a potential cure, she may have made things even worse. Yay! I also wonder if the chatter of this has affected the other soldiers' judgment. Last week we saw in the subway how soldiers said it was supposed to be clear. I did theorize that sometimes the soldiers were just like, looks dark and scary, and they might lock us in here. Fuck that. Yes, it's clear. Like, who's gonna check? So maybe stuff like this, you know, soldiers locking in their own sons, the chatter spread amongst the ranks, and they just stopped searching places properly. Anyway, that takes us to the titles. Now, this is normally the point of the video where we drop a sponsor, but we haven't got one. But yeah, t-shirts. We're having a big sale on the site right now, and if you
whatever.
Which is where they are now. Now in the game, things begin with Ellie waking up at the theater. The prior day ended with her playing Future Days on stage and then falling asleep in the chair. Obviously, they reorder that for the end, and Ellie then goes in to meet Dina. In the game, she's been in the radio room upstairs, overhearing where everyone is. In the game, it's a dedicated system, whereas for the show, they just had the walkie-talkie from last week. There's obviously no radio silence either, as the Scars don't believe in using technology invented before the outbreak. They see that as the old world, and thus something that represents sin. In their mind, the infection was sent as a punishment. Thus, they've gone back to basics and embraced a life of embracing nature. They cut the scars in their
Well, that
face
makes
to
sense, I
remind them
guess.
that life's imperfect and that everything has a beauty and ugly side to it. But yeah, because of that, there's no worry of them picking up radio chatter. Also, love how Dina's using cartridges as a ruler. Is it cartridge or magazine?
These are mags. They're mags, you absolute fucking dummy.
I'm not American, mate, yeah? What's a gun? Give me a butter knife and a boa woa. We also get a look at Dina's bracelet. In the game, Ellie actually wears this later on. This is a Hamza charm, which is prominent in the Middle East. It's supposed to be a protection charm and is used quite a lot in Israel. Notably, Dina is Jewish in the game, but it's not been specified in the show thus far, especially as we never saw the synagogue section of Seattle. It does tie into a character though. You might notice that Nora's got the same one, and it's kind of playing off how we're not so different, you and I. We're all the same person. We all have our own stories to tell. Anyway, Ellie comes in having turned on the power. This is something that you do in the game, but instead of going to the basement, you go to the roof. There you find the theater's previous owner who tried to turn on the power himself. Unfortunately, they did it wrong and got fried. But parts of their life still remain in the theater, such as a tent and bed set up on the balcony that we see the pair at here. Ellie then goes to the back of the theater, which is filled with band equipment. Again, it's akin to that scene from the game where you discover a guitar behind the curtain. Yeah, there's things set up, but in the game, things were in boxes and stuff, which were laid out for a specific reason like that, which we'll discuss in the Spoil Me Paul's section. Section. Just like the game, Ellie then plays Future Days by Pearl Jam. Though the song wasn't around in 2003, the creative team have said they just don't care. It's such an important song for
If you're
both
watching
Ellie
right
and
now,
Joel,
hit that like
and
button, hit the
basically
subscribe button.
represents their entire relationship. The outbreak happened in the game in 2013, with the show happening in 2003. That was so the release year of Season 1 could be in line with the year it was set. But to be honest, I kinda just wish they'd kept the original timeline. I was also surprised that they brought the song across and made such a point of it, as They haven't even had Joel playing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Joel did that in the game,
Riding out to meet her,
and it would have
Abby
made
then
sense
sits
for
in her
him
room
or
and plays
for
with
her to be playing it
represents
afterwards,
the
but they
hope for
didn't
their future
show that
and
in the
how
show.
better days are ahead. Future days are gonna be the best until Abby shows up. It's very important though, and you can tell Ellie's hit with lots
Yikes.
here. She also stands the guitar up properly, which builds off how she laid it down last week. Both are signs of respect, as when she and Joel had fallen out, it was just dumped on the floor. The creative team on the podcast said this broke Joel's heart, and then it appeared in her room the next day. Also propped up, making me think the pair indeed talked on the porch, which I feel is a scene we might get next week. Either way, Dean has mapped out the Wolves patrol and charted a way for them to navigate the terrain. There is a blind spot and a building that the group don't patrol, which we find out later why. Ellie rightly guesses there's a reason for this, and she's not as unbook smarty as Dina says she is. And this actually skips over a massive section of the game. The show also changes how we reintroduce Jesse.
Yep.
Now, in the game, I think we've talked about it before, but just in case you haven't seen, Tommy actually headed out before Dina and Ellie. Jackson had been locked down after he left, but Maria let the pair leave with the instruction that they had to bring him back. He was on a rip-roaring rampage of revenge and had murdered several scars with his sniper. He'd also taken out several members of Abby's group and was currently public enemy number 1. Ellie was desperate to find him, and they had a rough idea of where he was. Over the radio, they learned he'd been sighted at Hillcrest,
And that's why they went to Seattle to begin with. It wasn't
Dean was
just
struggling
revenge
due
for
to her
Joel,
pregnancy, so Ellie
which makes
left her
way more
and went
sense.
there by herself. It's a section overrun with constant challenges, close calls, and lots of really tough sections. The wolves and infected are rampant, and this is where they introduce the dog stalking mechanic. Later on, we see this adapted for the episode, and basically, dogs pick up your scent. Even when you're stealthing, you've got to be quick and hide, and yeah, I love seeing that bit in the episode. Now, though they run into Jesse, this section doesn't ultimately lead anywhere. You end up stealing a car from the wolves and then get chased through the streets by them and the infected. Eventually you crash it and travel back to the theater. So with Tommy not being ahead of them and in general amounting to nothing story-wise, I can completely see why they cut it. Upon returning back to the theater, we then get a further flashback. This is between Ellie and Tommy, and it has the pair practicing sniping. I discussed this section in our episode 1 breakdown, and feel like they kind of adapted it into that. Then develops into a scene with Joel, which again, I think might be something to do next week. So I'll save it for the spoilers verse. Into the spoiler verse, we'll call it. In the game, we then have the night, and Jesse falls asleep.
Just finished watching episode 5 of The Last of Us Season 2 and are watching a recap right now. So if you'd like to join in, drop a comment. If not, we're going to end the stream in a little bit because we've been streaming for a bunch of hours now. And I'm pretty tired.
They talk about the kid and how she'll name it Ellie if it's a girl and Elijah if it's a boy.
Let me know what you think of the episode, though.
Same spelling, but it's something we'll talk about later on in the spoiler section. We then see a sign for Noodle Bowl, which is an in-universe restaurant. You can see it later on in the game at the stadium. Coming across the side of
Good
a
old
Wolves
Noodle Bowl.
massacre, we see the bodies of dead scars under a shrine. The mural is also painted similar to one you find in the game. However, there it was painted on a truck when you head towards the TV tower. There she appears to be somber, but in the show she looks like she's smiling. Due to the freshness of the bodies, it also feels like a retaliation for the TV station attack. That in itself was a retaliation for killing the convoy, and we have these constant cycles of violence. The Scars and Wolves story very much mirrors Abby and Ellie, who are stuck in one themselves. Abby went out to get revenge against Joel, and now Ellie's going out to get revenge against her. She'll kill others on the way, and then there'll be more who want revenge on her. Dina even touches upon this when they talk about the first person that she killed. This was actually brought up on the podcast when Dina asked Ellie about hers. There they said it was strange Ellie didn't immediately ask Dina. They admitted they were saving that answer for down the line, which we now get.
Yep. All right, folks. Yeah, man. I think it was a decent episode. I give it a 3.5.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm about the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how much more I want to see. I mean, I want to see more of the story progress, but I don't know. It's lost me a little bit, and I think every episode that goes on now, like I get more and more lost in the show not being as good. It's just like it's missing that something, man. It's missing that something. Something's likely Joel, but
Yeah.
In the game, like you had so many other characters that you knew and cared for, whereas now we just seem like we're on like Dina and Ellie Island, and that's not really a good place to be. So yeah, but yeah, I appreciate you guys for checking out the stream, man. Like I said, hit that like button if you're watching this after the fact. Drop a comment below. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell so you're notified each and every time we go live
in 2025.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate you.
We do.
Don't be a stranger. Jeez. What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up?
Oh my gosh, this lighting
What
makes
is
my
up?
face look even more red than it is. This isn't sunburn. I just got out of the shower and I turn red easily. I have not done my makeup. My hair is drying. I'm about to go to work, but I wanted to say hi to everybody on here. Hello, I do exist. There's been some question if I'm still around, if I'm alive, and I do have a pulse. I am here.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
just
a
a busy
lot of
gal.
questions. There's a lot
I'm
of
just a busy
questions.
gal. So busy I didn't even get my hair and makeup done for this. So you guys are taking priority right now. You're welcome.
I hope they're really welcome.
Yeah, don't give us any more slack or hate or yeah. Don't. Yeah, you know what I mean.
What's up, folks?
Hi.
The Last of Us season 2 episode 6 is tonight, and we're going to be watching it. Mostly me, some Katie, but mostly me. But yeah, we're going to be hanging out for the next hour and a half or so. 7:30, 8:30, 9, yeah, somewhere around there. To watch the episode and react to it live and in real time. So yeah, thanks for chilling out with us. If you are watching right now, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop your comments and everything in the chat so that we know that you are there and you can hear us fine. So yeah, it looks like everything should be good. I mean, I'm hoping so. But yeah, I'm excited, man. I'm really excited for this episode tonight. I have heard that this was supposed to be a good one. This is going to be the one that focuses on that character that Joel killed, that was the husband of the therapist. So yeah, I'm hoping that this is going to be a good one. I'm never quite 100% sure about this show at this point, but I'm hoping that it's going to be good. I'm really hoping that it's going to be good. Holding out hope. So yeah, that's gonna be the plan for tonight. Please, we got to get these likes up. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, man. We need some more folks in the chat to drop those likes and to say what up to us. Mustard tin can back in the building, man. Hold on, I got something for you. First one, go get that. Oh, and it's not working. Oh no, my whole all my sound effects are down because I moved folders.
I think what he is meaning to say is, hey, what's up, friend? Thanks for being part of our fam.
Yes, what is up? What is up? What is up?
Glad you're here. Something like that. I don't know which button he was going to push, but I think that covered it all.
Yeah, I think it does too. I changed folders for everything that I have, and I forgot to redo that. Yeah, sorry, Mustard, man.
That's what happens when I leave all this up to him.
Yep. So yeah, you can go ahead and log out right now. Just hit the like button before you go.
Yeah,
Yeah. But no, we are here. And in about 2 minutes, we're going to get started. We're going to watch a recap of last week's episode. Then we're going to watch the preview for tonight's episode and a little breakdown of that. And then it'll be about time for us to watch the actual episode. So that is the plan. I'm going to start recording there. There we go. Okay. So yeah, that's going to be the plan for tonight. So if you are interested in hanging out with us, please do so.
You know what I'd like to see?
What?
More ladies
in the chat,
subscribing to us. More ladies liking it. More ladies chatting.
Good luck. This is a very male dominated channel.
So I've read.
But yeah, if you look at our stats, like 89% of the people who subscribe to this channel are guys. So
sorry, gentlemen, I'm scaring you away tonight with my face.
Your face is fine, just a little red.
I just did a little skincare routine right out of the shower and ran down here, and
you're wearing a sweatshirt. So
that's because I'm about to go outside to work, and it's a little cooler out there. So do my best, but no, it'd be cool to have some ladies in the chat. Maybe I could do like a whole makeup tutorial while you're just talking about your show stuff. Maybe that wouldn't bring anybody.
Guys, if you're watching right now, please don't.
This is why I just don't show up. I just should.
Yeah. Mustard Tin Can says, man, if only they listened to their fans. They clearly wanted Ellie to be casted as Tom Holland. Oh man, shots fired. Buck. Shots fired. Yeah, that's kind of rough. A lot of people aren't digging Ellie, and we know that's true. Annette just mentioned in the chat, said hi, lady.
Hi. Oh my goodness, hello. Hello. Has Annette been here before?
Yes, Annette has been here before. I believe, if I'm mistaken.
I think just when I'm not here, so
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
know.
know there wasn't Annette. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, appreciate you for hanging out with us tonight. Please hit
We've
that
had
like
your
button.
sister here before. She's great, but we know her. I'd like to meet new friends.
Yes, I thought you meant Annette's sister. I was like,
No, I pointed to you,
oh,
but
my
you
sister,
may
yes.
not have.
Yes, yeah, no, my sister has definitely been here a few different times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you were here last week. So
Okay,
yeah,
well,
cool.
hi.
Cool. Welcome
Nice
back.
to meet you. I'm Katie.
Welcome back.
I'm
Welcome
the other
back.
half of Watch Stuff With Us.
Yep, you see it over there. It says Katie.
Yeah.
And then
And
over
the
there it
title-
says JD.
In the middle says Watch Stuff With Us.
Yep.
I am the.
It's usually just watch stuff with me. So I'm glad that she's here today. But that's not what you guys are here for. You guys are here to do some Last of Us talking and chit-chatting. But first, please get those likes up in the chat. We got enough people watching that we should have more than 3 likes. Oh, wait.
Hold on, I'll open my phone. Sorry.
No, let me switch my screens up a little bit.
Let me like our own channel.
Right? Thank you.
I mean, I like the channel. Just...
Okay, hold on. Let me switch my source up. Bada bing, bada bam, bada boom. Okay. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna watch a recap real quick of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5, which is the one from last week. And we are hoping, really hoping, that this week's episode is a little bit better than the one last week. I think last week was better than the week before that, but show is kind of getting me. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this recap going so that we can all get caught up to speed on what we missed or what we may have forgotten about from last week's show.
5th episode begins as Hanrahan is with a bunch of other wolves in a hospital. She's questioning a woman named Elise, who apparently killed some of her own men, including Leon. The fact that she took him, in particular, out seems to be a big deal. We learn that Elise's unit was in charge of securing the building, and everything was fine until they got to the sub-basement. Leon was in charge because he's my best. And when he radioed to report that they'd found cordyceps flourishing on the floors and walls,
I'm laughing at Mustard Tin Can's comment real quick.
the next time he radioed, not
Doing
long
a Sony
after,
cinematic universe right there.
fungus took over. He said, "It's in the air," she reports, clearly upset. She locked the only doors to the building's subterranean levels, and we sealed them.
It is interesting that they just now decided to make the virus or the fungus airborne, because that was something that was very prevalent in the games early on. And I'm shocked that they waited this long to present that. And as I've said before, I'm a little confused on what we're going to do as far as the next season of the show goes, because from everything I understand, season 3 for this show has been confirmed. They're going to finish everything in season 2 that's in the second game already. So I don't really know what they're going to do moving forward. Are they going to just...
They might go beyond the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they just going to do their own
storyline? Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if
cool.
that's... Yeah, I mean...
As long as it's decent.
Yeah, if it's good.
Yeah.
If it's good. I hope they take their direction from the game and the game's creators as to what they would like to do next, because if there ever is a Last of Us Part 3, I would assume that the stuff that they end up doing in the game or the stuff they end up doing in the show is what's going to also be in the game. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see where they're going to go moving forward. But I hope this isn't the end of the show, and I hope that the quality of the show improves. Ellie being a dad. I've seen so many memes of that, man. So many memes.
I don't get it.
No one else in the building has gotten
She
sick.
just inserts herself.
Hanrahan thanks Elise for doing what she had to do, permanently and heroically. We owe you a debt. She mentions that only those who need to know about the basements will be informed. And as she goes to leave, she adds, "I'm sorry about your son." What we're meant to take away from the exchange, cordyceps is now airborne, and therefore even more communicable than it was before. On Ellie and Dina's day 2 in Seattle, Ellie gets the generator at the
Sick,
theater
huh?
working.
Ellie and Dina, day 2 in the hospital, just plotting and planning. What I don't understand is if this city is so secure, how are they able to just hang out in this place? They've been like walking
Did you say
around
day 2 in the
exploring.
hospital?
Day 2 in Seattle.
Oh, I thought you said day 2 in the
Maybe,
hospital.
maybe I did, but day 2
I swore I
in
heard
Seattle.
day 2 in the hospital, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not a hospital.
No, it's
but
not a hospital. They're in Seattle.
You may have said Seattle. I don't know. I have water in my ears.
But yeah, I'm still surprised by how they're just kind of like hanging
Casually
out.
chilling, playing instruments on a stage, being loud.
Yep. Just acting like there isn't a giant zombie apocalypse going on outside, and also a war also brewing right down the street. So yeah.
Their relationship
light.
and zombies.
Dina uses
Eh.
intel from the radio and a map to try to plot a safe path to the hospital. Ellie tries to help but is rubbish at it, so she leaves the task
Rubbish.
to who is smart as fuck.
Ellie's rubbish, period.
No, you're not American when you say somebody's
While
rubbish.
Ellie is noodling around on an acoustic guitar she finds on the theater's stage, Dina arrives to say she thinks she's figured out what's up. She posits that the wolves are overly confident and the Seraphites are anti-technology, and the ladies should head for a big fucking something that looks like a warehouse on the map. They head out and come across a bunch of Seraphites, dead, under a mural of the prophet that says, "Feel her love."
Yeah, the Seraphites are
Feel this beat.
yeah, the Seraphites are pretty weird. I wonder if they're going to develop them more into something that's more of a, I would say a spirituality as opposed to a cult. Like it just seems like it's a straight up cult at this point. Like
Yeah, I get those vibes too. It's
yeah. I don't know.
a little weird.
Mustard says, kind of hope they branch out the franchise a bit more. Kind of feel done with Ellie's journey. Yep. I think if they're going to move forward with the show, that would be my guess as to what they would do. You might as well go ahead and like develop a few new characters that may or may not have anything to do with the game. And develop your own story for those characters moving forward. Because yeah, I feel like Ellie and,
Dina.
Yeah, well, I feel like Ellie's done with her journey. I don't really know about Dina, but I mean, I do know, but I don't know.
You know.
Someone spray painted "Feel this bitch" underneath. The
Feel
whole thing
this,
would make anyone
comma.
queasy. And Dina is definitely green, causing Ellie to freak and say that she shouldn't have brought her on the mission.
I love how that like seemed out of nowhere too, because they were all, just doing their thing, and now all of a sudden, just because you see all these people dead, for the second large group of people that you see dead, now it's like, oh, we shouldn't have done this. Maybe we should go back. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have done this to begin with. It's a bad choice from the start.
Dina deflects by bringing up that Ellie never asked her about the first person she killed. So she tells the story of how a raider attacked her home when she was 8 and murdered her mother and sister before Dina shot and killed him. Similarly, Joel didn't deserve what was coming to him, she reasons. If the raider had gotten away, I promise you, I would have hunted him down forever. The monologue touches Ellie, who caresses her girlfriend's face. Dina says she'll do whatever Ellie wants, but she wants her to know there's no right answer. If I die, it's on me. It won't be your fault. Then she asks Ellie how she wants to proceed. Keep going, Ellie whispers. After dark, they break into the big effing something, aka a building with the name Membronics on its side. Dina reminds
Big
Ellie
effing
that shooting
something.
people should be a last resort. When Ellie is slightly offended, Dina softens her rebuke by saying she's crazy, but that's what she loves about her. You love me? Ellie asks. Ellie goes to respond in kind, but Dina interrupts with, I know.
Doesn't it seem like their love developed a little quick? I mean, at least in the show. I think in the game, you got to spend more time with them, so it didn't feel as forced. But at least in the show, it seems like this is just like...
Like, it seems like Ellie was into her for longer, obviously.
Mhm,
but,
mhm.
like, yeah, it just kind of, like, happened at that dance, and then... I'm the dad.
Right. Right.
Couple
I'm gonna be a
episodes
dad.
later.
Right? Like, yeah, that was real
Like-
quick. Now you're in love. Okay.
Do you know each other's middle
Inside the
names yet?
building,
Nope.
the
Or
pair
your
runs
parents'
into an
names?
intelligent infected, like the one in the supermarket. And when Dina learns that Ellie got bit back then, too, she's not psyched. Soon, more of these sneaky clickers are circling, so Ellie makes Dina go and hide. Ellie's fighting her heart out, but definitely outmatched, but then someone shoots the infected away from her. It's Jesse. Ellie and Dina run, with Jesse providing cover.
And this part is different from the game because they did not get rescued like that in the game. But yeah, Jesse just showing up like this.
How did he find them?
Yeah, I know.
I feel like that's a little unbelievable.
Like you got another person who's completely infiltrated this city and is able to go right to the place where they're at.
That's what I was telling you when we had watched it. I was like, well, maybe he asked the horse, like.
Right. Hey, where'd they go?
As they're chased by wolves.
Sorry, that was
arrived on
overkill.
the scene. The teens race into a nearby park, stymied when they realize that the
You do a good
soldiers
horse.
haven't followed them in. As they follow
If you're just tuning in right now, welcome to Animal Sounds starring JD and
Katie.
for the sound of voices, Jesse informs them that he's in Seattle.
I feel bad for Jesse too, man.
They found the map the girls
There's a
left.
certain C word
But
that he's
then
being right
They
now.
all stop talking.
He
Because
really
they come
is
across a scene in
being a
which
cucumber.
seraphites are
Yep.
hanging a wolf and disemboweling him with a scimitar. There's chanting and torches, and then there's some high-pitched whistling, the kind seraphites use to warn of danger, right before Dina takes an arrow to the thigh. Jesse quickly scoops her up and follows Ellie's instructions to get her out.
Got another comment from Annette.
Yep, you can read it.
Oh, okay. It was difficult for me to actually like this show because Ellie's character was so sarcastic and played around too much. Yeah. You
Yeah.
don't have that like emotional attachment to her. I don't feel I've had it this entire show.
Yeah, you don't have that that care like when Joel
We don't care about Ellie.
when Joel died, you lost the heart. And at least
Truly.
in the game, you knew more about Ellie and you had more time with her, so you cared about her as a character more. But like in this, they did it so fast that you didn't have a chance to really like Ellie at all.
No, and she's spent too much time just being angsty and
Right.
sarcastic and
Right.
snooty and whiny
Right.
and dramatic.
And that's why everything with her and Dina seems forced. Like even in the game, it was somewhat forced, but like I said, you had more time. And in this, like if it was up to me, you would have taken the entire beginning of this season would have been dedicated to like you would end this season with Joel dying. So what we did in 2 episodes would have been done in 8 episodes, I think this season is. Yeah. So you would have had a whole lot more time to flesh out Ellie. You would have had a lot more time to flesh out Abby. You would have got to know those characters a little bit more. Like right around now is where we should have been having that attack, that episode that happened, that the scene that happened in episode 2 should be happening right around now. And then you'd have, the last episode end up being, Joel getting killed.
They're rushing through it, but maybe it's because they feel like they don't have enough like filler to throw in there.
Yeah.
That you'll be kind of bored just.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Yep.
feel like playing the game is more interactive, so it's more fun. And
Yeah.
but compared to this, then you just be watching them walk and be like,
Yeah, I think that's where you have to come up with your own creative license and develop a few more things.
they haven't
To
really
be interesting,
inserted too
yeah.
much yet, though.
Right. A few more things to be interesting during that point in time. Mustard says everything else is gone. Yeah. Like they're running out and they
Yeah.
cut the heart out of the show. So
He said Jesse's the only character he cares for in this show.
Yeah, at this
Annette
point-
says Joel's sadness. True.
yeah.
True.
And the stuff with Jesse is like you honestly feel bad for him. Like I mean, he seems like a decent guy. Like, I mean, it sucks that he's like thrown into this this weird throuple of a relationship. Yeah, this weird triangle. So yeah, let's finish this up real quick.
Ellie
Stop
hides
yapping.
and manages
Sorry.
to elude the bald baddies, and she eventually
Bald
makes
baddies.
her way to the hospital. Nora, Abby's friend, is cleaning up after stitching a wound at the hospital when she realizes Ellie is behind her with a gun. Nora recognizes her, but claims not to know where Abby is when Ellie demands the information. At first, she pretends to be sympathetic about Joel's death. But then she pivots to say, the little bitch got what he deserved, and throws a tub full of bleach and rags at Ellie's face before she runs. Ellie pursues her, shooting away, and Nora's only escape option is the elevator hatch. Both women wind up in the aforementioned sub-basement.
Not good choices.
Lev B2
Not
is
good.
wallpapered and carpeted with cordyceps, and the spores floating in the air would be beautiful if they weren't also going to turn everyone into disgruntled mushrooms. Ellie sees
Disgruntled
some
mushrooms.
victims fused to the wall like Flying Dutchman crew members. They're exhaling clouds of
Yeah,
deadly
Jesse's
little
approach is
particles
super
like they're at a
mature,
hookah bar.
Mustard. Like,
She hears
super
coughing
adult.
and follows the noise to find Nora slowly succumbing to the spores. You stupid bitch, you killed us both, Nora wheezes. Did I? Ellie muses, causing Nora to realize, you're her, the immune girl. You're real. Nora
Immune
wonders
girl.
if Ellie knows what Joel did.
I'm
Though
here.
Ellie says she doesn't care. The other woman tells her anyway. Joel killed everyone at the hospital in Salt Lake City, including the only man who could make a cure for the infection. That was Abby's father, and Joel shot him in the head, she says, fading but fighting. That's what he did. Ellie regards her. I know, she says. Ellie puts away her gun and asks again, where's Abby? Nora keels over but still won't give up her friend's location. So Ellie grabs a piece of pipe from the ground nearby. Where is she? Nora still won't say. So Ellie starts to hit her, continuing to ask, and Nora keeps refusing to answer. Where is she? Ellie yells in an uncontrolled rage as she wails on the dying
Yeah.
woman like she's a cut
Big
of
time.
particularly tough beef. In an abrupt pivot, we end the episode with Ellie waking up in her bed. She's still in her old room from before she moved to the garage, so this is either a dream or a flashback. Then Joel opens the door and says, "Hey, kiddo."
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking that's a sort of a dream sequence, or her just remembering what the times were like before. Yeah, the red light scene was pretty good. I thought it was well acted. Like it made me feel the anger for like both sides. Like, and I mean, like it's so funny because when you watch that scene, I didn't find myself really cheering on for Ellie, but I understood why she was doing the things that she was doing. And Nora was completely unlikable. So like I got why Ellie decided to do what she did.
It's fine that she left.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, if we would have had more background and time with Abby and her crew, maybe we would
We'd
like
have a better
understand why Nora does the stuff that she does, or why she acts the way she acts.
Or you care a little bit more.
Yeah, or care a little bit more. There should have been like
It's
at
really
least,
weird that they didn't do any backstory.
yes, there should have been at least 2 episodes where you dealt with Abby in the past, so that you understood, like you saw everything from Abby's perspective leading up to Joel killing her dad.
Yeah.
And then Abby walking, where she had that little dream sequence where she was walking and she was telling her other self, like, don't go in there. You don't want to see what's in there. Like, you should have seen Abby walk into that situation and see her dad die, and her anguish and how torn up she is in the episode.
We should have
Then
seen
you
all
could
of...
have.
Sorry, go
No, I was
ahead.
gonna say, then you can flash forward to the next episode where you go to present time, where she is preparing to get to Joel, and she's like she's with her crew. And then that episode, you get to know her crew, you get to know her people, why they are doing the things that they're doing, why they like what they like, why they don't like, why they with Abby, you know, to see the human side of them too.
You should have done all of this before Joel's death.
Right.
So
And-
that we had more understanding.
Right. And then you get to the next episode, and then that's the episode where you get the attack, and then Abby and her crew getting them, and then Joel getting killed.
Yeah.
Like-
So instead of just everybody hating Abby and her crew with no understanding, unless you've played the game, you could have, you know, had us understand both sides of it and been
Right.
like, wow, I get why this is a pickle for everybody.
Yep. I think that makes way too much sense. I just don't understand why that they made the choice that they made to not go in that sort of route. So there has to be something behind the scenes that we don't know. Has to be. Mustard says, too bad they can't just have Ellie walking around with a red light attached to her hair or something. Yeah, I know. That just automatically makes things better. Let's watch real quick. Let's watch the preview for this upcoming episode. Yeah.
Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay, that's leading into that flashback. Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember what I taught you?
Okay. So it's a whole Joel flashback episode. Okay.
I like that you looked at her tattoo. Remember, I asked you, I was like, when did she get a tattoo? I did not recall her getting one, so
Yep.
maybe I'll have some story to that too.
Mustard said it sucks because I actually like Abby's actor. Yeah, Abby's actor should have been Ellie, and everybody had fan casted her as being Ellie, and you totally understand why. Like, she's more Ellie, and Ellie is more Abby.
Yeah,
like they mixed that up a little
There
bit.
had to be some reason for it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I don't know. I
Maybe
know.
the actress that was Abby was just had a busier schedule or something.
I know the actress that's playing Ellie right now was also in Game of Thrones, and a lot of times those shows like to keep, like a channel likes to keep those same actors in their, like, under their umbrella.
Kind of like what ABC does.
And you
and
see a
NBC,
lot of
yeah.
yep, you see a lot of those folks doing that. So yeah. But yeah, I think this episode, I'm hoping that it's good. I mean, it'll be nice to see Joel back. It'll suck that Katie has to leave right now, but you know.
Sorry.
Yep. Look, our viewers are gonna go down. Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh no, we got to stare at
they'll come
JD
back,
again."
They'll be like, finally.
Nope. They're gonna be like,
She
"Gotta
gone.
stare at JD
She
again."
Can't help it. Work calls.
All right. Let me close that out. I'm gonna leave heavy spoilers up because I'll look at that after the episode is over.
Depending on when I get back, I might jump back in, but also I feel like if I do,
Yeah, you won't know
I'm
anything
gonna
that
miss
happened.
the whole beginning,
Yep.
and then I'll just be spoiled at the
Oh,
end.
Annette said it's on. Let's go. Okay, hold on.
All right.
Let me get it on. I'm gonna close this out.
I'm gonna close me out.
All right, I love you.
Bye. I love
I'll
you
see
too.
soon.
Okay, sounds
All right.
good. Bye, guys.
I'm gonna switch my screens up real quick. All right. I'll see you later, baby.
Okay, love you.
Love you too. So let me move this chair out the way a little bit, and I'm going to start the episode in about 10 seconds. As soon as I hit play, I'm going to start the episode. I won't fast forward or anything through it. And we'll just get started. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, starting now. All right, feel free to comment while we're watching because I will be talking about the episode as we go too. Austin, Texas, 1983. Okay. Most would say he wouldn't have had a problem with a season 2 recast. Yeah, man. Me neither. We are watching The Last of Us, season 2, episode 6 right now. Sync your copy up with mine so we can watch together. Hey, it's my man from Daredevil. See you, Katie. Mustard, since you and Annette have been rocking with us for a while, I'm gonna go ahead and mod y'all up. Congratulations. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the prestige level of the family. So yeah, if anybody gets weird in the chat, it's on y'all. Get it right. putting y'all to work. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys. Like truly appreciate you guys, man. It's hard when you like a young, small channel. Like it's hard to get people to hang out and really want to contribute. So like I truly appreciate you guys, man. The swordsman, that's what this guy was in Daredevil. Interesting start. Interesting start. Not what I was expecting. Got the opening credits rolling right now. If you guys want to sync your copy up with mine, 5 minutes and 9 seconds into the episode. It's good to see Joel, man. Man, that's cool that he took so much care to craft that guitar the way he did. I believe it is. Yeah, good eye. Good eye. Eli. Good old Eli. Dang. Yeah, in the episode after Joel had died, you could see his brother looking at that watch too. So yeah, that's good eye in that. Good eye. We are watching The Last of Us, season 2, episode 6. You can sync your copy of the show up with mine if you'd like to watch along with us. Yeah, you can see in this, man. This is what the show is missing, man. It's kind of messed up that you got to bring Joel back for people watching to have these feelings again. So yes, now I'm getting attached to Ellie. I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but it does help. You gotta soften Ellie up a little bit. Should have had more moments like this before everything happened with Joel. It always surprises me how they can like live a relatively normal life and stuff. And I get that in a situation like this, you'd have to sort of make the best of it. But man, I just feel like I'd be on edge so much, so often that I don't know if I'd ever really be able to relax. Jesus. I remember this from the game. We're watching The Last of Us, season 2, episode 6. Now, she's a bit of a nerd, but I can understand this. I love like planetary science and, you know, learning about space and stuff like that too. So like this is awesome to me too. Yep, this is lifted straight out the game. You just found out that there was a game? Oh my God. Yeah, you're missing out. The game was much better than the show. Like there was just so much more that you could do, of course, and you spend so much more time with the characters that you really become attached to them. And sometimes I feel like those expectations have ruined a little bit of the show for me. So it has to be pretty cool to not really know any of the stuff that's going on in the show. How did you feel when Joel died? Like, what was that? Was that like shocking to you? Did you expect it? They definitely should have had more stuff like this for Ellie earlier on in the season, man. You would have avoided a lot of the backlash that you got. Like they could have easily have done this beforehand. Yeah, I know you had to be crushed. Like it was shocking. In the game, it was shocking too because it really came out of nowhere. Because you expect something to happen, but you don't expect that to happen. It's cool that he did all of this for her, man. We are watching The Last of Us season 2, episode 6 right now. Ellie's in space. This is probably the closest Ellie we've had to Ellie in the game. Like she's just infinitely more likable in this episode, and I like that. No more Eli on the cake. Not exactly the approach that I would have took in a situation like that. Especially that last part. But yeah, I would have been mad too. As a father to 4 girls, yeah. Well, we have a situation like that go down in this house, it's going to be a problem. Whether it's a guy or a girl that they messing around with. There's no messing around in this house, except for me and Katie.
No, it isn't. You don't own it. They gave it to you. Sorry, to us. You don't own anything.
See? That's the Ellie that you don't like. Look at Joel coming around, man. See, that would have been hard for me to do too. Like, you want to be accepting of your kids getting old, but I mean, you got to have some respect for the house though. But he's trying though, man. Like that's admirable. Who likes a rude therapist, man? Like, she stayed having an attitude. She is honest. Like, I get that. I get that. But I mean, you would think she'd have a little bit more, be a little bit more compassionate, maybe. Just a little bit more. But yeah, she is honest. She's honest. I don't really know how much help moving to the garage would be, but I guess you are like moving out the house. That's the best you can do in a situation like this. I do think that this is a conversation that they should have had, well before this point. Yeah, I don't really know why Joel wanted to keep this a secret from her. I mean, yeah, he had to do some bad things, but he did it to save her. So understandable in my book. We are watching The Last of Us, season 2, episode 6. My name is JD, and I am 33 minutes into the episode, as you can see by my timer. Got Joel and Ellie riding on a horse right now. If you're also watching the episode, drop your thoughts in the comments.
So it's not so bad. I'm not your fucking kid, Joel. I'm your husband. Put together.
So this is the Eugene episode where he is supposedly killed by Joel. So we get to see how that plays out. That should not be a spoiler to anyone because they talked about it already. Yikes. Yeah, that'd be a little startling to see a horse running with somebody dead being drugged behind it like that. Mm. 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 Shaking. Hand gonna be shaking. Nah, man. Nah, man. Uh-oh, making these promises. Now I want to see why his wife is mad that Joel killed him, because at this point it seems completely understandable that Joel is eventually going to kill this guy. So why is she mad? He ain't gonna make it. Hmm. Bang. Yeah, I don't blame him. I still don't blame him. And I mean, his wife, I know she's mad, but I understand. I understand it. Joel can't risk or couldn't risk that. He shouldn't have lied to Ellie though. But still, I understand why he did it. Watching The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 6. If you are enjoying the stream at all, we're going to be talking about the episode after this is over. So please hit that like button right now. Hit the subscribe button, man. It helps out our channel a ton when you do that. I mean, he did lie, so I get it. I get it. She'd be hurt by that. I think that was his mistake. He shouldn't have lied to her. But what he did was completely justified considering their circumstances. Now you're gonna try to lie to her too? Like, yeah. Mm-mm. Ellie gonna Ellie gonna tell it all. Watch. I don't know why Joel would make up that story either. I would have just told the truth. I would have said that he started turning, so I had to take him out. Mm. Ellie shouldn't have told either. I don't think. Is that where we're gonna end it? Okay. Uncle Grumpy. I'm waiting to hear your comments, Annette. Should Ellie have told? Should Joel have lied? Let me know what you think. His face. I'm fighting the urge to talk. You're welcome. All right, as soon as it's over, you gotta let loose. I wonder, are they going to make up at all? Guess not. Coming up on the end of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 6, folks. We are going to be breaking down the episode shortly after it is over. Utah? Oh, yeah. I wonder if she's going to ask him what happened. Yeah. Salt Lake. Yep. I completely didn't know what you were talking about when you said Utah for a second. I mean, but what does it really matter what happened there? Maybe they could have made a cure. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough, man. Tough. He didn't want to lose another daughter, man. See, that's what I'm saying too. Like I get why he did what he did. Yeah, Fireflies need to figure out another way. But I mean, like what's Ellie being mad for? Like, okay. Good episode. Good episode. Good episode. I think it was very helpful to have an episode like this to sort of fill in some of the stuff from previous episodes. But I mean that it's a little late for all this though. I mean, you could have done all this and then, and I know it worked differently in the game, but you could have did all this beforehand and led up to Joel dying. Then Joel dying would have really crushed everybody, would have really meant something. So yeah, man. Good episode. Very good episode. Let's check and see. Let me stop my timer. All right. And let me see if I can catch anybody having a recap up so we can discuss the episode. Yep. There you go. Should have been episode 1. Yep. That would have, yeah, completely. That would have made everything flow so much better. Cause then you could have saw the buildup of their relationship, the collapse of their relationship, see them rebuild the relationship, and then have that like ripped out from everybody, you know, like that would have made it mean so much more, I think. But yeah, that's a great point. Now I have to go back and watch episodes 1 and 2. Yeah, I will probably go back and do the same. Yep, before next week, I'll probably go back and do the same. Let me see if I can find a recap real quick, and we'll go through a recap. Usually I get the recaps uploaded right at 9 p.m. So let me see. Hold on. So yeah, on a scale of 1 to 5, and that, what would you rate this episode? I give it a solid 4. To me, this was a solid episode. One of the better ones of the season, definitely though. Episode 6. Katie back in the building. None of the recaps are up yet. Let me see. Trying to find one. Come on. Yeah, I really think that they should have given this a little bit. They should reorder the way the episodes have gone. I think if they would have played out a little bit differently, it would have garnered a lot more empathy and sympathy for Ellie, as opposed to the overall negative tone that we had for her during most of this season thus far. And then says she's giving it a 5, switching to my TV, so I will leave it like I said. Okay, all good, no problem. Yeah, we just finished watching The Last of Us season 2, episode 6. So I'm going to switch over to my share screen right now. So yeah, trying to find, usually people have uploaded the episodes relatively quickly. At least uploaded their recaps of the episodes, I should say. Okay, here's one. Here's a heavy spoiler one. Okay, 2 minutes ago, and we will go over this together as a way for us to recap and discuss the episode. So if you're watching, drop your comments. Let me know what you thought of the episode. Like I said, I gave it a solid 4, and that gave it a solid 5. I think it was good. I really don't like the ordering of this show, the way this ended up playing out. And I know they tried to sort of follow the same rhythm as a game, but I think this would have been better served as one of the first few episodes of the season. Let me take this off of mute. Okay. Yeah, let's watch this.
Oh, I'm your host, Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down The Last of Us. Season 2 episode 6 is now here, and it answers a lot of questions about the show. Next week we're getting our season finale, but first it's time to look
Oh man, the season finale is next week? Oh no. Did not know that.
Talking about how it compares
So are
to
they
the
going to do like the
games.
whole
So if you
pier
enjoyed,
scene and
please hit the
everything?
thumbs up and make sure you subscribe
It's too
for our
early for
finale
that.
breakdown next week. With that out of the way though, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into The Last of Us.
I hope you do a little better than me.
Okay, so this episode combines pretty much all of Ellie's flashbacks from the game and even adds in a couple of extra ones. They reorder lots of things from the story, and thus it delivers a hell of a lot of character moments. For example, the porch scene, that's actually not revealed until the end of the game. There it's delivered in what's probably the last 20 minutes of gameplay, whereas here we're getting it much earlier. We also have what happens with Eugene, which is all brand new. In the game you come across his stash and just talk about what happened with him in the past. An ex-Firefly, he was seen as being lucky because he managed to live long enough to die of old age. There he died of a stroke and didn't have anything hanging above his passing. Ellie and Dina smoked some of his stuff, and then the pair had an intimate moment. And that was pretty much it. For the series though, he's used in a really unique way to show.
Yeah, I definitely like that difference from the game. It gave his whole life some meaning. I thought that there was going to be more of an entire episode devoted towards him, but yeah, this was enough. I totally understand what Joel did and why he did it. I still think that he shouldn't have lied. He should have just been truthful about the whole situation, exactly what happened, laid it all out there and said like, hey, he had been bitten. He hadn't started turning yet. But I was afraid that we weren't going to get back to the camp. And so I killed him. Like I would have just straight up said it. I don't understand why he, didn't want to tell the truth in a situation like that. Like, yeah, I get that you don't want to hurt somebody, but I mean, she's going to be hurt regardless.
Oh, how Joel's lies just got too much. He was constantly making life and death decisions for others and lying to the person affected. Ellie figures out from his look when she knows he's broken a promise that she also lied to him and thus puts everything together. In the end, it just gets too much, and thus Ellie reveals what happened to Eugene to Gale, which we'll talk more about in just a bit. Where we begin though is with a brand new scene for the show. In general, it's also something we never learned about with Joel and Tommy. The pair's past before we first encountered them was never discussed, and neither childhood was ever brought up. Turns out their dad, it was Tony Dalton the whole time, which, yep, another brilliant cameo I wasn't expecting. I should have figured it out though, because both are some of the only men who can pull off a mustache in Hollywood. The casting is absolutely perfect though. Later, when Joel's leading Eugene to his death, his streaks of grey also look just like Lalo in Better Call Saul, which was such a great touch. But yeah, perfect seeing him play his dad. Going back to Austin, Texas in 1983, we see their dad was a cop. Now in the game, Joel was actually born in Arlington in 1981. We learned this due to the Part 1 remake, as we could see the notes in glorious 4K. Now in the show, we discover that his dad used to punish them and see Tommy in tears thinking it'll come to him. Joel offers to take the blame though. He tells his dad he was the one buying the drugs and the guy tried to rip him off. He then smashed him like the like button and so on and so forth. However, his dad's already spoken to the kid and also the officers there. He knows it was Tommy and that Joel's taking the fall. Standing up to his father though, he's willing to lie to do what he sees as right. It basically speaks to his whole character and why he lied to Ellie and Gale. Here he thinks he's gonna get the beatings, which means he's gonna be the hero.
He likes my beard, but he didn't try to bite me.
Savior complex, and he views himself as shielding others from pain. Whether that's taking the beating for Tommy or even seeing himself as saving
Miles,
Ellie,
everyone.
he sees him as the person who can make the tough decisions, even if the people involved don't want him to do that. Looking at you, Eugene, busting out the beers, his dad then tells him about the time he stole a candy bar and his dad broke his jaw. It clearly messed him up, but he sees himself as being better than his dad, even if just by a little. He says he hopes Joel does a little better than him, and it's quite a touching scene that pays off really well later on. We also get focus on the watch as he touches Joel's shoulder. Throughout the series, this has been a symbol that's tied a parent to a child. And I think that everyone will be able to relate to this scene in some form or another, whether you're a kid or a parent. You understand that sometimes things are difficult and that not everything's black and white. Everything is about perspective and everyone has their flaws. Ultimately, Joel saying this also stops his dad from beating his brother. He brought the truth to the light and showed his dad exactly how he was. In holding up a mirror to his dad, it forced him to reflect and try and see things the way that they actually were, which is something that clearly breaks his dad's heart, and you can kind of see Ellie doing this to Joel in the future. I feel like his dad also sees himself as a bit of a failure, but also feels like he was doing his best. When you're doing your best though, and still not succeeding, you know, it can also make you still feel like even more of a failure. Exposing the truth is something that Ellie also does to Joel, but in the end, they are able to grow from this.
I mean, just thinking of my parenting style, like I know that you can't always tell your children the truth about everything, and I get that, but I try my best to give them as much of the truth as possible, because I think in a situation like this, if Joel had been more honest with Ellie and explained to her, you know, even early on that like, hey, I did take out all those people. Like I did do all those things because I cared about you. I did it for you. I think that she would have understood that. And I mean, just like she understands here. And then you had all this heartbreak and stuff that went down in between because he, you know, he lied to her. Or even if he had told the lie initially and then, you know, waited a little bit and then eventually told the truth beforehand, I think that that would have been a better situation than to have her pretty much figure it out ahead of time. So yeah, and I said, speaking of the future, Joel dragging Eugene's body, then Joel's body get dragged. Yeah, man, like that was definitely some I wouldn't necessarily call it foreshadowing since it had already happened, but yeah, they definitely showed the symbolism with that between both of them being drugged like that. I think it was a lie that hurt her. Yeah, I mean, it was. And I think that that part of it was unnecessary. I think Ellie's always been pretty mature. And if I was in a situation like that, I think that if I told my, you know, one of my daughters the truth that like, hey, I didn't want to lose you. Like, yeah, we might have been able to save, you know, the entire world, but I didn't want to lose you. Like, yeah, that's selfish. But I would have wanted to find a different way. Um, it's hard to think about the greater good when it comes to losing someone or something, you know, so close to you. I would hate to have been in that type of situation, you know, to begin with. It's a tough call. So I get it either way, but he would have had to been a better man than me to sacrifice somebody that he cares for.
Well, until Abby smashes his head in. However, it's a very important scene and one that carries a lot of meaning, and I would actually like to see more of these kind of flashbacks with his dad down the line. I do wonder how their relationship changed after this, and if they potentially bridged the gap and had a sort of similar thing to Joel and Ellie. But yeah, whether that comes in season 3 or not, we'll have to see. Either way though, after the titles we jump to the bar, which has repeatedly shown up throughout the season. This is where the dance was at, and it's also where Joel punched Seth. The next day, it's where Ellie got the apology and bigot sandwiches, and later on, it's where
Steak
they held the
sandwiches,
council
man.
meeting.
Need
So
that.
it's constantly popped up. Seth works here on both the bar and grill, and we see his interactions with Joel. You might also notice that he doesn't have his Olympia. In episode 3, he said he caught some friendly fire on New Year's Day, which I thought was a little jab about Joel. Also thought maybe it meant he'd caught some friendly fire during a tour or something, and started theory timing that he was like potentially an Iraq war vet. But I was wrong. The official podcast cleared it up and said it happened during the Horde. That all went down the day after the party, which happened on New Year's Day, so he caught one in the leg whilst he was defending Jackson. The Seth of Us game will explore this in more detail down the line. Calling Joel a new guy,
Seth of
we learn
Us.
this is 2 months after the end of season 1. And in that time, he's been out looking for Lego. Guy managed to find it even when Seth couldn't, and hey, if you've played the game, then you'll know Joel goes over everything, like the same room, 400 times. Constantly hitting the triangle button until I get 3 screws. Ignore all the knives lying around. I need to craft a shiv from some broken scissors. It's also funny to see how Lego's still just as sought after and expensive in this pandemic as it was during the COVID-19 one. I just wish I could trade stuff instead of paying money at the Lego store. It's through this conversation though that we learn Seth used to be a cop. Obviously it plays into Joel's father, but beyond that, Joel's disobedience for the law. Joel was a constant rule breaker, and whether it was smuggling, killing the fireflies, or just everything in general, he was always wary around authority figures. I love how all the bottles have hand-drawn labels on them, and it's a nice touch because obviously they can't produce stickers and stuff. Kind of like how all the sports kits had hand-drawn numbers on. Going to Ellie's room, we then see a Kurt Cobain poster outside of it. This wasn't present there in episode 3 because obviously she took it with her, and she also wore Converse to model herself after him. Nirvana's self-titled Greatest Hits came out in 2002, and I remember a huge resurgence. Brushed it to the side and got the gun. It kind of cemented that all the things in Joel's life, you know, they'd just been cast to the side, and now the focus was purely on revenge. Joel then inscribes the moth, which is Ellie's symbol. That moth is also part of our t-shirt line, which you can which is something he referred to Sarah as.
Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. I gotta get you up.
But yeah, he's obviously panicking here as Ellie's burned herself up really badly. In the game, you actually start off going to visit her, and you might notice there's a bandage on her arm there. I never put 2 and 2 together, but it's nice getting these infills of why it happened. Ellie says she just wants to wear short sleeve shirts as she's obviously had to hide her bite. Jumping forward, we then get some nice touches around Ellie's room. The first is her flick knife, which is stabbed into the wood, just like how it was in episode 2 and at the start of the game as you leave patrol. We also have the curtains blowing behind it, which was the title screen for the first game. This was then adapted into the ending of the Bill and Frank episode and helps to highlight peace. Next we cut to some tapes, namely Aha's, and Ellie of course sang Take On Me to Dina. She had an Aha tape back in Boston which we saw in season 1. We then have a moth and several of her sketches. Ellie would often do these in the game and she had a collection in her books. She has a dinosaur and space shuttle as well, which foreshadow the birthday trip later in the episode. Overall, I feel like this is perfectly shot to mirror Sarah waking up in episode 1. There we got a focus on the curtains and then her waking up in bed. She then went down to make Joel breakfast and we learned it was his birthday. There was even talk of getting him a cake. Here it's a sort of flip on that as Joel got up before Ellie and went down and had one ready. It shows how he's not taking her for granted and wants to be there for every special moment. Even though he didn't get...
Young Ellie was so much more likable than old Ellie. And I mean, I feel like at least during this show, thanks to this one episode, I feel like I like Ellie a whole lot more, just to see some of that background. They should have given us this stuff much earlier in the season. And I've said it, I've said it before earlier today. I know Annette said it too. But yeah, they definitely should have given this episode like way earlier in the season. This would have helped. This would have helped a lot of things as far as liking Ellie and feeling more empathy for her character.
Get the name on in time. Joel then gives her the guitar. It's akin to how he hands it over in the game, but we know it has a much more personal touch. You might also remember in season 1, / part 1 of the game, Joel promised to teach her to play when they were on the highway. It's now coming out from that, and he plays her Future Days by Pearl Jam. This becomes the pair's song, and it's something Ellie repeatedly plays throughout the game. That song wasn't actually released until 2013, with the show taking place in 2003. The creative team have said sod it though, because it's such an important song for the pair. It's all about the potential of loss and how someone would lose the person they are if they lost the person they love. However, they are hopeful and optimistic and see brighter future days ahead together. Now, Ellie doesn't get those future days with Joel, and she ends up losing who she is. So it's quite poignant. They do bring it around for the end of the game.
This entire scene,
but might talk about in the spoiler section. We will spoil you. That's
Definitely didn't cry, but I could feel the emotion.
That they'll probably adapt it into the show a lot.
Takes a lot for me to get super emotional on a show, though.
Ellie also sees how singing to someone can be an expression of love, which may have inspired her serenading Dina later on in the timeline. Also, Pedro Pascal can't sing for shit.
Trying so.
Careful.
The dinosaur part was cute. Yep.
This guessing game's such a great moment in the game, and they adapted across perfectly, even down to Joel's shirt. They also bring up Jesse and how Ellie wants to man the wall.
I hear the way Jesse talks about it. I see the way you look at him. No, I've got a pretty keen eye for these sort of things. I got a keen eye for these sort of things.
Not so keen with this
Cat
one.
comes in and my allergies blow up.
It's pretty much all verbatim from the game, and a really nice father and daughter moment. Ellie also tells Jesse later on the game how Joel thought she was into him.
Joel liked you a lot too, He used to think I had a crush on you.
She later ends up training under his lead, which we saw during episode 1. That they kind of touch upon here. They do skip out on Joel pushing Ellie into the water and then Joel doing the same thing. The section's a bit more dragged out in the game, and I do like that they cut it down, because all these sections on a replay, I'm like, I've played through this before, get to the point. But you can't skip the unskippable walking cutscene. We then get Ellie climbing up the T-Rex and standing on the top. This is something you can also do in the game, and I love that they brought it across. In the game, you can then jump off and land in some water. The pair then go to the museum, which is what you explore in the source material. It's such a great moment in which the pair bond, and you remember the actual happy moments Ellie had. They recapture the entire setting perfectly, including the room.
Yep, need more of those happy moments, man.
Back of her head, and she can't truly escape from it or even have a moment of happiness without it starting to creep in. I also really liked how the questions were all written down. Jesse earlier in the season told her to not be angry when trying to get the town on her side, so we saw her write down her speech and appeal for help to get justice for Joel. So here it seems like she's trying to be calm and collected in confronting Joel about what happened and get justice for what really
finally got the father-daughter feeling between them. Yeah.
Situations, and then in reality, it never goes down like that. This is something we see.
Just like I said before, like it would have been awesome if they would have did this. Well, like you said, I got to give you credit first off because you said it first. But yeah, it would have been great if they would have put this earlier in the season, and then, like I said, in the season with Joel dying, and like that would have been a heck of a cliffhanger for everybody who hadn't played the games. But instead, I feel like they rushed it.
The end of the episode, and she doesn't use the piece of paper. She's just very clear. She knows he was lying. Now in the game, you continue your journey into the museum. Ellie can sneak into spaces that Joel can't, and she goes ahead to find a way to let him in. However, it's pretty eerie in here. She comes across a body and also a note detailing the fall of the Fireflies. Whoever this was said in their mind they could justify all the horrible things they'd done for the group because they were being told that they're basically building towards something better. In the end though, this all proved to be for nothing. Ellie then comes, which I imagine is exactly what it feels like. Like I remember being a teenager, my mum in a sort of indirect way.
I'm not your fucking kid, Joel.
But technically, this isn't his house as it was gifted to him by Jackson. This belonged to someone before
that was
the
petty.
outbreak, and
Her talking about that this wasn't their this house. This isn't your house either. Like it was given to you. Like that was petty. Like, and I know that was her just being angry and finding a way to hit back at Joel. But like I thought that was petty and unnecessary. immature, but I mean, of course, she is pretty immature for for her age. But it's understandable though. I mean, you live in a crappy world like this, you can kind of get why, you might be a little bit immature or delayed in your development.
He don't really own it. But there's nothing he can really do. Ellie isn't his kid, and he has to accept he can't control her life now. He also never got to this part of being a parent with Sarah as she died at a young age. As he said in episode 1, it's all new to them both. It's something they touch upon in the game as you find a dead man at the aquarium. Turns out he lived there with his kids, and there's lots of their drawings and possessions. However, at some point they grew up and then became indoctrinated. The kids left to join the Scars, and it obviously broke their dad's heart. He took his own life, and yeah, it was a really tragic thing to come across. It discusses how kids become different people, and this can often put them at odds with their parents. Joel's still taking an interest though, and he looks over her tattoo. Noticing the moth, I think he sees it as her kind of building off what he put on the guitar. It comes from her dreams, and Joel initially takes it as
It was
being
teenager
similar
talk.
to a
Yeah.
butterfly.
Yeah,
They
you're
represent
right.
change and transformation. But a moth represents death. You could see this as being on a symbolic level, as the
It's
more we
good to
see
know about
moths,
the
more
moths
relationship
bringing
between them
death. I
dies.
hope I do not
You
have a
also
dream about a
Joel's death
moth
around the corner,
anytime
and
soon.
Eugene's coming as well. Gail is the one who explains the meaning of the moth, and this could foreshadow her husband's passing. The conversation here is sort of a flip on the therapy session, and it's the first time Joel goes out to her. She's her usual abrasive self, and even brings up the doctor booth from Peanuts. You might also notice that she's reading Eartha Bites. This was actually hinted to us in the Weeks Ahead trailer, but you couldn't see the full bottom of the title. However, eagle-eyed viewers, they pointed it out to Kevin's spoilers. YouTube user exploring R3KBC actually did a big explanation in the comments saying what it was and how it applies to the show. The story came out in 1949 and was written by author George R. Stewart. Which just so happened to have someone there called Ish. In the game, you learn much more about him through the notes you find throughout the world. Turns out he survived by hiding on a boat and then went ashore looking for supplies. Here you found the sewers and eventually
Just finished watching The Last of Us season 2 episode 6 and watching a recap done by Heavy Spoilers right now and commenting on it. If you watch the show, please drop a comment. Join in on the conversation with us.
For connection. Eventually, Ish reached out to them and invited them to come live at his hideout. Again, it ties in that idea of surviving for a reason and building something instead of living alone. Over time, they invited more people in and eventually built out a thriving group. There were schools, sports, and little touches that made them feel human. However, one day someone messed up and left the door open. The infected flooded the area and some managed to escape. This included Ish, though his fate beyond this was asking Joel questions. It's clear she's thought about his lies a lot. Getting ready to go on their first patrol, it initially starts off exciting. Finally, Ellie's being seen as an adult and even is asking about the record of kills because that's what she wants to live up to, but it's not all fun and games. It's the easiest and safest trail they've got though, yay! Just traumatize you for the rest of your life. Now, they do change up a lot of things from the games. In those, we have a flashback where Ellie and Tommy are sniping in the hills. They're training her while clearing the infected, and it's something they adapted into episode 1.
I was gonna say, that's like the
it was
first
even at the
episode.
ski lodge. Tommy then takes Ellie to Joel, but it's clear there's something shaky between the pair. Something's off, but Joel's acting oblivious. Saying they should go get new strings for the guitar, the pair then set off on a route. Getting to the hotel, it's here, shit goes down. They come across a wealth of infected and then even go toe to toe with a bloater. It's a big scene, but I can totally see why they cut it out. In the end, they get to a bar, which is where they find bodies. These belong to Adam and Sydney, who we learn fled from Jackson. Turns out they ran into a horde and then both got bit. They decided to end it before it came to that, but Adam just shot Sydney and then couldn't do it to himself. It's horrifying, and then Ellie starts to feel guilty.
Only they were immune, right? After you took me out of the Firefly Hospital, you said there were dozens of people like me. I've never met another immune person before.
I could be hiding it.
Do you believe that? We traveled across the entire country to bring me to the Fireflies. I had so many questions for them. Why did you pull me out of there while I was still unconscious?
There was no cure.
That sort of plays off the questions list, and it's clear she's starting to doubt him. This festers in her mind and eventually she goes back to the hospital. I'm really surprised they didn't bring this into the show, saying as they've used the set for several things. It of course appeared in season 1, and we also had it showing up as part of Abby's nightmare. So I was surprised they didn't reuse it since they already had it. Upon reaching it, Ellie learns the truth and finds recordings and notes saying what happened. It's heartbreaking for her, and outside she sees as Joel arrives. He actually also gave some of the dialogue from these recordings to Nora last week, and it discussed Abby's dad.
Even if we found her, or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it made no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead.
Joel then arrived and the pair talked it out. Ellie said to tell her what happened, and if he lied again, he'd never see her again. If he told the truth, she promised to go back to Jackson, no matter what it is.
Making a vaccine would have killed you, so I stopped them.
This scene gets repurposed to the end, and thus Ellie doesn't necessarily have the time to reflect on it like she does here. We'll talk on that more in just a bit though. Ellie was completely devastated, and it robbed her of the choice to decide whether to die for that cause or not. To her,
I don't know about that whole look at his face. I don't know about that whole deciding to it robbed her of the choice. Like I don't really agree with that. It's a tough decision, and I don't really know if she should have even necessarily been allowed to make that decision. This is the big debate for this one. Like I don't know if she should have been able to have the choice to make that decision or not. I think this is where you get into, you know, parents versus guardians and, you know, being a parent and being a guardian of a child or a person who is a child, technically, that they are able to make those types of decisions. And I mean, I know that it's a plot sort of, it's a piece of plot armor to make it that she had to die in order to get the cure to be found. But since we're, you know, operating under those premises, I still don't think that I would have been able to sacrifice my child. Yeah, I don't, and that would be so unfair to put on her. Yeah, definitely. And even if she wanted to do it, I don't know if I would allow it. Like, this is my child. I'm not sacrificing my child. Like, y'all gonna have to figure out a different way. You know, I let her donate blood, some plasma, some bone marrow or something, like, you know, figure out some other way other than, you know, having to actually kill my child in order to, you know, synthesize a cure.
Her life was supposed to be for a bigger reason, but now everyone's doomed. Eventually, every community will either run into a horde or be taken by raiders. No matter what expansion they make, they'll either unearth some roots that signal the infected, run into some spores potentially, or yeah, just get murdered. Just very, very difficult to thrive in this world. People are having to live day to day and living in constant fear or becoming alcoholics like Gale to numb things. Call for backup, Joel then tells her to go back, but she refuses. You can tell it hurts him hearing her defiance, but he hasn't got time to argue. You can also hear on the radio that it's Adam and Eugene who need help. This is a nice reference to the Adam in the game, like we mentioned earlier. I do wonder if they were carrying out that murder pact there, but then Eugene was like, look, I have to get back to my wife, I'm not going to do it yet. You also hear Joel's voice on the left speaker as he's off screen. Maybe a nuclear level reach, but in the games, the voices will be either on the left or right speakers / earbuds, depending on where the companions or enemies are. Rushing through the woods, we see them having to hike to the forest. You might remember early in the season that Tommy mentioned the forest was extremely dangerous. It's a place where the fungus can thrive, and you never know if you're stepping on some roots. It's a really tense scene, including the guy getting dragged by the horse. That might actually be Adam, so scrap the murder pack thing. You might also notice that Ellie's tattoos fill in more, which we can see on her hand. Coming across the infected, they then discover Eugene. Admitting he's bitten, he just wants to say goodbye to his wife. He has so much to say, and clearly it's the most important thing to him.
I think they could have, I mean, Joel, looking back, Joel probably could have played it differently. He could have kept them in front of him. And the second, you know, he started getting shaky, could have took him out then, and then they could have at least said to Gail that they tried, but obviously Joel didn't make that choice.
him to hold out his hand. Ellie then tests him. Obviously she's immune and isn't worried about potentially getting bit. And to be honest, Joel could easily just escort him. Pointing out his bite wound, this is also done to show he's bitten on his side. In season 1 we see a poster that explains how long it will take you to turn based on where you've been bitten.
Now this I didn't know. So yeah, he should have had time. Now, do you think that Joel knew this? Yeah, if this is correct and they know that it was 2 to 8 hours, I wonder how far they were from camp. And that says Joel was very wrong for that. Yeah. He could have played it differently.
The torso is 2 to 8 hours, which plenty of time. Telling Ellie to get the horses, he then promises to take him back. However, what he's really doing is getting Ellie out the way so he can kill him. It's pretty bad and kind of acts as a reminder to who Joel really is. Though we never saw much of Joel's time after the outbreak to meeting Ellie, we know he did a hell of a lot of bad things. He always justified it though, and once more he's justifying lying and killing him. Even telling Eugene you can always see the face of those you love. It's basically him taking his chance to see his wife for the last time. Just in the same way he took away that chance for Ellie and lied, he's now doing the same thing. Joe Pantoliano really kills it here, and even though it's a small role, he does a lot. Eugene begs for her face to be the last thing he sees, which is something he doesn't get, and it kind of comes full circle with Joel. In his death, the last thing he saw was Ellie across from him. However, she was screaming and beaten up, and it was a really tragic sight for him. I think Eugene just accepts his fate.
I didn't think about the
and makes
allegory
most
between
of the
those
time
two.
He has. Knowing he won't see her physically, he visualizes it right before his death. It's a really somber
Yeah, look at the flowers
but
moment.
now
Yep.
Joel has to deal with what he's done. Ellie arrives with the horses and is completely distraught at what she sees. It's such an impactful moment, and they then drag his body back to Jackson. This is in a white sack, which is akin to how Ellie would later drag back Joel. Joel is already cooking up a story though, and he says it's the right thing to do. Ellie thinks people should just be told the truth though, and is fed up with Joel's lies. Rattling off a story to Gail about how Eugene ended it himself, he says that he didn't want to put her in danger. And it seems like it's exactly what she needs to hear. Pedro acts expertly here as he delivers the story, but he's clearly making it up as he goes along. Gail may not believe him, but it might just be what she wants to believe. However, Ellie throws a curveball and tells the truth. Completely devastating, and it shows how much he's fed up with Joel. Gail is gutted as well. You do kind of wonder who was right here, as I don't know, would you really want to know that? It's obviously going to be much more painful, and it then tears the pair apart. Jumping to New Year's Eve, this is what will become Joel's last
I think
memory
that's
of
the real
finding
real question of the episode. In that moment, what would you have done? Would you have told Gail the truth and let her know exactly what happened, or would you have made up a story like Joel tried to do? And then on top of that, was Ellie correct in telling Gail what the truth was? Should that have been up to her? I mean, like, I don't know. I honestly, I would have just told, I would have told the truth. I would have felt like, hey, this is exactly what happened. We tried. I would have handled the situation differently, but I would have told the truth. I would have said like, hey, like, we tried to make it back. And you know, we inevitably didn't make it in time, and he started to turn, and I had to end him. And I think that she would have understood that, and then that would have saved all the heartache between Joel and Ellie, and then also Gail having the heartache that she had from Joel lying to her. So yeah, I think that was the correct approach.
Dance from his perspective, it's something we weren't privy to in the game. Sat there with Maria and Tommy, we see the whiskey return from the start. Saying see you next year, this is actually the last time the two brothers talk. Tommy's also a dad now, so
Ellie blurted it out wrong. Yeah.
Drop the legendary dad joke. Now in the game, Tommy rode out with him.
Pretty selfish on her end to do it like that right then and there too.
The last time he ever sees his brother alive. Maria also talks about how helping family out is important, but not when it comes to avenging Joel, Tommy? Joel then goes off to help Ellie, but we see she berates him. Still hurts her now, and guy was just trying his best, mate. Joel, like his father, was doing what he thought was right, but this came through pain and violence. So Joel ends up walking out much like his dad at the start of the episode. He's completely defeated and yeah, it's devastating. Grabbing the guitar, we then get the porch scene playing out. Like for real this time. Back in episode 1, we thought it was weird they skipped over this as it was such a massive part of the game. Her having the guitar the next day though, that did seem to tease it happened. I was so happy seeing her silhouette drift back in, and yeah, I'm really glad we got to see this playing out.
What are you drinking?
What are you drinking?
Coffee. Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Where'd you get it?
Those people that came through last week. The people that came through last week? A little embarrassed as to what...
I like that they take things like directly from the game too. Like it's pretty cool.
Embarrassed for what I traded to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
And I don't want to ever hear about you taking me off patrol again.
Okay. Dina. So, Dina, is she your girlfriend? Is she your girlfriend now?
That was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. She just...
It was just one kiss. Doesn't mean anything.
I don't know why she did that.
I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her. But you do like her?
So stupid.
So stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but... Look, I don't know what Dina's intentions are, but I do know that she would be lucky to have you. Well, she'd be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
You're such an asshole.
Tell me what happened here.
Tell me what happened with the fireflies.
If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone.
If you lie to me again, we're done.
Making a vaccine would have killed you. And a cure would have killed you. I'm not trying to...
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
Then I was supposed to die. That was my purpose. My life would have fucking mattered, but you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again. But if somehow I had a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that.
I don't think I can forgive you for this.
But I would like to try.
But I would like to try.
Joel also has his Al cup here, which again we mentioned earlier. Guy of course loves coffee and needed a nice mug to drink it in. The moment of them standing looking over the balcony, that also mirrors several things from part 1. The shot looking to Boston was done like this, as was the time after they saw the giraffes. Kind of broke my heart seeing Joel asking about Dina, especially because we know what's coming. Ellie says though that she knows Joel lied to her. I was actually really surprised they combined it into this moment because it means that Ellie basically has a night to get over it. Whereas in the game it was a lot longer. Ellie sees Joel as dooming the world just to save one person. He knows that it comes with a cost though, but he just couldn't lose another kid. It's honestly one of the best scenes in the game and show, and I was so glad they captured it this well. They had some additional dialogue as well about if Ellie ever has a kid. As we know, she's gonna be a dad, and Joel then says he hopes she does a little better than him. It echoes his father's words from the start, and it's a perfect way to tie these two flawed men together. In the end, Ellie says she doesn't know if she'll forgive, but she'd like to try, which is what comes of that cutscene as well. In a way, I believe them, and I believe in future days of you and me, now I think of it. Ellie, of course, has that robbed from her, and thus she goes on a quest for revenge. This is what's pushing her. She lost that future that she'd finally accepted. In the game, Ellie felt like she'd been robbed of a death that meant something. Moving on from that, she then felt like she'd been robbed of a life that meant something as well. So it was a double blow, and again, it ties in that idea of purpose and what it means to live. She actually also had this on her mock drawings. It said, "You have a greater purpose" on it. The scene also pretty much confirms that Joel knew the Fireflies could save humanity with the cure. It's called a vaccine in the game, but here it's a cure. There's discourse around whether the term vaccine was accurate or not for what the Fireflies wanted to do, and Matt Pat's actually done a fantastic video if you want to watch that and basically see why they picked different words for it. Show Joel, or Shoal, he knew he was damning humanity as he loved his adopted daughter so much. He wasn't going to lose another kid and thus strip the world of its cure. I also really appreciate they just combined all this stuff.
But as devil's advocate, is he being selfish? And then said the double talking is annoying. Oh yeah. Remember, I don't know the game. Is Joel's dad the actor that played Joel in the game? No. Different actor. Actually, the actor who played Joel in the game was one of the Fireflies in season 1.
that they came across and had like a real small like speaking part? Good question, though. Good question.
While the flashbacks are great to see in the game, they do wreck the pacing of playing it somewhat, which is a critique of the game as a whole. The pacing's all over the place. We have essentially almost 3 games in one, with Ellie's quest, the flashbacks, and then Abby's story in the back half of the game, and then another section after that. So it's either impact the pacing of the show and have the game 1 for 1, or condense things down. I think they made the right choice though, and having the porch scene much earlier in the show combined with the hospital talk, it works pretty well. We then close out with Ellie returning to the theater, now looking down and defeated. Having just killed Nora, she's losing the person that she was. It ties into the themes of future days on how she's now lost herself. It closes out what I think was a really impactful episode, and definitely the most character development we've had this season. As mentioned earlier, I used to dread these parts of the game because they just drag on and on. I think this handled those moments brilliantly though. I think Bella's struggled with some parts of the season because she just doesn't really feel like the older Ellie I played for like the last 5 years. Dear me, it's been that long. However, I think she did a fantastic job here, and it was great seeing her actually going through the phases of growing up. Pedro was also excellent as well, and it was so good seeing him back. I don't know how much adding the porch scene here is going to change the actual ending, because it's quite an important thing that changes Ellie. I'm glad we got it here though, as it felt like a really great personal entry. Obviously though, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you miss the infected?
Well, yeah, man. Annette rolling out. Gotta go. Thanks, guys. Okay, that's it. Bye. See y'all next week. Yes, be back here next week for the season finale. I did not know it was gonna be a season finale next week, but yes, we will be here. I'll probably start replaying the earlier reviews around like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So if you want to pop in around then and catch up on some of the old stuff, you can. And then of course we will start right at 7:30 p.m. Central Time for previewing the episode 7 before it starts. So yeah, really appreciate you hanging out with me the entire time. Like, that's cool. I really appreciate that. Don't be a stranger. Have a great week. But yeah, I am going to go ahead and end things now. Like I said, this is probably a 4 out of 5 episode for me. I really enjoyed it, and I feel like I got to sneeze again. But yeah, I really enjoyed the episode. I love what they were able to do and mix things up a little bit from the game. I am interested to see how they're going to end the season, and then what is going to be remaining for the 3rd season, which has already been, approved. How much is left in the game, because they're kind of jumping around a little bit. I'm thinking maybe they're going to save a lot of the Abby stuff for the next season. I hope they do not try to cram it all in one episode. That is the one thing I don't want them to do. They need to stretch things out a little bit. The pacing has definitely been different from the game for sure. But yeah, I enjoyed this episode. If you are watching right now, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so you're notified each and every time we go live in 2025. Like I said, we'll be back next week. There are a bunch of trailer reviews dropping on our channel this week. We watched all the new trailers, so they're going to be like at least 4 or 5 of them dropping this week. So check those out, drop comments on those, hit the like on those. Hit that subscribe button, because we are constantly doing stuff on this channel. And like I always say, I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with us, and I will see you when I see you. Peace.